Welcome back to the Enter the System series. In this installment, we're going to be looking at the triangle stranglehold, one of the absolute most efficient and powerful of the submission systems that I teach. I teach 6 primary submission systems to my students, and the triangle is absolutely one of the most important of them all. I put a very heavy emphasis on triangle training at all levels among my students. Why? Well, undeniably, the triangle is among the most effective of submission holds in modern day competition, both mixed martial arts and grappling, both with and without a gi. It is very clear that the triangle is amongst the most versatile of all the submission holds that we use. It can be used in a tremendous number of different scenarios. It works equally well in both grappling and fighting, with and without a gi. It works well across all weight categories. This versatility is one of its primary appeals. In addition, as a general rule, I favor strangleholds over joint locks. In extreme situations, some athletes will be prepared to take extensive damage to their joints and continue fighting. However, in the case of strangleholds, no amount of courage or mental toughness will get you past the simple fact of strangulation inducing unconsciousness. So in a choice between a stranglehold and a joint lock, I generally favor going in the direction of strangleholds. There is a third element as to why I put such a heavy emphasis on triangle training among my students, and this has to do with their skill development. Triangles require us to develop an extraordinary degree of leg dexterity and coordination, much more so than the regular submission holds. These attributes of leg dexterity and coordination have a tremendous beneficial carryover effect into other areas of jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is primarily a sport which involves using our legs to wrestle an opponent's upper body whenever possible. And the triangle is the quintessential example of this in operation. Every triangle is essentially the fight of my legs and hips against one of my opponent's arms and his head and shoulders. In this way, where I get to match my lower body strength against my opponent's upper body strength, I now have an excellent chance of overcoming bigger and stronger opponents. The triangle is among the best weapons for smaller, weaker athletes to take on and defeat more powerfully built adversaries. It's important to understand that, like all my approaches to submission holds, the triangle, as I use it and teach it, is bound up in a systematic approach. The triangle system that I advocate is a fairly simple 4-step system. It involves 2 main phases within that 4-step system. Step number 1 is always to create the critical 1 in, 1 out scenario that makes all triangles possible. The 1 in, 1 out refers to the idea that in any triangle, regardless of type, I must take one of my opponent's arms and his head and trap it within my legs, and at the same time force the other arm outside of my legs. So you always look to create these situations where one of your opponent's arms is trapped inside your legs and the other is held out outside of your legs. All triangles have this in common. The means by which we create this critical 1 in, 1 out scenario is mostly bound up with grip and kazushi, the art of off-balancing. This takes us immediately to step number 2 of the triangle system. This is where we shoot our legs into a trap triangle. Once we've created a scenario where we've got the 1 in, 1 out scenario accomplished, then it's all about the shot of our legs into the trap triangle. A trap triangle represents the first phase of the application of the triangle. This is the control phase, where we lock up our opponent's head and one arm and start holding their body in a way we will set up the next stages. There are 2 main methods to achieve the trap triangle. These are foot penetration methods, which usually occur when there is a longer distance between myself and my opponent, and knee penetration methods, which usually occur when the distance between myself and my opponent is somewhat closer. If you're going to call yourself a master of triangles, you must be highly competent in both. The idea behind a trap triangle is that we don't really have a true triangle at all. Rather, what we have is our feet crossed behind our opponent's back with the head and the arm trapped. So you have the most important element of a triangle, the head and the arm trapped and the other arm isolated away, but you don't yet have your legs locked in the full figure of four. Rather, you just have your ankles crossed behind his back. This represents the first phase of our triangle attack. Step number 3 of the triangle system is always to manage the adjustment from the trap triangle all the way through to a figure 4 triangle. This represents the second phase of triangle application, the so-called strangulation phase. The trap triangle will not strangle your opponent. It's only the transition to the figure 4 triangle, the complete triangle, which makes this possible. Many will be the time that the system gets completed at this stage. If the triangle should prove to be successful, congratulations, the match is now over. However, there will be a significant number of times when you will be unable to complete the strangulation phase. If this should occur, then we go into step 4 of the triangle system. If the triangle should prove inadequate for whatever reason, then we make a switch into joint locks. You have two choices. You can go after your opponent's arms. The most popular choices are Juji Gatame, straight arm locks, and Kimura variations. In addition, you can go down to the lower body, particularly if your opponent is standing and posturing up away from your triangle, which is a common form of defense. In these situations, we make a quick transition into various variations of Ashigarami, and from there we go into strong leg attacks. Bear in mind that the triangle system, which I espouse, is based around the use of 5 different forms of triangle. When most people talk about a triangle, all they really refer to is one form of triangle, the triangle from the front, usually employed from guard position and sometimes from various top positions such as mount or side control. However, a big theme of this video series will be the idea that there are in fact 5 separate forms of the triangle stranglehold. And if you're going to call yourself a master of this system, you must become highly competent in all 5. It's important to understand that of the 5 triangles, they are arranged in a hierarchy of importance, and they are divided into 2 categories, which are termed Category A and Category B. Let's look at Category A first, as these comprise the most important of the various triangles that we study and practice. Category A has as its most important element the front triangle. There is no question that even though I teach 5 triangles, the front triangle is the king of the 5. More people get finished by front triangles than probably all of the other triangles put together. And so the lion's share of our development and training is put into the front triangle. This we often refer to as Omote Senkaku. Senkaku just means triangle, and Omote from the front. The second most important triangle that we use is the rear triangle, or Ushiro Senkaku. This is a very important form of triangle whenever we've gotten behind people and we're looking to strangle. Very often, strangles with the arms prove to be difficult, and a quick switch to strangulations with the legs often gets great effect. In Category A, the third triangle, in my opinion, the third most important in the system overall, is the opposite-sided triangle, where we lock our triangles in what appears to be the wrong way, or an unconventional method. This is Hantai Senkaku, and it forms an excellent way of supplementing front triangle attacks which have been thwarted by our opponent's posture. We now come to Category B. Of the Category B triangles, we have the side triangle, Yoko Senkaku. This is very often seen in the sport of judo, but is relatively rare in the sport of jiu-jitsu. This can be a very, very valuable addition to your triangle arsenal, and we'll be pushing this move very heavily in this video series. The least important statistically of the various triangles that we use, the one which we get the fewest results from, but still a very important part of the system and one which you must become familiar with, is the reverse triangle, or Gyaku Sankaku. Let's understand something. These triangles, all 5, are divided into categories A and B for a very distinct reason. Within each category, whenever you have one of these triangles, you will always have the other as a possible follow-up attack. Within category A, if I ever have a front triangle, if I maneuver my body around my opponent's body, I will always have opportunities to make a switch to a rear triangle or an opposite-sided triangle. Within category B, if I ever have a side triangle, just by moving my body around my opponent's body, I will always have the opportunity to switch to a reverse triangle and vice versa. So understand this. Within a category, if I have one triangle, just by moving my body around my opponent, I will always have the other triangles in that category. Keep this in mind whenever you're employing your triangle training and practice. You will soon start to double or even triple the number of combination triangle attacks that you employ upon your training partners and opponents. This is a very, very important insight and will be heavily featured in this video series. Now it's time for us to look at the central problems of the triangle system. I'm sure you're aware by this time that a big part of my teaching methodology is to identify what are the central problems that we face whenever we go into the main moves that we teach. The first problem with triangles is always going to be the circumference problem. That is, how can I enclose my opponent's shoulders, head, and arm inside the length of my legs? It's never an easy thing, especially if your opponent is powerfully built through the shoulders, to lock up those 3 disparate elements, the head, shoulder, and arm, inside your legs, particularly if you feel you're at a height disadvantage. The answer that we'll be advocating in this video is the shoulder elimination problem. As a general rule, what we want to do is to eliminate our opponent's shoulder from being locked inside of our triangle, and instead focus only upon our opponent's neck and arm. By reducing the content of my opponent's body inside the triangle, we can apply successful triangles in many cases where previously it may have been impossible. The second big problem we face whenever we go to apply triangles, especially the case of front triangles, the most important of the triangles, is the posture problem. How can I prevent my opponent from posturing up and out of my trap triangle when I'm in phase 1 and trying to move towards phase 2 to strangle my opponent? The 3 main methods we'll be using in this video are the knee pull method, the head pull method, and the shin pull method. All 3 are effective methods of preventing our opponent posturing up and away from a trap triangle and preventing us progressing into the figure 4 to complete a stranglehold. The third big problem we face is the stacking problem. How can I prevent my opponent pressuring me with a heavy stack as I attempt to strangle in the figure 4 position? The general method we'll be using in this video series is to scoop grip inside our opponent's leg and work our way to an advantageous angle out to the side. This will simultaneously overcome stacking problems and lifting problems if your opponent is trying to pick you up off the floor. Now, as always, there are a range of general principles that determine the character of the system overall. The first and most important principle of the triangle system is what I often refer to as the multiplicity principle. When most people talk about a triangle, they really only refer to one triangle, and that is the front triangle. Undeniably, the front triangle is statistically the most important of the various triangles that are used in the sport of jiu-jitsu. However, don't let this blind you to the fact that the other 4 triangles, which we'll cover in this video, play an extremely important role. You cannot maximize your effectiveness with triangle work in general by focusing on only one triangle out of the possible 5. If you wish to maximize your effectiveness with triangle attacks and maximize your application across a broad range of scenarios, you must pay heed to the multiplicity principle and use all 5 triangles. Also, you must understand that once you start to use the triangles together in unison and understand the difference between category A and category B triangles, whenever one of your triangles fails, you'll be able to move on to another. Understanding how to use the 5 triangles as a team rather than relying on the most well-known triangle will greatly increase your effectiveness with the move. The second big principle of this triangle system is the 2 phases principle. Most people just teach the triangle as a move in itself. What we try very hard to emphasize is breaking triangles down into 2 distinct phases. The first phase is the trap triangle phase, where I simply cross my ankles around my opponent's back, trapping the head and the arm. If you look in top-level competition, you will almost always see a regular pattern. Triangles are almost never born fully grown. Rather, they begin as a trap triangle, and over time, the athletes adjust to the figure 4 triangle. The figure 4 triangle is the one which actually strangles your opponent, but it's the trap triangle which is used to first enter and control your opponent. Then there's going to be a period of adjustment where you work your way towards the full figure of 4 and actually strangle someone. By breaking triangles down into 2 distinct phases and understanding exactly what you need to do in both phases and how to get the 2 phases to work together, you will find you become far more effective with your triangle attacks. The third big principle in this triangle system which I teach is the shoulder elimination principle. Too many athletes struggle with triangles because they try to surround too much of their opponent's body when they go to strangle. You will greatly increase your effectiveness with triangle strangulations if you actively look to eliminate your opponent's shoulder from inside the lock of your triangle. This will take away many of the problems commonly associated with triangles in terms of height difference, etc., etc. A fourth critical principle is the division principle. You must learn to divide the various triangles into 2 distinct categories, category A and category B. Understand this: the triangles within each category are closely related to each other, but you cannot jump across categories. I cannot go from a triangle of category A and then switch immediately into category B. The leg configurations simply won't allow that to happen. So if I have a front triangle, I cannot simply unlock it and quickly go into a side triangle. My legs are simply in the wrong position. However, within a category, I can do this. So for example, I can easily go from a front triangle, a Mote Senkaku, to an opposite-sided triangle, Hantai Senkaku. Understanding how we divide the triangles up will make your ability to use them in combination much, much better. The fifth critical principle of the triangle system is the arm isolation principle. You must understand that the setup to every triangle shares something in common. You have to create what we call the one in, one out situation, where one of your opponent's arms gets trapped inside your legs and one of his arms gets trapped outside of your legs. Once you see this as the precursor to every single triangle that you will ever attempt, it becomes a mental image in your mind, and mentally you start to see the possibilities for triangles much more than you did previously. I often coach my students to actively look for the one in, one out possibility as they grapple with their opponents. Once you make this mental association with your opponent's arm position and your legs, the number of triangles you will attempt in a given match will go up dramatically. The sixth main principle of the triangle system is the primacy principle. I put strangles as more valuable as a general rule, not always, but as a general rule, over joint locks. In other words, strangles have primacy over joint locks. Now the great news with triangle attacks is you can attempt both joint locks and strangles at the same time. That's the very nature of triangles, and it's one of their greatest and strongest features. However, whenever you go to attack with triangles, I always coach my athletes, attack the strangle first. Make an honest attempt at strangling your opponent every single time. Don't switch off to a joint lock unless you distinctly and honestly feel that the stranglehold is not there. Work with strangles as the primary element in the Sankaku attacks. Even though both are possible, look heavily to favor one. Let's talk about the major themes of this video and the major lessons that I want you to absorb. You're going to see 4 critical themes that run throughout everything that I teach. The first of these very, very important themes is that of multiplicity of triangles. The principle of multiplicity is often referred to it. If you look at the sport of jiu-jitsu to this day, the triangle strangle plays a major role in the most successful submissions in the sport. It's a high-performing move. But it's my contention that the current generation of jiu-jitsu athletes, as successful as they've been with a triangle, could be much more successful if they took a deeper look at the triangle stranglehold as a whole. Currently, when people talk about the triangle choke, what they usually mean is the front triangle. Let's get something straight. There are 5 different kinds of triangle. As long as you limit yourself to one, the front triangle, you're limiting your options. Just as no builder would go in to perform a complex task of carpentry with one tool, so no good strangle expert would go in with one tool when he had 5 available. A big part of this video is going to be the attempt to encourage you to go beyond the front triangle. Don't get me wrong, in my opinion, the front triangle is the king of triangles. There's 5 that I teach. There's 5 out there which are readily available to you. Of them all, unquestionably, the most successful in modern day competition is the front triangle, and the majority of our time in this video will be spent on the front triangle. But you must incorporate the other 4. It is my belief, and I believe the work of my students backs me up on this, that if jiu-jitsu athletes worked with the image of 5 different triangles and used all 5 in unison as a team, they would make this already very successful submission hold much more successful than it currently is. A huge part of what we're going to work over in this instructional video is the interface between these 5 different forms of triangle, how they relate to each other, and how expanding our notion of what is a triangle stranglehold, we can greatly increase our performance with this incredible move. A second critical theme which will run throughout this video is the idea of a 2-stage approach to the triangle. Ultimately, what I'm going to teach you in this video is a 4-step system, but there's no question that within that 4-step system, there's one particular phase which you will see me coming back to time and time again, and which is going to be a huge determinant in how good you become in applying the triangle stranglehold in the various sparring and competition settings in which you find yourself. Almost in every case, triangles begin with what we're going to be calling a trap triangle. This is where my feet or ankles are crossed and I do not yet have a fully formed figure 4 lock with my triangle. At this point, it is simply a lock around your opponent's arm and head with 2 of your legs. From there, in the vast majority of cases, we make a transition to the figure 4 triangle, where you are actually strangling your opponent. It is almost never the case that you start in a fully locked in figure 4 triangle. In the overwhelming majority of cases, you will start with a trap triangle and you will have to transition against resistance. Your opponent feels a threat after all, to the figure 4 triangle, which actually strangles your opponent. Managing this transition from trap triangle on the one hand to figure 4 triangle on the other. The first is a method of entering into the triangle situation, and the second is a means of actually finishing your opponent. Managing that transition is a huge, huge part of what will determine whether you succeed or fail with your triangles. A huge part of this video that we are going over now will involve managing this transition. I'm sure by this stage you've learned from watching videos or hearing me talk that I put an extraordinary amount of emphasis on good biomechanics in the application of submission holds. There's nothing more tragic than getting close to a submission hold and then watching it run away because of bad mechanics. You did all the wonderful work of setups, entry, controlling your opponent against resistance, but then when finally it came time to actually finish your opponent and make them tap, the mechanics just weren't there. It's my belief that almost all of the common problems associated with applying triangle strangleholds in competition and sparring can be overcome with a good understanding of mechanics. A big part of this video will be spent in just understanding what are the precise mechanics needed to overcome resistance in the case of all 5 of the triangles that we use. In addition to increasing your percentage rate, there's a real intention here on my part. One of the most common problems which I face as a coach is convincing people that their body can perform triangles. There's a widespread belief that triangles are limited to people with long, thin legs, and that short-legged people will never have a triangle that's noteworthy. In this video, I'm hoping to change your mind about that. And if our mechanics are well set and well understood, even short-legged people can have a formidable triangle strangle, which your opponents will respect and fear. A large part of what we think are body types determining how successful triangle strangleholds are really has much more to do with mechanics. That's not to say that body type doesn't play a role. Body type always plays a role in every technique in jiu-jitsu. Triangle is no exception. But don't sell yourself short. Short-legged people can be highly effective with the triangle stranglehold. A large part of what determines whether they are or not is going to come down to the mechanics that we spend a lot of time on in this video. A fourth crucial theme, which will run throughout this video, pertains to mindset. Obviously, most of the factors that determine whether you succeed or fail with a triangle are going to be physical factors. But there's also some crucial mental ones as well. Perhaps the most important pertains to the idea of opportunity. I always say to my students, if you can't see an opportunity, you'll never take the physical action required to actually make it happen. Everything begins with vision, of seeing the opportunity. Only when the opportunity is seen can the physical actions take place, which will actually produce the results that you seek. In the case of the triangle, you have to train your mind to see the possibility of creating what we call the one in, one out scenario. Ultimately, every triangle is the same story. It's the story of creating a situation where one of your opponent's arms gets caught inside your legs and one of your opponent's arms gets caught outside your legs. Whether or not you become highly successful with the triangle is largely going to come down to your ability to see the opportunities to create that one in, one out scenario in a wide variety of situations. Training your mind to see these opportunities is going to be a big theme that we push throughout this video series. It's time to begin our journey into training the triangle stranglehold and the system which I teach built around that extraordinary submission method. More than any other of the major submission holds in the sport of jiu-jitsu, the triangle is going to require dexterity and coordination on your part, which very few of the others do. If you look at the main submission holds of the sport, something like a rear naked strangle, for example, or a guillotine, the movements are fairly easy, even for someone who's a complete beginner to complete. It's not a difficult thing to coach any mildly coordinated athletic person to apply a guillotine strangle, a rear naked strangle, or what have you. But you ask those same people to lock up a triangle and things become problematic. When it's time to actually apply the precise stranglehold, there's a considerable amount of skill required in terms of body dexterity just to get into the triangle in the first place, and alignment to actually finish the stranglehold. And so most people, I believe it's fair to say, have to be coached a little bit longer and a little bit harder before they actually get to apply a stranglehold with their legs than they would, say, with their arms. We talked about this earlier in the introduction, the idea that most people are massively more coordinated with their upper body than their lower body. And there's obvious reasons for this. We spend our whole lives doing intricate tasks with our hands. You can dial a phone, play a piano, play a guitar, what have you. But if I asked you to do those same activities with your feet, you'd be in serious trouble. Typically, we go through our whole lives using our feet and our legs pretty much for walking and running. These are much less coordinated activities than, say, for example, playing a piano with your hands. So there's a big asymmetry between the coordination of our lower body and our upper body. Typically, for most human beings, the hands and arms are used for high coordination tasks, and the legs are used for lower coordination tasks like walking and running. So if we're going to learn to gain expertise in the triangle stranglehold, a large part of what we do is gaining expertise in the movements of our lower body. So you're going to have to, as it were, make special demands upon yourself to gain coordination and dexterity with your legs. Now, the interesting question is, how much of a role does my body play in my ability to be successful with the triangle strangle? It's my contention that many more people could be employing this move successfully than are currently, if they just knew a little bit more. Let's start with the more basic question. What kinds of minimal demands are required of me as an athlete to be able to at least get my foot in the door with triangle strangleholds? Well, let's list them right now. There's 4, and all of them are pretty damn easy to work with. First, you've got to have coordination with your ability to move your feet. Your feet have to be able to go to a precise part of your opponent's upper body in order to enter into the triangle as a stranglehold. The second thing you're going to be required is the ability to flare your knees against each other. Okay, not much, nothing crazy. You're not asking you for any kind of extraordinary flexibility here, but I should be able to sit with one foot directly in front of the other and bring my 2 knees without touching with my hands down towards the floor. That's asking very little of you. Most of you watching this video, I'm sure, could do this quite easily. And I should, at the same time, be able to bring my body forward so that my elbows touch the mat. That's the minimum requirement, okay? Because most triangle strangles will involve the flaring of one of your knees at a time, okay? Here we're using 2, but when it's actually applied, it'll be 1. And my body should be able to curve towards my opponent, okay? So the minimal flexibility requirement to be able to employ triangles is this ability to take our knees down towards the floor without forcing them with our hands and put our elbows down on the mat. That's the minimum requirement. And I'm prepared to bet a large sum of money that the overwhelming majority of you watching this video can already do that just fine. Okay, so it's not asking a lot from you. If you currently can't do this, then just a small amount of time every day spent on this very easy, relaxing stretch, and you'll soon be able to do it. Okay. In the case of some of you, perhaps those who are built very generously through the stomach find it difficult to push forward. I'm going to come back and talk about this later. As a general rule, one of the great inhibitors of your ability to perform a triangle successfully is not, as most people believe, your leg length. That does play a role, but it's not the number one inhibitor. The number one inhibitor is usually your waist size. As a general rule, if you want to be successful with triangles, you should have an appropriately thin waist. If your own stomach gets in the way as you try to come down, touch your elbows on the floor, that's definitely going to hinder your progress in your triangle training, and you'll have to modify your diet, or what have you. Remember, you can't change the length of your legs, but you can all change the size of your waist. That's a pretty easy thing to do. So if you want to become a master of triangle strangles, that's something you should bear in mind. Triangles are very difficult to apply when you're generously built through the stomach. So it's important to be able to slim your waist down if you wish to be successful. So what have we got at this point? We know now that foot dexterity is our first prerequisite. I'll come back to that very soon. The second prerequisite is that we should be able to touch our knees down to the floor without hands, and we should be able to touch our elbows to the mat at the same time. Incredibly simple, and as I said, I'm sure over 90% if you could do that right now without a warm-up. The next thing that we need to be able to do, you've got to be able to bring knees to chest. Okay, this is also a very, very simple kind of movement, but if I have a hard time bringing knees up to my own armpits, that's going to hinder my ability to work successfully with most forms of triangle, especially those from bottom position. Okay, so I should have foot dexterity, I should have forward mobility, and I should have an ability to always bring my knees up to my armpits. The fourth critical element is your ability to come up onto the points of your shoulders and fold your body over itself. A fairly simple action. So I should, at any given time, be able to come up and over onto the points of my shoulders and move from one side to the other. This simple physical action is required in almost all successful triangles from bottom position. You should be able to come up so your lower back is off the ground in a relaxed state, inverting your body, and come up to close your legs. So you see the minimum requirements for the application of most triangles are very, very minor. They're simple. They're easy things for you to train. None of these could be considered an advanced stretch. As I said, I'm sure the overwhelming majority of you could do them right now without a warm-up. We're going to go over some basic drills now for the development of these four features. The idea that we should have dexterity with our foot placement. I should be able to move my feet with the same kind of coordination that I move my hands in time. I should be able to flare my knees apart and fold my body forwards. At the same time, I should have an ability to bring my knees high up towards my armpit on both sides. I should also have this ability to fold my body over so that I can come up onto the points of my shoulders with my lower back well off the ground into a kind of inverted position. If you can perform those four simple movements, then you're ready to start your triangle work. Let's talk about some simple solo drills that we can do to increase the ability of your body to move into triangles. There's a saying which I often use to my students: movement before moves. Your ability to learn any given move is directly proportional to your ability to move your body in ways required to perform that move. Okay, if I'm teaching you a kick that requires you to do a full split before the kick can even be accomplished, it's no good me teaching you that kick if you can't perform a full split. You would have to start with that skill first. The good news is that in most grappling situations, the physical requirements are very low. So as we saw with the minimum requirements for a triangle, most people can do that pretty easily from day one. Nonetheless, let's go over some very, very simple drills now, which will make it easier for beginning athletes to get into triangles and shorten the time required to actually learn the moves that we'll be looking at later in this video. The first thing we need to be able to do is to develop the ability to move our feet, which later on in the video we'll be looking at, will enable us to enter into the triangle. Okay, I should be able to move my feet in similar ways that I can move my hands in any given way that I wish to go. I should be able to move my feet in two different directions in circular motions. This movement is often referred to as pommeling. Pommeling is just this repetitious movement when my feet move in circles, so that if I were required to pommel a foot into a small space, I could easily do so with either foot in either direction. This is going to make it very easy for me to take advantage of failures in my opponent's arm position to go in and secure triangle strangles. Now, when you first start off this movement, I recommend you start in a supine position, okay, flat on your back. That takes all the weight off your legs and makes for a relaxed abdomen. You can hear my voice is very relaxed as I engage in light pommeling motions. This is also an excellent warm-up before class, and one I recommend you do if you're on a daily basis, if you're going to call yourself a master of triangles. Now, once you get familiar with the idea of working your pommeling from a supine position, then it's time for you to get slightly more advanced. I want you to begin applying pommeling from a seated position. This engages your core muscles and makes the movement slightly more difficult. We're going to put two hands on the floor, just like so, and in the seated position, we're going to start working that same pommeling motion. This means that my knees have to come up higher towards my shoulders and creates a slightly more difficult way of performing the same move. My legs both move in circles, just like so. This becomes important for some of the setups that we'll be looking at later on in this video. As you gain an expertise, you go to the next level of pommeling, which is to take your hands off the mat. Now your body is simply supported in air like so. So now only your core is supporting your legs as you go through the various pommeling movements. This requires slightly more coordination and slightly more core strength than the earlier methods of pommeling, and will be useful when it's time for you to go into triangles. The fourth and last of the various solo pommeling drills involves me coming up into a position like so, propped up on my elbows. And from here, we engage in the same pommeling motion in a vertical position. Because we're vertical, it requires a little more coordination on your part. Because you're up on your shoulders, you're replicating some of the positions that will be required when you actually engage in live training and sparring with your opponents. When you learn to move your feet dexterously and with confidence in opposing directions at the same time, you will soon develop an ability to swim your feet, even on a resisting opponent, when the opportunity presents itself, and pommel your feet into good attacking positions where you can achieve the crucial one-in, one-out position that forms a big part of whether you succeed or fail with the triangle strangle. We're looking at some very simple methods of warming the body up and preparing you for the various body movements that will be required to excel in the various forms of triangle. We just looked at pommeling with our feet. Now, let's look at the next critical skill which you must master with your body to facilitate your learning of the various triangles that we look at throughout this video. This is the skill of folding our body over. Almost every triangle involves situations where my body folds forwards so that there's a hollowing in my body, like so. There are almost no situations where you apply a stranglehold with the legs, a triangle, with your body in an arched position. It's almost always some kind of hollowed out body shape. And so learning to master this ability to fold your body over and over itself so that your knees come up towards your armpits is a critical part of whether you become a master of triangles or not. You must develop this ability to fold the body over so your knees come up comfortably towards your shoulders, and this is the exact body position you'll be employing for most of your triangles, especially those from the bottom position. So let's start off with our body folding drills. When we first start off, the best drill is simply one where I just learn to touch my toes over my shoulder. So I just come up like so and touch toes. Then I just walk across to the other side. As I walk from one side to the other, I look in the direction that I'm going. And in this way, as my toes skim over the mat, I keep myself in a situation where my knees are very close to my own shoulders. And then we recover to a turtle position. Once we get comfortable with this gentle motion, we go to the next one, which again encourages the athlete to take knees up to shoulders, but with straightened legs this time. We start down on the floor, just like so. Our body goes into a hollow, like so. And then from here, we focus on bringing our legs over and touching the floor so that we fold out like this. From here, it's an easy thing for us to come up and start to apply the lock of a triangle, locking on both sides. We come back down. Everything is about this folding of the body directly overhead. And from here, we sit on up. Now, the last of the folding drills, which I often encourage my students to employ as a warm-up before class, just involves a switching of direction as we fold our body over. I put my arms out in a crucifix position, and from here, I bring my legs up, touch, and we slide across the mat. Now, we go back in the opposite direction. So I come up and I look to my right. My head goes through like so. Now I look to my left. And in this fashion, we learn to fold our body comfortably over on itself so that knees are coming up to chest. We're getting used to the idea of inverted position. We're getting used to the idea of our weight being supported on our two shoulders. And we're developing the core strength required to bring knees to chest, which will ultimately be the reason why we succeed with triangles from bottom position. Okay, we just looked at some very simple solo drills that we can employ to increase the 4 things that we need to be effective with triangle strangleholds: our foot dexterity, our ability to flare our knees apart from each other, our ability to bring our knees to our chest, and then the ability to fold our body over and get our shoulders up off the mat. Let's look now at some partner drills, which are very, very useful. Again, something you can do every day before class, just as a way to get your body moving in ways that will increase your success with triangles. Now, the great advantage of bringing in a partner to do your drills is for the first time you can start to train the single most important thing when it's time to enter into your triangles, which is to create the one in, one out position. Okay. Always remember, guys, that there's a sense in which every triangle, no matter what the type, is really the telling of the same story. And that story, the first chapter, is always this: my ability to create a situation where one of my training partner's arms gets caught inside my legs and one of my opponent's arms gets caught outside my legs. So there's a sense in which we're always trying to create a one in, one out situation where one of Mateus's arms is caught between my legs and one of his arms is kept shut out from outside my legs. Okay? Every triangle, regardless of type, begins in this fashion: the one in, one out situation. Once we start employing partner drills, you can train yourself to consistently hit this situation, one in, one out, on demand in a wide variety of possible scenarios when you're grappling down the mat. Let's look now at my absolute favorite method of training beginning students who are interested in developing their potential with the triangle to develop the dexterity required to create the one in, one out position. This is the no hands drill. We're going to start off with a training partner in a closed guard. Mateus is going to put his hands on my biceps, just like so. His shoulders will be up and the arms relatively extended, just ever so slightly bent. Okay? We're going to start by flaring our elbows so that we create space for my knees to move inside. I don't want Mateus's elbows down here by my hips. Okay, that's going to ruin the drill. We need a little bit of space to move our hips, so we're going to start by flaring our elbows out. Now from here, we're going to have the confidence to open up our guard and start turning our body out to one side. I can augment that by coming out with my foot on the floor or putting my foot on my training partner's hip. Okay, so if my hips come out to my left-hand side, like so, I'm going to use my right foot to pommel without hands inside and over Mateus's shoulder so that we can go in and begin to lock up a triangle. Okay. Once we make an initial lock, we just come back and we thread our foot through. And we just go side to side. So his hands will never leave my biceps. I'll come through on a given side and I will learn to pommel my foot through and around and lock up a basic triangle. From here, we come back and he puts hands on biceps. And we just go from one side across to the other, always learning to pommel in and lock up the figure of 4. Every time we come through, we just form that inverted knee, which makes it easy for me to thread my foot around the corner and lock up a basic triangle. The key element involved is this idea of my hips going offline and my knee pointing down to the mat. It's that which enables me to get through and employ the movement. So you'll see I start off lined up with my training partner, my foot on the hip, creates misalignment, and my knee and toes point down at the mat. It's that which makes it easy for me to bring my foot through, around, and lock the figure of 4. If I make the mistake of pointing my knee at the ceiling, you'll see that even if I bring my hips out, I can't get my knee through. What's required is that my knee point down to the floor. It's that which enables me to bring knee to chest, kick over the top, and lock the figure of 4. When we work in repetitions from side to side, we'll go anywhere from 20 to 50 repetitions. This will train your body to get offline, invert the knee, bring knee to chest, and kick your foot over to get to the precious 1 in, 1 out position, which will enable you to work effectively with triangles from bottom position in ways that will work well in competition. Now we're looking at some simple partner drills, which is going to hopefully help our performance of the various moves we're going to be looking at throughout this video. We're coaching the idea that ultimately we're going to have to be able to get our knees up to our chest and our body into a hollowed out shape so we can be successful with triangles from bottom position. It's very, very important you get used to the idea of working on the points of your shoulders. I should be able to come up comfortably on my shoulders to work the various triangle attacks, which we'll be doing from bottom position. Okay, a drill which I often like to see my students perform before class as a warm-up, and is a great way for you to start your introduction to body movement for triangles, is a spinning inversion drill. Where we start off, our training partner is going to be kneeling behind us, and we're just going to grab wrists just like so. Okay, from here we're going to come up so we have our shoulders, our weight is on our shoulders, and our body is inverted with knees to chest. All the essential prerequisites required to go into the various triangles that we look at. Now, we're going to take our feet into our training partner's armpit. My right foot is going to bring my left foot across so that my heel locks into his armpit. Don't be here with the sole of your foot. You want to penetrate with the heel so that my heel forms a hook to my training partner. Now, Mateus makes his body strong and resistant. I don't want to pull him forward with my leg. And I just want to practice the skill of rotating around the corner and throwing my leg over Mateus's shoulder. Once we make that catch on the shoulder in this position, I release his second hand and I come through into a position where I can start the action of turning off the shoulders and going into the various moves that we like. Once again, the turning and rotation drill. We start off with a kneeling training partner behind us and we lock wrists just like so. Now, from here, first, body posture. I fold up on myself and bring knees to chest. Okay? From knees to chest, my body should be relatively weightless and I should be able to move freely on my two shoulders. Initially, we form a catch on our training partner in the inverted position, and then my right foot feeds my left foot to the armpit. And as a result, I can bring my body around the corner. I pull my knee up to his armpit, so we're hooked in place, and my second leg goes over the top and locks. Now I release, and I come around the corner into a perfect position to lock the figure of 4. The key elements that I want you getting used to is the idea of forming a good catch on your opponent's shoulders by making sure that the hollow of your knees comes up to the shoulders. I'll show you what I mean by performing the move poorly, and you'll see when I don't use the hollows of my knees to catch, you get an undesirable result. Starting off like so, as I bring my body up and I go across. If I just come around the corner and I just try to throw my calf muscle over the shoulder, I get a very poor connection to my opponent's head and shoulders. So when I come around the corner, you're scrambling now to apply a triangle. Okay? It's very important we make contact with our opponent's trapezius muscles with the hollow of our knees. So done properly, we come in. There's the inverted position, which enables me to move easily on my shoulders because there's very little friction with the mat in this position. I'm just on the points of my shoulders. Now I make an initial catch that locks his body to mine. I go across and I make a good hook with the Achilles tendon behind his shoulder, so that as I come around, I bring the hollow of my knee to his armpit. That creates a situation where I can bring the hollow of my second knee over his trapezius and then make the turn. As a result, we're in the perfect position to go through, lock, and there's the figure of 4. Done in this fashion, you can learn to turn in the inverted position, which we favor to enter into the triangles. You'll be learning a host of skills about balancing your body on the points of your shoulders, rotating, moving, and penetrating with the hollow of your knee to your opponent's trapezius in ways which will bear fruit when it's time to actually employ these in competition. Now, we're looking at some simple partner drills which are going to increase your performance when it comes time to apply the moves that we'll be looking at very shortly in this video. The one we're going to look at now is one of my absolute favorite drills, one which I strongly encourage my students to do on a daily basis. This is the drill of turning off the shoulder. The purpose of this drill is super important for the skills you're going to be learning later on today. This is the skill of forming an advantageous angle on your opponent as you work from bottom position. So if we have a training partner on 2 knees, we're going to start off square in front of our training partner with our legs just crossed like so. So we don't yet have a triangle in place. Okay, I'm going to take my calf muscle and put it over Mateus's shoulder, just like so. Okay, so I go from just crossed feet, no real triangle at this point, just what we call a trap triangle. And we're going to place our foot over the shoulder like so. That will become that will create an ability on my part to turn off my training partner's shoulder and get my 2 lower legs in a straight line, both pointing in the same direction. And it's that which will enable us to lock up the figure of 4 and go from a trap triangle into a figure 4 triangle. So the key element to make a strong body Mateus is from here. I initially start by placing my calf muscle over his shoulder so that I can turn without the use of my hands. Okay, now we'll be using our arms to turn later on as we get through this video, but I want you to have the skill of being able to draw an opponent forward into a triangle without the use of your hands. Okay, this is going to be very advantageous for you under combat conditions when you're sparring. So we start off with crossed feet. We bring our hips up, and then from here my calf muscle goes over my training partner's shoulder so he locks up. We turn off the shoulder. That ability to turn and pivot and get our 2 lower legs pointing in the same direction is what's going to enable us to lock the figure of 4 and get through to an actual stranglehold. Your ability to form that advantageous angle is going to be a big part of whether you succeed or fail with your triangle attempts in competition and sparring. Let's start early with this simple drill which teaches us to turn off the shoulder without even the use of our hands. When we incorporate hands and arms later in this video, it's going to be very easy for you to turn to those advantageous angles and create strong strangleholds. Okay, we've looked at the preliminaries of getting our body moving in ways which are going to facilitate your ability to get into triangles of the type we're going to be using in this video. Now it's time to get into the heart of the matter. Now it's time to get into triangle training per se. Let's start with what I believe is the single most important theme that runs throughout this entire video series. This is the idea that currently the sport of jiu-jitsu only really emphasizes one triangle, the front triangle. In fact, if you talk to the average jiu-jitsu student around the globe and you say, show me a triangle, they just automatically assume front triangle. In fact, that's really all they understand is a triangle. My goal is to change people's perceptions about this. There are 5 triangles in the sport of jiu-jitsu. All 5 of them are very valuable. Now, I'm the first one to tell you the front triangle is the king out of all those triangles. It will account for the vast majority of your successful submission finishes, both in competition and in training. But don't let that devalue the other 4. What I want to do now is give you a brief introduction to all 5 of the triangles, so you just know what I'm talking about. And then we will spend considerable amounts of time building an actual system around those 5 triangles. What you're going to see is that the 5 triangles, each one has a system within it, because each one has its own central problems quite different from the other triangles. Let's start with a quick look at the 5 triangles which will form the basis, the heart and soul of this video. The first one you all know, the front triangle. This we refer to among each other as Omote Senkaku. Senkaku is Japanese, just means triangle or 3 sides. Omote means from the front. So if you hear me coaching at a tournament, you'll often hear me calling for Omote Senkaku, the front triangle. Okay, a front triangle is the one you guys are all very familiar with. This is the idea of working usually from bottom, but also top position. We form an angle on our training partner. Our leg goes across and forms the figure of 4. Okay. Once we form the figure of 4 in this position, a stranglehold is enacted, and we can finish in various ways that we'll look at throughout this this video series. So this is the one most of you are very familiar with, the front triangle. Now let's go to our second one. This is I'm hoping to make this form of triangle much more popular than it currently is in the sport of jiu-jitsu. My student Gordon Ryan had notable success with this move. We use it often with each other in the training hall. In competition, he famously strangled Harlot Gracie with this move. This is the opposite-sided triangle, or Hantai Senkaku, opposite side. And we will often make use of this move. Let's say that I have an opponent here in a trap triangle situation, and from here I take my hand around my opponent's leg and I hold on to my opponent's head, just like so. I'm going to take my legs and bring them around the corner, like this, until I form an angle where I'm facing almost forwards on my training partner. Now I take my leg through and form a wedge behind my training partner's head, and I grab a hold of my own foot and lock a triangle directly behind Mateus's head and neck. When I apply the stranglehold from this position, it's an enormously effective method of strangulation. I will show from a different angle what's going on here. Let's say we have a basic trap triangle situation, like so. Okay. Whether my opponent puts his arm here deliberately or whether I move it there myself doesn't really matter. We get a hold of our training partner's head, we get inside our training partner's leg, and I form an angle on my training partner. I retain control of his head, so if he tries to posture up, it won't be easy. One of the key elements here is this idea of forming a satisfactory angle so that I can use my leg as a wedge in behind his head and neck. I keep my foot close to his back, so when he tries to posture up, there's a lot of resistance behind him. Now we pull our foot up to the armpit and we lock the figure of 4, so that when we apply the stranglehold, it comes on very quickly in this position. So this will be the second of the great triangles that we look at. Okay. Now let's look at the third in this series, a triangle that I want. I think it's fair to say at this point that people have seen my students employ this triangle on a fairly regular basis in competition. So people are starting to become more familiar with it. It's been around forever. All these triangles have. But we do put a very, very heavy emphasis on it. This is Ushiro Senkaku, the triangle from the back. We just have a training partner sitting down in front of us. Ushiro Senkaku involves Again, a triangle lock, where we lock around our training partner's head and arm, like so, from the back. And one of the key elements is the idea of connection of his hand to our chest, which exposes his neck to the stranglehold. And from here, a simple pinching of my left knee towards my right creates a very strong stranglehold for a finish. Okay. My students often make use of this in competition and, of course, in training also. This forms the third of the triangles which we often employ. Now let's go to the fourth of these triangles. Just take a slide in, Mateus. From a situation where Mateus is on his back, like so, a fourth form of triangle which we often make use of is Yoko Senkaku, or the side triangle. Okay? In a side triangle, we take our body through, like so, and my 2 feet go from a crossed foot position, like so, to a figure of 4, where I bring my foot back to Mateus's armpit, and I lock my legs in the usual triangular formation, like so. We lock up a kimura on our training partner's near arm, and from this position, as I lock the figure of 4 and pull in with the legs, we create a very strong stranglehold from the side. So this would be Yoko Senkaku. Okay? This stands in contrast to the last of the 5 triangles, which will form a big part of our work here today. This is Gyaku Senkaku, or the reverse triangle. I'll just show one common sense example of this. From a situation where I've scissored around my training partner's near arm, I could pass my foot over my training partner's head and bring my foot all the way through underneath his neck, like so. From here, I can lock up the figure of 4 with my legs and go through into a catch position, just like so. Now from here, as I squeeze the legs, we get an enormously tight stranglehold for the finish. Okay, thank you. So there we have it, 5 triangles. One of them, the first, a Mote Senkaku, or the front triangle, you're all very familiar with. Then we saw the idea of the Hantai Senkaku, or the opposite-sided triangle, where I lock my legs in what appears to be the wrong way, but still get enormously good results if we get our body into the correct position. We looked at Ushiro Senkaku, the triangle that we use from the back. And then Yoko Senkaku, triangle from the side. And finally, we finished off with Gyaku Senkaku, the reverse triangle. All of them have the same common features. You lock up your opponent's head and one arm, and you strangle him with a combination of your hamstring muscle and his own shoulder. All of them employ the idea of the one in, one out situation, where my opponent's head and arm are caught inside my legs and one of his arms is caught outside the legs. Now, here's where things get interesting. There are 2 categories that these triangles fall into. I'll use the term category A. Category A comprises the front triangle, the rear triangle, and the opposite triangle, Hantai Senkaku. Anytime I have one of those 3 triangles, I always have the other 2. That's a very, very important concept. Anytime I have one of those 3 triangles, I always have the other 2. All that's required is that I shift around my opponent's body, changing the angle, and I can go from one triangle to the other. Then we go to category B, the Yoko Senkaku, the side triangle, and the Gyaku Senkaku, the reverse triangle. If I ever have one, I always have the other. So I can cycle between those 2 and use them in combination. So I have category A on one hand and category B on the other, and those triangles in each category are strongly linked to each other, so that I can use them in combinations to create enormously strong triangle threats over time and follow my opponent through resistance and get through to a stranglehold and a win. Learning to put those 5 triangles into their 2 respective categories is a big step, and learning how to combine them together in ways that will break through tough opposition. We'll be looking a lot at how this occurs throughout this video. Now, I want to talk to you about a crucial theme of your triangle training. This is the idea of rotating around your opponent's head and shoulder. Always remember, a triangle is always the same thing. It's my 2 legs wrapped around your head and shoulder. That's where the stranglehold comes from. When we spoke briefly about triangles and introduced the 5 triangles in the earlier segment, you'll remember that I spoke about category A and category B. There are three triangles which are absolutely locked together by their very nature. And whenever you have one, you always have the other two. That's category A. Then you have category B of linked triangles. And those two are linked together. Whenever you have one, you always have the other. Let's look at this now in a concrete application. We're going to show category A and show that how I can rotate around Mateus's head and shoulder to effortlessly go from one triangle to another. Let's start off with Mateus here on two knees, and I'm going to start the ball rolling by just going into a basic front triangle, a Mote Senkaku. So however we do it, we come in here and we start the action of locking up on our training partner, and we go into a basic triangle like so. Okay, so this is the triangle you guys are all familiar with, the front triangle. Let's say, for example, that Mateus takes his arm and puts it in a secure position in behind and brings his knees forward, and as a result, it's hard for me now to finish the front triangle. It's difficult in this position. Okay, so I make a decision to switch to Hantai Senkaku. So I currently have a front triangle. You can see that just by rotating my body around Mateus's head and shoulders, I get into a situation where I can now make a switch into the Hantai Senkaku. And from here, I go through and lock the figure of four, and now I have a second potential finish. Now, let's say for whatever reason, this wasn't working. Okay, I went to Hantai, and for whatever reason, the stranglehold's just not there for me, okay? It's still an easy thing for me to start an action of sweeping my opponent out of the Hantai Senkaku. I can tilt him over and onto his back. And then, by simply changing my body's positioning, by shifting my body up to the side, I can now make a switch into Ushiro Senkaku, okay? In this sense, I've gone through three triangles just by rotating around my opponent's head and shoulders. I started with a front triangle. I went into Hantai Senkaku, the opposite-sided triangle. And then I finished with Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle. And all I did is go around Mateus's head and shoulders from one triangle to the other. So three triangles were employed with a little bit of body movement rotating around the head and shoulders. And we had a three-shot combination, which culminated in a finish with Ushiro Senkaku. Now, let's contrast that with, say, for example, category B, lying down. If we have a situation where I have Yoko Senkaku, I place my foot in my training partner's armpit, and I come through like so. Here, I have a classic Yoko Senkaku, okay? And from here, we could potentially finish our training partner. But let's say, for whatever reason, my Yoko Senkaku is inadequate, and Mateus starts turning up and coming up onto his knees inside my side triangle. I can shift my body and switch my legs. And as a result, I can go from Yoko Senkaku to Gyaku Senkaku, the reverse triangle, and make a simple finish. So you see that in category B, whenever I have the side triangle, a simple switching of sides, rotating around my opponent's head and shoulders, means I can easily make a switch to the reverse triangle. This critical theme of learning to switch from one triangle to another is absolutely essential for your development as a triangle expert. It will enable you to quickly and efficiently move from one triangle attack to the next as your opponent goes to resist you. Just bear in mind the fundamental distinction between category A and category B. The triangles of category A are linked to each other, but you cannot transition from them to category B. Category B, the triangles within category B are also linked to each other, and you can go from one to the other, but you can't skip from category B to category A. The configuration of the legs doesn't allow it. So you must learn to take the 5 triangles that we work with and divide them into categories A and B, and see that category A are linked together and can be used in combinations with each other. Category B, same thing, but you can't skip between the two. Once you get this fundamental insight, you'll know which triangles to mix with each other, which ones mix and which ones don't. You'll see that category A, a Mote Senkaku, the front triangle, Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle, Hantai Senkaku, the opposite triangle, are all linked, and you can effortlessly go from one to the other merely by rotating around the head and shoulders. Then you have category B, Gyaku Sankaku, the reverse triangle, and Yoko Sankaku, the side triangle, and you can go from one to the other anytime you wish. Once you get that core insight that there's 5 triangles, 2 categories, and you can switch from within the category without a problem, but you can't switch across categories. You'll know which ones to combine, and you'll be able to overcome resistance in the appropriate ways. Now, we're starting to get down into the underlying theory, which is going to power our entire run through the triangle system. We just looked at the idea that we can work with 5 distinct triangles, and these are put into categories A and B. And using this simple categorization, we know which are the appropriate ones to pair with the other so we can hit effective combinations. Now let's go to the second huge underlying theme of this video series. The idea that most triangles are not born fully born. Most triangles begin as what we call a trap triangle. This is where my feet are crossed at the ankles, and they progress from crossed feet to a full figure of 4, where we form the distinctive triangle shape. It is almost never the case when you go hunting for triangles that you land in a flush figure 4 triangle. That rarely happens. It does happen occasionally, but they are a tiny minority of cases. In almost every case, what you begin with is what we call a trap triangle, where you have your legs locked at the ankles around your opponent's head and arm. Then there's a period of adjustment where you have to shift from the trap triangle to the figure 4 and actually strangle somebody. That's where things get interesting. Whether you succeed or fail with your triangle is largely a result of how you manage the transition from the trap triangle to the figure 4. If you manage it well, you're going to finish a lot of people. If you don't, you're in for a lot of frustration. In all 5 cases of the triangle, learning to manage this fundamental transition from trap triangle to figure 4 is one of the absolute most important skills you can develop. We're going to be spending a lot of time on this. I'm just going to demonstrate what I mean by this so you're clear about what I mean. Let's look first at the most common form of triangle in the sport of jiu-jitsu, a mote sankaku with a front triangle. If we have a training partner here in front of us on 2 knees and we use any generic method to go into a triangle, you can see that initially when we lock up, we have the so-called trap triangle, where Mateus's head and one arm are locked inside my 2 legs, but I do not yet have a stranglehold. Okay, I do have control over his head and arm. Now, the minute we get into a trap triangle, Mateus is now alerted of the danger and he will start going into his defensive responses. There's a bunch of things he can do. We'll be looking at this later on in the video. A lot of people in this situation will begin posturing up. Some people will begin turning to an angle. Other people will get an elbow to the floor on either side. There's a bunch of good things he can do. My ability to shut down his defense and progress from here, where I have control but I don't have a finish, to one where I actually have a figure of 4 locked around my training partner, and now I can actually strangle my opponent or go into arm locks, etc., etc. My ability to manage that transition is the single biggest determinant of whether I succeed or fail with my triangles. Okay, so let's, in terms of terminology, let's understand this as a trap triangle. My ankles are crossed, but I don't yet have what we'll need to actually strangle, which is my shoelaces locked behind the hollow of my knee in the figure of 4 that you guys are all familiar with. Okay, now every triangle, all 5 of them, almost always involves this kind of transition. So for example, if we have Mateus lying down on the floor,
hand that way.
Yes. Here I have a different form of triangle, the Yoko Sankaku, and usually even here we'll start off just with ankles crossed, and there has to be a transition period where I go through to and lock the full figure of 4 and I can actually strangle someone. Again, you don't start with that full figure of 4. Typically what we find is we start with crossed ankles, the trap triangle, and we progress to the figure of 4. One of the absolute most important things of this entire video, and one we're spending a lot of time on, is how are you going to manage that transition? If you manage it well, you'll have success. If you manage it poorly, you won't. It's that simple. We'll be spending, as I said, a lot of time on this issue. So be aware of that as we go through the video. These two initial keynote themes. First, the idea of a multiplicity of triangles, 5 distinct triangles into 2 categories, A and B. Okay, learning how to mix triangles correctly so we can work in effective combinations. And secondly, this fundamental distinction between a trap triangle on one hand, which holds my opponent in place, and then a transitional period where I get to the figure 4 triangle, which actually strangles your opponent, or gives you other options that we'll look at later in the video. Once you get that basic understanding, now we're in a position where we can go forward and actually start looking at triangles and attacks.
Let's look at the idea of entering into triangles out of scramble situations. A scramble, of course, is always defined as any situation where neither one of the athletes has a controlling grip, which enables them to exert more influence over their opponent's ability to move than the other one does. So let's look at probably the most common scramble situation in the sport of jiu-jitsu, one where the two athletes are on their knees, facing this way, and one athlete has a tight waist grip, and the other athlete has an overhook, just like so. So it's his tight waist against my whizzer, okay? This scramble situation occurs all the time in the sport of jiu-jitsu, and typically what we'll find here are a few basic rules of thumb here. If my opponent gets a body lock in this situation, locks in on my body, that can be potentially very bad for me. I can be crunched backwards and put down to my back, okay? If my opponent turns around in front of me and comes into a front headlock situation, that too can be a bad thing. Okay, so I've got to be careful with my head position. I can't let my head come down too far, and then from here he goes front headlock, and you've got a problem. Nor can I allow my body to get too upright. My opponent quickly locks his hands, and from here crunches me backwards. That's obviously a bad thing. But really, most of our problem here comes from the idea that most people don't know how to use their weight effectively here. The way I apply my weight to my opponent here is through my hips, okay? A few words of proviso here. If my opponent does lock his hands, if my head is upright, I make his body lock very, very easy to complete. So our whole thing in these situations is to force him to put his hand on the floor. The way I do that is by putting my hand on the mat, and from here I start a drive in a forwards direction. I never go across into my opponent's body, make a strong body. And from here I'm fighting into his body. What I want to do is to turn and get his weight going forwards, okay? So there's a subtle shift in direction, which I believe you should invest a lot of time in practicing. You're going to have a training partner start in a body lock. You'll have your whizzer in place and your hand on the mat. You're going to experiment with directionality of force. Initially, you're going to drive across, make a strong body, and from here you can see I'm having a hard time pushing across his body. Then all I do is I start the action of turning and driving forward. And you see how Placido immediately has to put his hand on the mat, otherwise he'll face plant. If my opponent doesn't put his hand on the mat, you'll see in situations like this, he will immediately be put down on his back, okay? The whole idea is application of force. What I want in these situations is to put my hand on my own hip, and then from here, you see I start walking my opponent down to his hip. As you get better and better at this, you can put your opponent under more and more pressure and force their hand down to the floor very easily and very rapidly. The good news is, once you get his hand down to the mat, there's some very, very effective triangle entries you can do. Now, I'm just going to give you one word of advice in this situation. You will often hear people say one of the great cliches of scrambles out of this situation. The idea that you should never step over your training partner's back in these situations, okay? People will often tell you it's a disaster to step over someone's back in this situation. If your concern is top position, that's absolutely true, okay? If my opponent pushes into me now and I get put in a situation where I go on my back, if we were engaged in a sport like wrestling where being put on your back is a bad thing, that's good advice, okay? But you're not. You're in submission wrestling or jiu-jitsu. There's no penalty to being put on your back. So we can use this position very, very well. We'll start with our training partner here in a body lock. We're going to put our hand on the floor. We're going to start the action of rotating towards my hand on the floor. He locks his hands. I never push across his body. I rotate my hips towards my own hand, okay? So I take my knees off the floor, and there's that rotation. Okay. Now from the situation, I'm going to take both my knees off the mat, and I'm going to come in foot to foot. In one motion, I'm going to do two things at the same time. I'm going to throw my left leg across my training partner's body, and my hand is going to go into my training partner's armpit, just like so. Okay. Now I can hang my body weight off my training partner so that my right leg becomes weightless. And as a result, we easily go into Senkaku, the triangle. Don't let go of this too early. Okay. You've gone to your back. You've taken a risk here. If I let go too early and he postures up, the risk didn't work out. So it's important we stay in here and lock up. Now I scoop inside my opponent's legs. He goes to posture up in the usual kind of fashion, and as a result we get into a good lock for the triangle. So once again, we start off. He's got his tight waist grip in. I've got my whizzer in place. We're seeing now that directionality of force is a super important concept here. I never drive across his hips. I always drive towards my own hand. So I take my knees off the mat and start that drive. From here I go in foot to foot, and then my hand just goes across his body as my leg goes across at the same time. Now it doesn't matter that I go to my back. You're going into a submission hold. We put him down and maintain our grip on our training partner's head. From here, we make the usual turn. My knees wedge in behind his head and neck, and as a result, we get a very strong triangle finish. From another angle, we start off facing in this direction. Our opponent's got his body lock in place. We put his hand down on the floor. Now I come up, everything goes over the top on the other side. And as a result, we end up in perfect position to turn the corner and lock up the figure of four for the finish. In this fashion, we can take a scramble situation, arguably the most common scramble situation in the sport, my opponent's tight waist versus my whizzer, and into an excellent situation to enter into front triangles. I want to address a topic which is often brought up in when the topic of triangles comes up, especially front triangles. One of the most commonly seen techniques and principles which is taught whenever front triangles are taught is the idea that it's a good thing to pull your opponent's head down once you apply the triangle. You might be surprised by the fact we've gotten through a lot of this video and you've never seen me make reference to the idea of pulling the head down. I want to address that directly now. As a general rule, I'm not always in favor of pulling down on the head. I'm not going to say it's the wrong thing to do. There are times when it is the correct thing to do, but it's not the first thing you should be looking for. Let me explain myself. If I have an opponent directly in front of me and I have him in a front triangle, so often you'll see people make their first gambit straight to the head and pull down on the head. Now, as I said, it's not wrong-headed to do this. It does have one big advantage. It does significantly increase the strangulation power of the lock. And I firmly believe there are times when it's a good thing to do this. But it's not the first thing I coach my athletes to do. Okay? Why? Well, because the moment you commit two hands to the head, you're stuck right in front of your opponent. It's very, very hard for me to get an advantageous angle on my opponent at this point. Okay? From here, if he drives forward into me and starts to put pressure on, you end up in situations where you lose the triangle because you were trying to pull down on the head. Okay? If you're very, very flexible, you can hold on longer than most, but at some point the triangle is going to come undone. You don't really have any advantageous angle in this situation. Moreover, it's relatively simple for my opponent to use his free hand to start clearing hands off the head. And then from here, you're stuck directly in front of people. You might ask, well, are there times when you do think it's the right thing to pull down on someone's head? Yes, I do think there's times when it's a good idea to pull down on the head. What are those times? Well, let's look at a situation, let's move around some, where Placido is in front of me. You know that I strongly favor an approach where we form an angle on our training partner so we can eliminate our opponent's shoulder. My whole spiel is that as we come around the corner and lock up,
I want my knee in front of his shoulder so that his shoulder girdle is eliminated from the triangle. And from here I have angle on my opponent. When he drives forward, nothing happens. He just strangles himself. When he goes to posture up, it's so difficult to get away from that initial lock. Okay? So my first goal is to get angle on my opponent. But there's always going to be those times you feel you can't successfully get angle on your opponent. And you've got to go to the next option. And that option is pulling down on the head. Okay? If I cannot eliminate my opponent's shoulder, okay, and his shoulder is inside the lock of my triangle, I have to lock my triangle behind him. The one thing I will ensure is that my shoelaces go into my knee. So often I see people lock triangles where the shoelace goes on the calf muscle. Okay? Let's understand something. It may not look like much of a difference between this and this, but that is the difference between someone tapping in championship level and someone not tapping. Okay, it doesn't. Again, from the sidelines, it doesn't look like much, but when you're the competitors in the arena, it feels like everything. Anytime I have my shoelaces on top of my calf muscle, I'm dramatically lessening the strangle power of my triangle. It's always worth it to make sure your shoelaces go into the pocket of your knee. You have to do this. This has to be a reflex. Once I get a hold of my opponent in these situations, if I ever feel my opponent is directly in front of me and I've locked up like so and I cannot get an angle on him, then my next thing is to physically pull my shoelaces deep into my own knee. Now, you see, as Placido brings his shoulder forward, his shoulder is inside my triangle. I cannot get an angle on him. Okay? This is the time when I'm going to start coaching to pull the head down. I need to do something to make up for the fact that my triangle doesn't really have any advantageous angle to it. So I've got to make up for that lack of angle some other way. And one good way is to lock up over the head. I can use a double palm method. I can use a wrist-to-wrist method. Okay? Both are very good. Let's be sure of a few things, however. When we go to pull on our opponent, he goes to posture up and yank away from me. Let's make sure we don't just pull down on the head. The idea is that I push up with my hamstring. Okay? So there's two things at work here. I don't have my butt down on the floor and I pull him to me. Rather, as he postures up and away, I pull him to me and I bring myself up to him. Okay? You can also do tricks of angle with this. Very often what I will do is I will look to rotate my opponent's head into the cutting cord of my hamstring muscle. If I pull towards his own elbow, not much strangulation pressure, there's not much of an increase in my strangulation pressure. What I want to do is rotate his chin into my hamstring. And from here, the cord of your hamstring muscle forms a very effective strangulation. Okay? So when we go to pull down on the head, let's make sure we pull by first turning his chin into the cord of the hamstring. And secondly, don't just pull him to you, pull yourself up to him. The circumstances in which I advocate this are anytime I cannot form an effective angle on my opponent and when his shoulder is inside the lock of my triangle. So let's quickly go over those again. From any one of the various setups that we've looked at to go into a front triangle. Okay? My opponent shoves the shoulder forward and starts to square up to me, so I can't get an angle. I try to reach for his leg, he pulls the leg away from me, etc., etc. Okay? So from here, we're going to lock all the way into the pocket of our knee. Never being satisfied with this kind of thing. Always, we want our shoelaces inside the hollow of our knee. No exceptions. Now, from here, he goes to posture up and pull away on me. From here, we go through and get a hold of our training partner's head. High on the head, never down by the neck. We want the longest lever possible, so we turn his chin into the cord of our hamstring. Our hips come up off the floor, and the strangulation is very strong. These are the circumstances under which I advocate getting a hold of the head and pulling down, but always with the proviso. Turn the chin into the hamstring whenever possible. And don't just be satisfied with pulling his head down, make sure your hips are coming up as well.
If you can form an advantageous angle, go with that first. But if you can't, pulling down on the head can be a valuable way to increase the strangle power of your triangles. Now, we just looked at the idea of pulling our opponent's head down and the pros and cons of that. A second piece of advice, which is often coached to athletes, is whenever you have a front triangle, take your opponent's elbow and move it across your chest. Again, you've probably seen me coaching for some period of time in this video, and you didn't really hear me talking much about bringing the elbow across the chest. Again, rather like pulling the head down, this is not something I coach people to do automatically. It can be the right thing to do under certain circumstances, and it can also be the wrong thing to do under other circumstances. As a general rule, I don't believe that strangle pressure is greatly augmented by bringing the elbow across the chest, except under a few circumstances. Most of the time, there's actually advantages to not moving the arm across the chest. Let's have a look at the situation now. From a front triangle, you will often see people say, okay, once you begin the process of locking up the triangle, bring the elbow across the chest, like so, and perform your strangulations in this fashion. There's logic to this. It does make your body strong. It does do a good job of bringing the head and elbow closer together, which is a good thing. However, some of the most effective counters to triangles occur precisely because you brought the elbow across the chest. If Placido brings his elbow all the way across and locks over my knee with two hands, he can now separate my legs and avoid the triangle altogether. In addition, once I start bringing the elbow across the chest, it becomes harder and harder for me to make a switch to a joint lock if the strangulation should fail. In addition, putting the elbow across the chest does nothing to stop my opponent posturing up and moving away from me. So, most of the time, I advocate for my students to keep the elbow here, with my arm dominating the inside position. So even if Placido did try to move his elbow across the chest, he wouldn't physically be able to do it. By keeping my opponent's arm in this position, it means that I always have the prospect of a joint lock follow-up in many different ways, shapes, and forms. And in addition, when I go to form an angle on my training partner, it doesn't matter whether my opponent's arm is across my chest or not. From here, the strangulation is so directly on the neck that it doesn't require that the elbow be brought across. It's simply unnecessary. And it may even be undesirable. If the elbow goes across the chest under these circumstances, it adds nothing to the strangulation pressure and creates an opportunity for my opponent to start bringing the elbow down into a position where my knees cross my own center line, and now we start losing strangling pressure. So generally, I prefer to keep inside position and cover my opponent's elbow. What I like to do here is to form angles which create the strangle pressure. Off those angles, there's no need to bring the arm across. If I'm unable to form an angle and I lock the figure of four, even with the shoulder inside, if my opponent goes to posture up and avoid the strangulation pressure, we just do what we talked about earlier. I turn my training partner's chin into the hamstring and pull down on the head, and the strangulation pressure is very impressive. It's not necessary to bring the elbow across. If my opponent's hand is in the center and I see him posturing up and moving away, etc., one thing I do like hand in the center for is a switch into Judogatami. Off here, this is a good idea, make a strong body. And from here, this is a good opportunity for us to switch off to an arm lock. So that might be an example where switching the hand across the center is a good thing. As far as strangulation pressure goes, it does add slightly to strangulation pressure if we're directly in front of people. Okay, it's a little bit better for me to pull down on the head with the arm in the center if we're directly in front. However, if we're at an angle, it makes no difference whether the arm is here or here. Okay, when you coach athletes to focus on angle first, the whole issue of elbow across the center becomes a bit of a non-issue. It can actually be detrimental if your opponent is experienced in taking the elbow all the way across and using a hand-over-hand escape to a triangle. So generally I don't get my students to bring the elbow across the center as an opening move. We'll do it under some circumstances, especially if we're interested in switching to a Judogatami armbar. But most of the time we prefer to work with angle as the method of generating strangulation power rather than elbow across the chest. One of the great themes that I always push upon my students is the ability to go from upper body submissions to lower body submissions and vice versa. You have to have an effective game transitioning around the human body if you're going to win at high levels. The triangle is an outstanding opportunity to create strong upper body threats that create predictable defensive reactions which make his lower body vulnerable. As much as possible, we want to create a mental habit that every time we feel a triangle is failing, I go directly into my opponent's lower body. Let's have a look at my favorite methods of doing so. From a situation where my opponent's on two knees, the easiest attacks are generally to the upper body. So from here, we'll start taking our training partner forward and locking up a threatening triangle. As we punch our way into an angle and I see my opponent go to stand up on me, there's a danger now. He's going to begin posturing. You can see that as he punches the shoulder forward and begins posturing up with the head, it's going to get harder and harder for me to successfully complete that triangle. Under these circumstances, I'm always looking from here to get to an angle on my training partner. I'm going to take my hand, let's move around. I'm going to take my right hand and hook here inside my training partner's knee. Don't be below the knee for this particular move. There are other times we do go below the knee, but for this one, we're going to look to hook above the knee. Now, Placido is going to take his thumb and put it inside my knee. This thumb post enables him to start a rotation in the other direction, and as a result, he starts to spin out of my triangle. Now, we're going to take our foot, the outside foot. This is extremely important. I don't want the foot involved on the inside, my right foot, to go in first. I want the outside foot to go in first. So I'm going to pommel my foot in and take a hook here. Why? Why is that so important? If I go in with the inside first and my opponent pushes my knee in this direction, both of my legs are lost and I'm left in a dreadful situation with my arm locked inside his leg and my legs pointing in the wrong direction. So it's important under these circumstances I put this foot in. So when he goes to clear my legs, my left foot keeps me aligned with him. As a result, I can always pull my legs back in. Now we're in X guard. From X guard, as always, we first get our opponent's hands down to the mat. Once his hands go down to the mat, it's an easy thing for us to switch from X guard to reverse X guard. And then as always from here, knees go into chest, and we find ourselves in the perfect position to put him down to the mat and go into our favorite finishing sequences. So once again, we have an opponent in front of us and we use any one of our favorite methods of entering into the triangle. I see my training partner coming up to his feet and starting to pull away from me. He's going to have to bring his feet in to start posturing up. From here, we're going to get a hold of our training partner above the knee. I take my foot and I hook it right there inside his knee. As a result, my left foot protects my right leg. If he tries to throw my right leg by, my left foot holds me in place. And as a result, we can go right away to X guard. From the X guard situation, we tilt him down to the mat. We make a quick switch into reverse X guard and put him down to the floor into a potentially winning position. Let's have a look at it from the other angle. We start off, as we always do, going into Shinkaku, the triangle. I catch my training partner here. He starts posting on my knee, and there's a danger now that we're going to lose the triangle. As my knee starts to come off, I'm already thinking about pommeling my outside leg to the inside position. As a result, my left leg protects my right leg. Now we can tilt him down to the mat. We make a quick switch into reverse X guard, and then from here, we find ourselves in a winning position. This is a very effective and very easy way to to make quick transitions up and down the body, so that as we lose the upper body submission, we gain the lower body submission. You must train your legs to move in the right fashion. The good news is, whenever you feel you're going to lose a triangle, there's a feeling of anticipation. As you gain in experience, you quickly start to realize there's a certain point in which your triangle is no longer going to be effective. Don't wait for your triangle to become completely undone. Even as you mentally take note your triangle is unlikely to succeed, already be switching your thinking to how am I going to continue my attacks. And the best way to continue your attacks as your opponent postures up and away is to attack the one thing he's going to leave behind, which is his legs. Go into the X guard, go in with the outside leg first, so he can't just throw your legs by and pass. And as a result, you'll climb into X guard, go into reverse X guard, and finish up on a perfect inside heel hook opportunity.
Now, at the beginning of this video, I talked about the necessity of having strong finishing mechanics for any submission hold, triangles in particular. We're going to start looking now at what I believe is the king of the triangles. There's 5 triangles, but one of them is king. This is a Mote Senkaku, the front triangle. This is the one most of you are familiar with already, and the one which most people tend to assume is the only triangle. What I want to do is to go through my own interpretation of the finishing mechanics of this stranglehold, so that you can employ it against strong resistance and overcome some of the most common problems associated with front triangles. As a coach, every day I get athletes coming up to me saying, "John, the triangle's not for me. My legs are too short. I can't do it. I don't have the flexibility," 1,000 excuses, okay? Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Body type does play a role in your overall jiu-jitsu game. It definitely does. Anyone who denies that is just not being honest. And there are limits upon what your leg lengths can do. If you're 5'1" and your opponent's 6'4" and very broad through the shoulders, it's unlikely you're going to be able to lock a triangle successfully on them in a competitive situation. That should be obvious to all of you. But it's my contention that if your mechanics are good, there's a lot you can do to get around this problem of short legs. Okay, I'm 5'11". I have short legs for my height. One of my legs is crippled and I have a hip replacement, but I can still lock a perfectly good triangle. And I'm confident that if your mechanics improve through the elements we're about to look at, you'll be locking a lot more triangles on a lot bigger people than you were previously. Let's start off with my take on the front triangle and the mechanics involved in it. Okay? There's always been traditional ideas about how to finish a front triangle, and one of the most common you'll see is people getting used to the idea of locking a triangle and pulling down on the head. There's nothing wrong with that. It can definitely work, and it's worked well in the past. But I will come back to the idea of pulling down on the head. I don't believe it's the first thing you should be looking at. I believe there are things you can do before you need to pull down on the head, which will greatly facilitate your front triangle success rates. Let's look at it at an angle which will make it easier for you as viewers to watch this. We have a training partner here on 2 knees, and we've locked up an initial trap triangle like so. Okay, what's required for me to be successful here with the front triangle? Well, one of the big things is the idea of angle. Okay, if I'm directly in front of my training partner, you will see that Mateus's shoulder is still visible right there. If we shift to an angle, Mateus. Here you can see I've locked a trap triangle, and Mateus's shoulder is still visible inside my legs. Okay, the more Mateus's elbow comes down to the side and the more he pushes his shoulder forward, the harder it becomes for me to transition to a figure of 4. Why? Because the volume that I'm trying to lock inside my triangle is increasing. And as a result, my legs are becoming too short to lock a successful figure of 4. Okay? Remember, to lock a figure of 4, my shoelaces must be inside the crook of my knee. Now, the circumference of that area inside the triangle is relatively small. Okay, if my opponent's very broad-shouldered, I have to start lengthening my legs, and I get a less and less efficient triangle. So what I always look to do is to create situations where the volume that I'm trying to hold inside my legs diminishes. At a minimum, it will have to be my opponent's head, especially the area around the neck, and one arm. But I don't want to include the shoulder. The mass of the shoulder means that I have to surround a bigger and bigger element. It's harder and harder for me to do, and I need longer and longer legs to do so. So what we always want is to create situations where my strangle leg, I have a strangle leg and a support leg. Okay, strangle leg, as the name implies, it's the one that actually goes on Mateus's neck and strangles him, and the other one locks my strangle leg in place. It plays a supporting role, so it's a support leg. Okay, I want to bring my strangle leg all the way across my training partner's neck. Okay, so we pull in a way where it goes perpendicular to our training partner's spine. The more my leg lines up with Mateus's spine, the less efficient my triangle will be. So I always want that idea of perpendicularity on my training partner, so that my shin stays above my opponent's shoulder line. And it's from here that I'm going to be successful with my triangles. Again, the more my foot points down his back in alignment with his spine, the more leg length I need. The more I come out and get myself in a situation where my calf muscle goes across the line of the shoulders, the less dexterity and leg length I need to get the stranglehold to work. I'm just going to bring a third person onto the stage so we can observe these characteristics. We're going to have Mateus apply a triangle on Placido. Let's understand terminology here. We have a strangle leg, which is, as the name implies, responsible for the strangle itself. It covers the carotid artery on one side. Placido's shoulder will cover the other carotid artery. Once we go to lock the figure of 4 in this position, what Mateus needs to do is to keep his strangle leg, the calf of the strangle leg, above the shoulder line. If we just unlock for a second, the shoulder line, just keep your head in place, is the line that joins my training partner's two shoulders. Mateus must keep his leg above that line. The lower leg of the strangle leg must stay above the shoulder line. If Mateus's leg comes down below the shoulder line, when he goes to lock the figure of 4, you will see it's an incomplete triangle. It's only half of the triangle. You can't get all the way up where he needs to be. Okay. However, if he keeps everything well above the shoulder line, it's so easy for him to put his shoelaces inside the crook of his knee and get to a successful strangle. Okay. So what I want to see you guys doing as athletes is observing your opponent's shoulder line, and everything in the strangle leg stays above that line. Okay, everything we do in this position is built up around this idea of angulation, so that if we have the spine here, Mateus's strangle leg, the lower part of his strangle leg, will always be perpendicular to the spine. Okay, so the iron rule that we work with, and you will often hear me screaming this as a coach: stay above the shoulder line, stay above the shoulder line. There's the shoulder line in place. We take our lower leg and everything is locked up above the shoulder line. Okay, now thank you guys, let's just both of you just stay here. Now let's introduce a second keys concept. First concept, everything on the lower leg stays above the shoulder line. Now the absolute most important mechanical element to the front triangle, the idea of eliminating the shoulder. The best way for me to demonstrate this is by having two people here, and I'll point out what it means to say to eliminate the shoulder. Okay, remember, we want even short-legged people to be successful with triangles. Okay, so if I have a training partner in here, I want to minimize the circumference that I'm trying to wrap my legs around. That means my opponent's head and one arm. Okay, the more Placido's shoulder drives forward, the wider the area that I'm trying to cover with my legs. And now I have to resort to pulling down on the head and all kinds of things like this. Okay? I want to eliminate his shoulder out of the equation. The only way I can do this is by forming an angle where my knee goes directly in front of his deltoid. So here you can see my right leg is above the shoulder line and my left knee is directly in front of his deltoid. There's a sense in which you physically cannot see his shoulder. If you can see Placido's shoulder, that's not good. That's a terrible thing. Now I have a very poor looking triangle. A good application of any front triangle will mean that from the camera's point of view, the shoulder disappears. And from this situation, only the head and one arm is caught in my triangle. The volume that I'm catching inside my triangle is very small, and as a result, even short legs like mine have an easy time covering my opponent. But if the shoulder pushes forward and becomes visible, now my short legs, you can clearly see, I struggle now to apply a proper triangle in this situation. I always want my knee in front of his shoulder. When his shoulder disappears from view, from that front perspective, you know now we have a very, very tight triangle to work with. So these key elements, this idea of always working above the shoulder line and making our opponent's shoulder disappear from view, the sense of eliminating the shoulder, are two of the key mechanical elements. Let's demonstrate it now with two athletes working here in a triangle. Let's shift our body around to this angle so that it comes right in front of the camera. As the shoulder comes forward and he locks a triangle, you can clearly see that the shoulder is inside the lock of Mateus's legs. It's right there inside the triangle. Okay, it's visible to the camera quite clearly. If Mateus takes his leg around the corner and places his knee and thigh in front of the shoulder, now when he locks, the shoulder is outside of the triangle. The shoulder has been eliminated from the triangle itself. That's the key you're looking for. Okay, again, if the shoulder drives forward and we don't have angle, you can clearly see the shoulder is contained within the lock of the triangle. That's a terrible thing, and now it means the bottom man is, unless he has very long legs, is condemned to a more or less failed triangle. It's easier to counter. However, if we form angle and we get the strangle leg up above the shoulder line, now when we lock, you can clearly see the shoulder is outside the lock of the triangle. The only thing contained within the triangle are the head and the arm. And as a result, Mateus has an easy time locking a very tight figure of four and a successful stranglehold. Thanks. So, what's our game here? Our game in all the triangles, but the front triangle in particular, is always to eliminate the shoulder from the triangle. You want to lock your opponent's head and arm, but not the shoulder. Remember, the lock of the triangle itself is actually a very narrow space. It has to be. It's a stranglehold after all. If it was too loose, it wouldn't strangle anybody. So when I go to lock up a triangle, you can see the actual gap of the triangle is a relatively small space. It's only slightly wider than my forearm. Okay? So it has to be a narrow space, otherwise it wouldn't be an effective strangle mechanism. If your opponent is very broad through the shoulders, it's going to be hard to lock a triangle unless you have very long legs. So always what we're looking to do is to create situations where that shoulder gets taken out of the triangle. If its shoulder is in front of my thigh, I've included his shoulder in the triangle. Now it's going to require extraordinary leg length on my part to finish the triangle. But if I form an effective angle that puts my thigh in front of his shoulder so that his shoulder is now outside the lock of my triangle, now even short stumpy legs like my own can easily lock the figure of four and get to an effective stranglehold. So our first two key mechanical details for the front triangle are the idea of staying above the shoulder line with the strangle leg, and this critical idea that we'll come back to time and time again throughout this video, the idea of eliminating the shoulder from the triangle. If we can do those two things, our success rate is going to go up immediately. Now we're looking at the mechanics of a good front triangle. Let's go now to the positioning of our strangle leg. This is super, super important. If you guys were doing rear naked strangles with your arms, you would be very particular about the position of your elbow relative to your opponent's carotid arteries. We saw that in the back system. And yet it's quite shocking when you look at triangle attempts. People are not particular at all about where they place their leg when it's time to strangle. You should be just as particular about your knee position when you go to triangle people as you are about your elbow position when you go to strangle with your arms. It makes a big difference. Now, let's have a look at this in the case of a front triangle. First, as always, let's make a strong distinction between our strangle leg and our support leg. Okay, I've got two legs involved in a triangle. One is to strangle the guy, the other one is to support my strangle leg. So we have a front triangle like so. Here's one of the most common mistakes I see in the sport of jiu-jitsu when it comes to triangles. People place the crook of the knee too high. They place the crook of the knee on top of their training partner's ear. This is a classic mistake, okay? The moment my knee goes above the ear, my chances of a successful strangle go down considerably, okay? I'm not going to say it's impossible, but you definitely have gone down in likelihood. Now, from here, because my knee is so high, it's very easy for my opponent to start posturing actions and protecting his carotid artery. Okay, and from here it's hard for me to get a good finish. What I always want to do is take the crook of my knee and put it below his ear. You see there's a massive difference in strangle power between my knee above the ear and below the ear. The ideal is to place the actual fold of my knee directly upon my training partner's carotid artery. That's the ideal. This has a remarkable effect. It means that once we turn into an angle, it places my other knee as a perfect wedge behind his head. It means that when I go to lock my triangle, for the first time, the lock is directly behind my training partner's head, here, as opposed to the way most people do, where the lock of the triangle is behind the shoulder. When the lock of the triangle is behind the shoulder, it's very easy for my opponent to posture up and break my triangle. When the lock of my triangle is directly behind his head, even when he postures up and stands up off the floor, you can go, Mateus, stand up all the way, my triangle doesn't come undone. And the stranglehold is absurdly powerful. Just watch my left foot turn out to the side, and the strangle comes on immediately. When I go to apply the triangle with my feet locked behind the shoulder, not only is there too much mass inside my triangle, the shoulder's still inside the triangle, it's very easy for my opponent to posture, but when I go to squeeze my legs, I can't get an effective contraction. My opponent's elbow going in this direction shuts down my opponent, and I can't get any kind of strangle to work. The moment I shift my knee underneath his ear, now the lock of my triangle is directly behind the head. When he goes to posture up and move away, it means nothing. And the stranglehold can be applied in a heartbeat. If you want to dramatically increase the effectiveness of your stranglehold with triangles from the front, get the knee of the strangle leg below the ear. This will dramatically increase the efficiency of the strangle and dramatically reduce the likelihood of posturing defenses on the part of your opponent. So the great watchword here is get your knee of the strangle leg below his ear and lock your triangle behind the head and neck rather than behind the shoulder. You do these two things and watch your finishing percentages go up as a result. We're looking at the critical details of the mechanics of a good stranglehold in front triangle, or a mote senkaku. We've seen a bunch of details about shoulder line, eliminating the shoulder, etc., etc. I want to look now at one of the small details that makes a concrete difference in your performance. This is the use of my inner leg on my opponent's tricep, and how most people get the positioning of their inner leg in the wrong position and in a way which definitely detracts from their performance. If we have Mateus in front of us on two knees and we're working with a triangle, okay, I always want to ensure that the inner part of my thigh works at Mateus's tricep, not at the lat muscle. This is a critical detail. Anytime my inner thigh is locked to my training partner's lat muscle, this is an opportunity for him to posture up, and it's hard for me now to maintain the integrity of my triangle. Whenever we go to work into a triangle, I want to take my inner thigh and bring it to his triceps. When he goes to pull away, everything's locked in. He tries to pull his arm out, everything's locked in by that inner thigh positioning. Now, when I go to lock the triangle itself, you can clearly see his shoulder is outside the lock of my legs. And as a result, we get a very good strangulation. Okay. Again, if my inner thigh is on his lat muscle, you are condemning yourself to a likely failure before you've even begun. It is absolutely critical that when I turn the corner on my training partner, my inner thigh come brushing along the tricep muscle, so that when I set my legs, my strangle leg is well above the shoulder, and you can clearly see his shoulder is outside my triangle, and we get a successful finish. Now, what's the right way to get this done? A very simple rule. I want my two lower legs to point forwards. You can clearly see my two lower legs are currently pointing down towards his hips. I want my two lower legs pointing in the opposite direction. So I throw so that my 2 feet are pointing forwards. This ensures that my inner thigh is against his triceps. When he goes to yank out, it's so difficult. And as a result, when we lock the figure of 4, it's an unusually tight stranglehold from the onset. This critical detail of making sure that our inner thigh is locked against the tricep, not against the lat muscle, makes a huge difference when it's time to apply a successful stranglehold in a combative situation. Earlier in this video, I said that one of the chief skills that you are going to need to develop as someone who's interested in mastering the triangle is the transition from a trap triangle where my ankles are locked to a figure 4 triangle where we actually put the shoelaces of our foot underneath the hollow of our knee. If you're going to lose a triangle, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be during that transition, when you're trying to go from the trap triangle to the figure 4. The moment you land a trap triangle on a knowledgeable opponent, he's going to go into a series of strong defensive reactions designed to break that trap triangle and get him out of there. You're going to have to prevent that from happening and fight your way to the actual stranglehold. Let's look now at the case of the front triangle, Omote Senkaku, and how we can successfully manage this transition from the initial trap triangle all the way through to a good stranglehold. We've seen the mechanics of the stranglehold. Now let's look at managing the task of getting from trap to stranglehold. The first thing I want to look at is how to control your opponent's posture. It's probably fair to say that 9 times out of 10, your opponent's first reaction to the threat of a triangle are postural responses, where they try to bring the head up and move away. So if I go directly into a trap triangle, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out this man's in trouble. Okay, and he will immediately recognize the potential danger, and they all start putting hands on board and pushing the head up and looking to pop my feet apart. Okay, and if he can put sufficient pressure up to the ceiling, that's the result. My triangle comes undone. Okay, so we have to be able to prevent him from posturing. Okay, 2 good ways to do that right from the start. My favorite way of doing it is through a single collar grip. Okay, I don't like grabbing 2 hands on too early. I know it's a popular thing in current jiu-jitsu, but I usually have one hand to scoop the legs that we'll be looking at shortly, and one hand to hold the head. Okay. From here, I'm always looking to turn to an angle so I can get my arm inside my training partner's leg and turn to an angle. Okay. I can't do that if 2 hands are on. This does create a strong strangle, but it condemns me to staying directly in front of my opponent, which means he can go into other forms of defense like stacking, which will unlock my triangle. So what we're always looking to do is to get one hand on the back of our training partner's head. The second hand becomes a scoop grip inside my opponent's leg and scoops all the way inside the leg like so. When my opponent goes to posture up, this grip on the back of the head makes it exceptionally difficult. And I now have an ability to turn my body around and form angle advantages, which enable us to lock up a tight triangle. The second method of gripping, also very good, is for me to hold my own shin. This has the advantage of forming a locked and reinforced wedge around both sides of my opponent's head. When my opponent goes to yank out, again, it's a difficult thing, and it's relatively easy for us to use that same action of turning out to the side, and then we get the lock of the triangle directly behind our training partner's head for good results. Let's perform the same elements at a different angle so you can see what's happening here. We're trying to coach this idea that once we enter into a triangle, posture is going to be your opponent's first form of defense. If he goes up with the head, my triangle suffers. So we always want to get some kind of initial control over our training partner's head. My second hand scoops inside my opponent's leg and gets angle, like so. This takes my lower back off the ground. Okay? From a situation like this, when he goes to posture, the hand on the head makes it difficult. An alternative is for me to hold my own shin. When he goes to posture up, again, very, very difficult. My knee of the support leg here in front of the shoulder, making his shoulder disappear. As a result, it's an easy thing for me to lock the figure of four with my lock directly behind his head. When he goes to yank out, it's so difficult. And even the smallest application of force creates an immediate strangulation. This is the first element involved in a successful transition from the trap triangle that we begin with and the figure four triangle that we finish with. Now we're looking at this critical skill of managing the transition from a trap triangle that we begin with to the figure four triangle that you finish with. Let's understand something about triangles from the front. You got two legs and you got two arms, and you use all four of them. We have a strangle leg, we have a support leg. I have a posture arm, which controls my opponent's posture, and I have a scoop arm that goes inside my opponent's leg and gives me angle. The purpose of your scoop arm, as I just said, is to create angle on your opponent. As much as possible, I don't want to hit my triangles directly in front of people. Front triangles can be finished directly from the front, but they're also easily countered from the front. Unfortunately, you'll often see people successfully finish a front triangle from in front of a less experienced opponent, and people think, oh, it worked, so it must be good. No, it'll work up to a certain level and then stop working. The best triangles are almost always done perpendicular to your opponent. That's always the ideal that we look for. Almost all of the major counters to triangles can be stopped if we find ourselves at a perpendicular angle. Let's have a look at this now and the role of my scoop arm and turning my body. Okay, so here we have Matheus in a trap triangle situation. Here's my strangle leg. Here's the support leg. Here's my posture hand in place, and now my angle hand scoops inside my opponent's leg. Okay. From here, I'm able to turn my body so that I form an advantageous angle. My lower back comes off the ground, my knees come to my chest. When Matheus goes to yank out, it's so difficult. And because of that superior angle, the moment I lock my triangle, the strangle is extraordinarily efficient because of the angle that I work at. Now, I'm going to show you 3 different places I can place my scoop arm. You're going to need all 3, because once your opponent realizes the incredible value of the scoop arm, he's going to do everything he can to stop you using it in the way you want. So I'll demonstrate on this side so you can see my right arm working. From any given triangle situation, there's my strangle leg, there's my support leg, there's my posture hand in place. First, I scoop elbow deep inside my training partner's leg. I pull my own ear around the corner to his knee. My 2 feet point forwards in the same direction that Matheus is pointing. As a result, when he goes to yank out, it's such a difficult thing. Okay? In a situation like this, it's so easy to cover the shoulder, lock my feet directly above his head, and form that good strangulation. Pretty soon, Matheus is going to figure out that if I get inside this leg, it's good for me and bad for him. So what a lot of your opponents will do is they'll bring this knee here backwards. And as a result, I can't scoop it anymore. Okay, let's change the angle so people can see what's happening here. I try to reach for the leg and he moves the leg away from me. If I see that, I simply switch scoops. Instead of using an inside scoop on the near leg, I go through and I form an outside scoop on the far leg. And I get exactly the same effect. My 2 feet point forwards, and as a result, we can lock the figure of 4 and form a good strangulation. Mateus can't pull both of his feet back. If he pulls both of his knees back and away from me, then there's no need for me to do anything. He's just giving me an easy stranglehold. Okay? He can only take one leg away at a time. If he takes away the first, then I come around the corner and go into the second. If he leaves me the first, then I'll just work right with that and go into the standard finishes. If for whatever reason I can't get to a leg, the next best option is a scoop grip on the arm. Not quite as good as a leg, but not bad either. I will scoop the arm and use that to turn my body. Once again, we find ourselves in the perfect position to lock the figure of 4 and get our finishes. So once again, the 3 uses of my scoop arm. The best, my favorite, is near leg. If he pulls near leg back, we go outside grip on the far leg. If for whatever reason I can't score either leg, then I'll scoop at my training partner's arm and form a good enough angle off that to get the job done. So there's 3 good places that I can utilize my scooping arm. Either inside the near leg, my favorite, outside the far leg, my second favorite, or underneath my opponent's arm. Not bad, and certainly good enough for the purposes of turning an angle and getting to a superior strangle. Okay, we're looking at the front triangle. We've been focusing on mechanics and body positioning. Some of the concerns that we've been looking at is the idea of leg length. So many people erroneously believe I have legs that are too short to hit a triangle. It's not for me. It's for long-legged, tall people. Of course, leg length does facilitate the use of triangles. No one's going to deny that. But my point is that when the legs are short, you can, in many cases, make up for this with good body positioning, which has to do with attaining a perpendicular angle on your opponent and keeping your strangle leg above the shoulder line, and the use of a scooping arm to form an effective perpendicular angle on your opponent so you can go in and get the finishes you're looking for. Ironically, short-legged people, when they actually do lock up a triangle, find they have a much tighter triangle than long-legged people. So there's a sense in which it's actually an advantage if you can get the right position. What we need to do as athletes is consistently eliminate the shoulder from the triangle. I can't have my opponent's shoulder inside the lock of my triangle. That's too much volume for my short legs to cover. So constantly what we're looking for is to keep everything above the shoulder line, turn to a 90-degree angle through the use of a scoop arm, and make our opponent's shoulder disappear. The crucial element here is the positioning of my strangle leg above my opponent's shoulder line and my support knee in front of his shoulder. I'm just going to quickly show exactly what I mean by this. From a front triangle type situation, I have my strangle leg, which goes above the shoulder like so. When I turn to an angle on my training partner, I physically place my knee here in front of my training partner's shoulder, so that from the perspective of the camera, you cannot physically see the shoulder anymore. If you can physically see the shoulder, that's a problem. That's why we bring the inner leg, the inner thigh, around the tricep. That facilitates the turn that makes the shoulder disappear and ensures that the only thing inside my triangle is my opponent's head and arm. And as a result, when I close my triangle, you get this tourniquet-like effect, which creates an incredibly tight strangulation. What I want to do now is to go through all the disparate elements that we've looked at as far as mechanics goes and put them all together into a package so you can see them operating and how they work together to create that tourniquet-like effect, that incredibly tight noose around your opponent's neck for tight, efficient strangulations. We start with the trap triangle, descend like so. We know that when we get to a trap triangle, it's about forming angle. Okay. One way I can initiate angle is through the turning off the shoulder, but at some point I've got to go in there and get a hold of my opponent's legs. From here, I start that turning action where my inner thigh brushes against my opponent's tricep. I control his posture with the single collar grip, just like so, and from here we go in and we've got the lock of our triangle directly above our opponent's head. That's always what we're looking for. If we can do these things, some magic starts to happen. That magic is the ability to shut down the standard defenses to the triangle. The first line of defense that your opponent has is always going to be posture. He's going to try to posture up on you. Okay? If I can lock my triangle directly above my opponent's head by coming through and forming a superior angle on my training partner, when he goes to posture up, he's working directly against the lock of the triangle. Okay? If he goes to the next phase of posturing, which is to stand up, it's so easy for me to hook inside my opponent's ankle and keep that lock in the perfect position. And as a result, we get a perfect strangulation. Another common form of defense for my opponent is for him to turn to an angle, like so, and put pressure on my triangle. This immediately reduces the strangulation effect that I can have. But if I scoop inside my training partner's legs and he goes to turn to that advantageous angle, it becomes almost impossible. And from here, the strangle will take effect. Another very common form of defense is for my opponent to take his elbow across and drive his elbow to the floor and split my triangle. That's one reason why I always like to have my opponent's arm caught underneath my arm like so. Ordinarily, people will tell you, in order to get a finish, you have to bring the elbow across the body. You'll probably be rather surprised that when I went through the various mechanical details of the triangle, I never included that. There's a reason why. Up to a certain point, it's a good idea for me to bring the elbow across. But if my opponent's experienced, he'll bring it further across and split my triangle. In fact, it's a common misunderstanding that you need to have the triangle in the center. You don't. In fact, there's advantages to having it trapped underneath my arm. There's a bunch of arm lock finishes that we can see from this position. We'll look at those shortly. And most importantly, when my opponent tries to bring the elbow to the floor, it's impossible. It's stuck in place. And it's an easy thing for me to use angle to go through on my opponent. And now the fact that his elbow is outside my body instead of across means nothing. From here, the strangulation power is off the charts, and we can easily go through and finish regardless of my opponent's elbow position. It's not essential that you bring the elbow across the body. What is essential is that you close your triangle around the smallest possible part of your opponent's head and arm and eliminate the shoulder. That's essential. Elbow position is optional. Let's start putting all these things together now into just a general movement, which will give you a general sense of what you're trying to do in these front triangle situations. Okay, so it all begins with the trap triangle. Okay, from here we're going to punch through and get a hold of our training partner's head. So as Mateus goes to posture up and away, it's a difficult thing. Okay, now we go in and we scoop a hold of our training partner's legs. I bring my lower back off the ground and my 2 feet point well forward. Okay, now I place a wedge behind my training partner's head. The wedge is still open. Okay, I haven't crossed my feet yet, so I need to hold the head. When he goes to yank out, it's a difficult thing because of that hand position, either here or here. They're both great options. As my opponent goes to twist and turn, etc., my body positioning makes it exceptionally difficult. I'm very mobile because my lower back is off the ground. And then from here, I go forward and up, and I make his shoulder disappear. So I turn my shoulders in. And then from this position, it's so easy to lock the figure of 4 and strangle efficiently. Okay? So once again, we start off in a situation where we get a trap triangle. We come up to the head, and we make that turn all the way around the corner, making sure that our inner thigh is all the way down by the tricep. And as a result, the wedge goes in. I go from open wedges to closed wedges. We lock the figure of four. The wedges are now closed around the head and one arm. The shoulder is outside of my triangle. When he goes to stack me, it's impossible. We can strangle in a heartbeat. When he goes to lift me up off the floor, standing up, I'm underneath the leg, and it's impossible to lift me off the mat, and the strangle is immediate. Okay? Done in this way, you can see that most of the standard defenses to triangle get taken care of just through good body position, and you'll have a lot more chance to break through as you manage that transition from the trap triangle to the figure four triangle. We're looking in a lot of detail at the key elements behind a truly tight front triangle or a mote senkaku. My ambition is for you as a viewer to have a triangle so tight it feels like a tourniquet around your opponent's neck. All day I look across gyms around the nation and I see people locking the beginnings of a triangle. And you see fiddling, moving this way, that way, and there's no real tightness to the lock. It doesn't really look like the person's strangling, and then inevitably there's an escape. What I want is for you to be able to move very quickly and very efficiently from a trap triangle to a lock so tight your opponent is tapping in a matter of seconds, and there's no need for you to do any of the traditional things like pulling down on the head or arching your spine off the floor. None of these things are necessary, just because the sheer mechanical precision of the lock. Now, I'm going to talk to you now about one of the really key elements behind my approach to front triangles. This is the idea of unified legs. You've got two legs involved in the stranglehold. It's important they work in unison rather than against each other. Let's have a look at what I mean by this. Okay, we've got Mateus in a basic trap triangle from the front, okay? And our feet are locked, and we know now we want to turn to an angle, etc., etc. One of the biggest problems that I see is people will make a good turn to an angle, but they'll do a bad job with their leg positioning. It looks something like this. Okay, we turn off the shoulders out like so. What I want, what is desirable, is that my two lower legs point in the same direction. The more my lower legs share the same direction, the less work I have to do to actually lock a triangle. In addition, the harder it becomes for my opponent to escape. For example, if I have my two lower legs pointing in the same direction, I don't have a triangle here. You can see my legs are not locked. They're just pointing in the same direction. When Mateus postures up, the integrity of my triangle formation is kept. However, if my two lower legs point in different directions, okay, out like so, this kind of thing, now it's a joke. Mateus postures, and there's no resistance behind. Okay? Anytime my lower legs point in opposing directions, bad things start to happen. We always want the two lower legs pointing like arrows in the same direction. When there's unity between the two lower legs, it's so easy for us now to close the figure of four and strangle. So when we go to work for any given triangle, the first thing we like to do is get those lower legs pointing in the same directions. As Mateus goes to yank out now, it's so difficult. You can clearly see that his shoulder is outside of the triangle, and now minimal work has to be done to make the lock. And as a result, the strangle will take place immediately. Okay? So once again, when we start that turn off our training partner's body, I don't want my legs pointing any which way. I want my two lower legs pointing in the same direction. Only now do we have an effective wedging around our opponent's head and an easy transition into the finishing lock. So let's get those lower legs working in unison, sharing direction so that it's hard for our opponent to pull out as we're managing that transition from the trap triangle to the figure four triangle. A crucial theme that I want to push on you when it comes time to apply your front triangles is that of getting your lower back up off the ground and getting onto the points of your shoulders. A very common problem I'll see when I'm working with students and they're trying to develop their triangles is they'll work with their lower backs on the floor. Okay? If I come in here and lock a triangle and my buttocks and lower back are on the mat, any stacking on the part of my opponent immediately unlocks my triangle. Okay, it's not even it's not even competitive. He just blows my legs apart very easily. The problem here is there's too much of my body on the ground. This has a bunch of bad effects. The first is it makes stacks, as we just saw, very, very effective. Any forward movement of his head towards my head just overloads my triangle and it's done. Second thing is it's almost impossible to form an angle because there's so much drag on the floor. There's so much of my back on the ground that when I go to form an angle, I can barely move. Okay, there's just too much drag. In addition, it means if my opponent postures up, my body doesn't follow him. My lower back's on the floor. Okay, and as a result, the two most common reactions to a triangle: first, stacking is very effective. Second, posturing is very effective. And third, the thing that I need the most, which is to form an angle, is very difficult because there's so much drag on the ground that I can barely move in this position. A much better way for me to operate is to come up on the points of my shoulders and get my lower back off the ground. This is going to have a bunch of very good effects. The first and most obvious effect is that when my lower back comes off the ground, there's very little friction. And as a result, I can start to turn underneath my opponent. Remember, when it's time to enter into a triangle, my feet begin facing down the body. But when it's time to go, I want my feet facing forwards. And from this position, now I can easily turn underneath them. And movement becomes very, very easy. In addition, it means that when I actually go to lock my triangle, when my training partner tries to stack me, he's going forwards into the stranglehold. My strangle doesn't break. If he continued to go forwards, he would actually get reversed over. That wouldn't be in his best interests. If my opponent goes to posture up, I'm hooked into the legs so securely, and even if he does get up to his feet, it means nothing. I stay hooked in, and now the lock of the triangle is directly behind his head, and it's very, very hard for him to get away. So as much as possible, I want to see you getting away from the idea of your lower back lying down flat on the floor. That's going to be a very, very bad effect on your success rate with triangles. Let's get used to the idea of coming up onto the points of our shoulders and doing work from in here, just as we did at the start of this video, when we looked at the idea of those simple physical exercises which enable us to work in situations where my weight is all on the shoulders, and as a result my hips become very, very light and my legs become very mobile. If we can do these things, we can start to turn efficiently underneath people, and off any given setup to a front triangle from here, it's an easy thing now to make those turns. When he goes to posture up and pull away, etc., it's so difficult. And from here, the strangles come on fast and furious. So let's get that lower back up off the ground. Let's get up on the points of our shoulders and get to that angle. If you can add these to the various elements we've looked at so far, you're going to be finishing a lot of people with front triangles from bottom position. Now it's time to go from finishing mechanics to actually getting to a triangle. Okay, you guys know now a lot about finishing mechanics. Now it's actually time to get to a position where you can start finishing people. It's one thing to have finishing mechanics, but you've got to be able to get someone who knows what a triangle is and put them in the position so you can actually win. Let's start off with a very simple reflection. The story of every triangle is always the same. It's just two key elements. First, you have to be able to create a situation where one of your opponent's arms is caught inside your triangle and one of his opponent's arms is locked outside of it, the one in, one out position. From there, we lock up what we call a trap triangle, where my opponent's head and arm are caught inside my locked legs. So that's step one. Step number two is pulling my opponent in and adjusting my body from a trap triangle to a figure four triangle, so that we can employ all those fancy mechanical elements that we just looked at in the previous sections. So there's always two chapters to the story of a triangle application, regardless of type. We happen to be looking at the front triangle,
but it applies to all triangles. First, create a trap triangle. Create a situation where one of your opponent's arms is caught inside the triangle and one is locked outside of it. Once you get the trap triangle, chapter 2 comes in. The transition from trap triangle to figure 4 triangle, where you can actually strangle somebody. Let's have a look at this right now in the case of the front triangle from bottom position. We have a training partner in front of us. We use any one of the many setups that we'll be looking at later in this video to actually pull someone into a triangle. Our first thing is to create a situation where one arm is outside my legs and one arm is inside my legs. Mateus's right arm is obviously inside my legs, obviously his left arm is on the outside, and from here it's an easy thing to lock up that trap triangle. Now, his whole thing is going to be to get away from the situation. He wants to split my feet apart. Okay, so initially we want to have locked feet, just like so. The first thing we do in this situation is counteract his ability to posture. His best escapes in this position all involve the idea of posturing up and breaking my feet apart. So what we want to engage in first is what we call a knee pull. Pretty simple. My opponent goes to pull away. My whole thing is to pull in with my knees to chest. Okay, that's why we put such a precedence, such an importance upon this idea of pulling in with the legs. That's why earlier on in this video we did so much work with this idea of folding the body, where our body constantly folds over, so we get used to this idea of knees to chest, which creates a strong pull inwards with our trap triangle. So as we come in here and we lock up on our training partner, he goes to pull away. Our whole thing is to pull in with the knees, and that brings his head close enough to me that we can get that single collar tie just like so. Okay, that leaves us the scoop arm that we're looking for, and as a result we can start that action of turning, and from here go into the finishes that we look for. Okay, so our first thing is this idea of creating this trap triangle. And then from there, using the knee pull to control the distance between us, bringing his head in close to our sternum. So we go in on our training partner. From here, we've got the one in, one out situation. One arm is in, one arm is out. As I close over my training partner, we get that trap triangle. There it is. One in, one out. Now from here, he goes to pull away from me. There's the knee pull. It's a battle between my knees to chest versus his head up and away. All I need is to bring his head within the distance of my wrist. Not my hand, my wrist. I have to curl around the head. Okay, as he goes to pull up and away, I just pull him with one hand. Now I can unlock my trap triangle safely. He goes to posture up. He's held by the hand. The scoop hand goes in, and that's what gives us the angle we need to put the wedges in behind his head. Our two lower legs are pointing in the same direction. So when he goes to yank away, everything's locked in place. And from here, the lock of our triangle is in, and it's done. Once you get used to that simple two-step pattern, and you start to see it in the emergence of every triangle you hit, whether it be front triangle, back triangle, reverse triangle, it doesn't matter. They all work on that same pattern, that same two-chapter story. Get one in, one out, secure a trap triangle. From there, finagle your way from the trap triangle to the figure 4 triangle and get that strangle to work. Employ the finishing mechanics that we've looked at so far, and you'll be finishing a lot of people. Now, we've been looking a lot at finishing front triangles. Now it's time to look at getting into front triangles. I've got something to say about this. When I teach front triangles, even to beginners, I don't do it the way most people do. When I was a white belt student, I was taught front triangles from a supine position, lying flat on my back, closed guard. And I think it's fair to say that's probably about how 90% of people learn their first triangle stranglehold. Closed guard, supine position. So if you go into any beginner's class around the world, you will see people working from, say, a closed guard situation. My back is flat on the ground, and you'll see any one of a number of setups where people go into triangles, and from here they go to work and lock up in the usual fashion. And that's how most people get introduced to the triangle. I don't do that. When I first start working people seriously on triangles, I don't like to have them start in supine positions. I like to have them start in seated positions.
Why? Because the seated position offers much greater mobility. And as you've seen from what I've shown so far, mobility is a big part of my approach to the triangle. The ability to turn and move and get your lower back off the ground and spin on your shoulders to be able to finish people in triangles and get to an advantageous angle. It's also much easier for me to move both myself and him when I'm in a seated position. And that too is a very important thing when it's time to enter into your triangles. My point is this: it's much easier to move both yourself and your opponent in ways that set up the one in, one out scenario that we're always looking for triangles from a seated position than it is from a supine position. And that's why I begin all of my front triangle training from bottom position, seated, not supine. Now, what we need is some kind of effective working grip, because nothing's going to happen until we get a grip on this guy. My favorite way of introducing people to effective entries into triangles from a seated position is through the use of 2-on-1 gripping. And ironically, it's also the set of grips which are most responsible for our triangle victories in competition. So not only is it a great introduction, it's also very effective in actual combat. Okay, let's talk about the idea of a training partner who's on two knees in front of us, just like so, and we are in a seated position in front of them. I want to get into a triangle. We know that the story of every triangle is the same. I've got to create a one in, one out scenario. I've got to put a situation where one of his arms is inside my legs and one of his arms is outside. Okay? My favorite way to initially tie up with people in ways that take us into triangles is variations on the 2-on-1. My favorite variation is the elbow 2-on-1, where I get a hold of my training partner's wrist and I push it to the center line and I put my hand in a pronated grip and lock in on my training partner like so. Okay? It's very hard for me just to go straight to a pronated grip, because typically his hands are up and we're hand fighting like so. It's hard for me to get an angle on someone and grab like that. It's not really realistic. So typically what I do is I use my left hand to bring his right hand to the center line. Then my right hand goes in and secures the pronated grip, and then I go up my training partner's forearm and I take the elbow grip, where my thumb closes over the humerus bone and my four fingers control right on the cusp of the elbow. So when Mateus goes to yank away from me, it's surprisingly difficult. It becomes even more difficult when I take Mateus's wrist across my body to my right hip and bring my head forward and my own elbows close to my body. When Mateus goes to yank away, it's a very difficult thing, because I'm taking the one weakness of my grip, which is for Mateus to pull his thumb back towards himself, and hiding it in my hip. Now when he goes to yank out, it's quite a difficult thing for him to achieve. Okay? Regardless of whether I work here or here, I'm in the ideal position now to start entering the triangles. Why? Because the seated position creates space between my chest and his chest. And that space enables me to be putting a foot here on my training partner's hip, on the same side as the trapped arm. If I put my foot up on the wrong side, Mateus can take ashigarami, good, and sit into my legs and cause problems for me. Obviously I don't want that. So I make sure that I always put the foot on the same side here, so there's no ashigarami. Now I take my free leg and I place it out here wide. My leg is unweighted. All of my weight is currently on my buttocks. So my unweighted leg becomes very mobile, and mobility is a key element. As Mateus tries to catch my foot, it's a difficult thing, and it's very easy for me to run circles around his hand and place my foot on the bicep and pull him in to the beginnings of the triangle. Okay, let's have a look at this from a different angle so you can see what's happening here. I'll have to talk over my shoulder to you. So from here, we start off just like so. I need Mateus's hands on the center line so I can get a pronated grip. So left hand pushes to the center line. Right hand pronates, grabs in like so. Left hand goes through underneath and locks. Left foot goes on the hip. Now from here, this creates an unweighted leg. When Mateus tries to stop my entry into the triangle, it's so difficult. Okay, that unweighted foot goes to the bicep. I draw his elbow forward and my knee goes past his shoulder. Then in one motion, I throw my legs and go into the trap triangle. Now Mateus must bring his knees towards me to begin the action of posturing up. I pull in with my two knees so that I can get access to his head. We never, posture up, I never reach up to him. I bring him to me and lock. And as a result, it's an easy thing for us to get our scoop grip, turn the corner, put the wedges in place, and from here we lock the figure of four directly behind his head. When Mateus tries to posture up, stand up, etc., it's so easy for us to get our finish. This is an incredibly effective and relatively simple way to enter into the front triangle. Let's have a look at it one more time. We have a training partner on two knees in front of us like so. From here, in our usual kind of butterfly guard scenario, we lock and take that pronated grip and secure the elbow 2-on-1. From here I place a foot on the hip and I create an unweighted leg as he tries to catch the leg. It's such a difficult thing. And from here we go up into a good attacking position. I throw my leg over the top, my legs unified, going in the same direction. Initially I might lock my feet here, he goes to posture up, the knees pull in, we get a hold of our training partner's head and turn to a good attacking angle. From here we lock the figure of four and we get the finish. Now, when it comes time to enter into triangles from a seated position, my absolute favorite method of doing so, it's not even close, not even competitive, is 2-on-1 gripping. Okay, 2-on-1 gripping is just an incredibly effective way to garner immediate mechanical advantage over your opponent on one side of his body. Now remember, if we have a training partner on two knees, what's required for a triangle is complete control of one of your opponent's arms and the head. Okay, the other arm we don't really care about, it's on the outside. So the 2-on-1 is absolutely perfect for this because it locks down two of my arms on one of his and confers a mechanical advantage. I don't care how big and strong he is, two of my arms are probably going to be stronger than one of his. Now, when we work in situations like this, we've seen the first 2-on-1, the one which I use the most by far and the one which I like to see my students employ the most, is an elbow 2-on-1 with a pronated grip. We probably use this one more than any other, but it's not the only form of 2-on-1 grip. There are many. Let's have a look at some of my favorites now. One which I will often use is a supinated 2-on-1, where I go in on my training partner and I secure the elbow first and I draw it towards me and I hold with no thumbs and I slap his knuckles to my chest. When Mateus goes to yank out, it doesn't look like much, but it's hell to get away because his hand can't come back to himself, it's blocked by my hand. He can't push forward because my chest's in the way, and his elbow can't move. So this is a very fast and very effective grip. So here we have a pronated 2-on-1, and here we have a supinated 2-on-1. If I hold with my thumb and just hold it midair, he can easily twist his hand out and be gone. But if I hug it to my chest, now when he goes to do the same, it's damn difficult. And from here, I place the foot on the hip, and once again, we're in a position where we can kick over the shoulder. Now we've created the one in, one out scenario that we're always looking for. Initially, I cross my ankles, he goes to posture up and away, we knee pull, and we get a hold of the head. Once we've got a hold of the head, now we're in a position to go through and start that action of locking up for our triangle. Once again, I'll show it from a different angle. Mateus is here in front. From here, look, I get the elbow. I draw the elbow across so his hand is on my center line. My hand comes around the corner and I hug into my chest. So when Mateus goes to yank out, it's a shockingly difficult thing to do. Now I place my foot on my training partner's hip. He goes to grab my leg to prevent the triangle and finds that incredibly difficult. And from here, we kick over the shoulder and we're in position to lock our feet. From here, he goes to pull away. I go knees to chest so I can access the head. Even if his head is upright, I can posture up. From here, you can always pull it in far enough that you can put your wrist on the back of the head. Now from here, we get our scoop grip inside the legs. We turn our body around the corner, and as a result, my triangle locks directly above his head. You'll notice that my knee points in towards his crotch. That's always the favored position. If my knee points up towards the ceiling, very hard to hit an effective triangle. But if my knee points inwards towards the crotch, even the smallest application of pressure has an immediate effect. So that's another form of 2-on-1 gripping, which I often employ. Let's move on now to another form of 2-on-1, which I greatly favor. Very often, you'll have an opponent who comes out and makes a strong collar tie. Not a bad thing for him to do, because now he can pull my head down and start putting me into front headlocks and passing my guard out of front headlock. So it's a good thing for him to do. However, I can punish that with a very interesting variation of 2-on-1 gripping. Whenever I see my opponent come in here, I lock right at the elbow and I take my second hand and I chop over the bicep and lock in like so. Initially, he wanted to grip on you, but once I take my grip on him, he wanted to grab me, now he can't let go of me. Okay, so there's a sense in which he came in looking for an authoritative grip and got locked up in one himself. So he takes his collar tie, I lock the elbow and I lock in over the top. When he tries to take his arm back, now the arm is mine. From here I put a foot on my training partner's hip, I make my leg unweighted, and as a result we can quickly pop up and cross our feet. As always from here, it's always that same story. We pull in with the legs, we get a hold of our training partner's head, we get that scoop grip inside the leg, we point our knee at our training partner's crotch, and as a result we're in the perfect position now to lock the figure of 4. And from here we've got a very, very strong strangle indeed. From a different angle now, we have an opponent here in front of us. He comes out and makes a strong collar tie. From this position, look, I hold the elbow, I come in over the top and hug in like so. When Matthias goes to pull his arm away, it's a very difficult thing indeed. My foot goes on the hip, we kick over the top and we lock up our feet. From here, I pull in with the legs until I can access the head. As always, when we make that turn, we're always looking to get our knee pointing down to the crotch. Okay, and as a result, when we lock up the figure of 4, the stranglehold is immediate. Now, another form of 2-on-1, which I greatly favor. 2-on-1 wrist, my 2 hands pointing up, palm up to the ceiling. When do I use this form of 2-on-1? It's typically when my opponent has high hands. When my opponent has low hands down here, it's very easy to go into the regular 2-on-1s. But every so often you'll have a guy who has high hands. It's usually because they're trying to dominate your shoulders, like so. Okay? In these situations, we take a 2-on-1 wrist. So he dominates the shoulder, I come in and I lock, just like so. Now, that doesn't look like much of a grip, but here, one hand protects the weakness of the grip on the other. So when he goes to yank away, it's a surprisingly difficult thing. And from here, I put my foot on my training partner's hip, and as always, I draw him in and we lock up. As soon as I see my opponent trying to yank away and pull away, we pull him with the knees, we get a hold of the head, and from here, we spin, turn the corner, and again, the knee points in at the crotch. All the wedges are set in place, and as a result, when we lock the figure of 4, we get an enormously tight stranglehold. Let's have a look at that from a different angle. Again, we have a training partner here in front of us. I go in and I score that 2-on-1 wrist grip. From here, I put my foot on my training partner's hip. I create the unweighted leg, so even if he grabs my leg now, it's so easy for me to take the inside position with my foot. Hold tight. No matter how tight he holds, it's so easy. And as a result, we can quickly clear and then throw over the top. Now from here we start that action of pulling in. I get a good scoop grip on my training partner's head and leg. So I can turn, my knee points inwards to the crotch. My 2 lower legs are unified, both pointing in the same direction. The lock of my triangle is directly behind the head. Even as he goes to posture up and away, it's so difficult for him to get away from that stranglehold. And in this fashion, we can use 2-on-1 gripping to isolate one of your opponent's arms, lock it down long enough to throw our legs into a nice triangle position from a seated situation.
I want to spend some time now focusing on one of my personal favorite uses of the triangle, Senkaku, in all of mat wrestling and jiu-jitsu. This is the use of the triangle against arguably the most common form of takedown in the sport, and also one of the most common forms of reversal. This is the single leg. So many times we'll find ourselves in situations down on the mat where my opponent shoots with a head to the inside single leg. Okay, it might be if he's in bottom position, for example, if he gets an underhook on me and he comes up into a single leg. It might be because we're in half guard top, my opponent scores an underhook It comes up into a single leg. It might be because we were grappling on the feet, and from here my opponent shot in, took the single leg, and we went down to the mat. Okay. However it happens, whether it come out of a takedown, whether it come out of an escape, whether it come out of a reversal from bottom guard, it's arguably the most common form of reversal takedown that we encounter in the sport. It's actually one of the best times for us to start using triangles as a counter. Let's look at first the front triangle as a counter to single legs down on the mat. We'll start in the single leg situation. As we've just seen, there's a dozen different ways that I can end up on a single leg. How he gets there is not that important. What is important is he's there, he's in on the leg, he's got two knees down on the floor, you're working on the mat, and he's looking to put you down on your back. How are we going to counter this with a triangle? The first method we're going to look at is a step over method. My opponent's in here on the single leg. We're going to put in a tight waist on our training partner just like so. I'm going to take my leg off the mat. If my two legs are on the mat, he can easily switch to a double leg and quickly put me down to a hip. That's going to screw everything up. So our first thing here is to stuff our training partner's head, put in that tight waist, and separate our legs. Okay. Now I'm going to take my tight waist and my knee. I'm going to put my knee as a blocker next to Placido's elbow. My second hand is going to go on the floor, and we're going to turn him over down to a hip, just like so. Okay. Make sure you stay up on your hand. Don't fall down with him. That's going to ruin everything. Okay. We need a height advantage here. My head and hips have to be higher than his when I enter into the triangle. So we want to make sure we base out on a hand, don't go down to an elbow, and certainly don't go down to a shoulder. So once again, he's in on the single leg. We come in just like so. Look how I stuff the head, and I put my knee right there next to his elbow. I use a post hand and knock him down to the mat. I take my body around the corner, and from here I physically pull his elbow up to my hip. Now in one motion I step my body across. My hand catches my training partner by the head. I switch hands to the floor, and my knee comes around the corner just like so. Now we're in perfect position to put our head on the floor. We lock the figure of four in this position, and we can easily strangle for the finish. Once again, for a situation where my training partner gets in on the single leg down on the mat. From here we put in a tight waist. We take our leg off the mat. We start the action of stuffing the head. Now from here I block my training partner's elbow. I put my hand on the mat, and I put his hip down on the floor. Immediately I switch my two knees to one side of his body. I hike his elbow up just like so. So he's holding on to the single leg. From here I hike his elbow nice and high, and I step my leg right over the top. Now we're in the perfect position to switch. Legs come around the corner, two knees in place, our head goes down to the floor, and there's our triangle for the finish. One more time. Our opponent comes up on the single leg, just like so. There's our tight waist, there's the head stuff, and there's his hip down to the floor. I bring everything around the corner, step over the top, and find myself in the perfect position to go forward into the triangle. The key element, head down to the floor, makes it easy for the lock, and either an arm lock or strangle finish. This is a great way for us, and a very practical way for us, to use front triangle as a counter to the single leg down on the mat. Let's look at a second way that we can use front triangles against the single leg down on the mat. We've identified the single leg as probably the single most common form of takedown, and one of the most common forms of reversal that we face whenever someone's coming at us down on the floor. Again, my opponent's in on the single leg, head on the inside, just like so. Okay. As always, we take our second leg up. I never offer him an easy switch to a double leg in these circumstances. Always we come up, we stuff in down on our training partner's head. This time we're going to go through into a quarter Nelson. Okay, two varieties of quarter Nelson, both very good. The first involves me posting on my training partner's head and then gripping my own wrist. My intention with any quarter Nelson is always to put his head underneath his own armpit and break him down to a hip. That's always what we're looking for. Okay, so once again, he's in deep on the single leg. We start by stuffing the head, and from here we go in, we use the head post method, and we put his shoulder and then his hip down on the floor. Okay, second method of quarter Nelson. This one is arguably a little stronger. From here, instead of posting on my training partner's head, I'm going to grab by the jaw, just like so. So I take a chin strap. Again, I come through. This time I grab not my wrist, but my forearm. And from here, you get a stronger lever action straight down to the mat. Okay. The truth is they're both highly effective. One is slightly stronger than the other, but they both work just fine. So once again, we've got an opponent in on the single leg. We're doing our usual thing, trying to square up to him, etc. We go to stuff our training partners here, and we go right into this turn that puts him down to a hip. Okay. Once we've put him down on the hip, we're going to turn the back of our hand onto the back of his head. So I had two hands on him like so. Now I go to one hand. From that one-handed situation, I block my training partner's hip and I start an action of walking around his body. As soon as we get to the body, I catch my training partner's wrist and head. And as a result, I'm able to throw everything across my training partner's body, put my head on the mat, and once again, we're locked up for the triangle. Let's have a look at that from a different angle. My opponent gets in on the single leg, just like so. From here, we start off with that essential quarter Nelson that puts him down to a shoulder and a hip. I put the back of my hand on my training partner's head, and I start the action of walking around. As soon as I get into this position, I catch wrist and head. I lock my elbow to my own hip. So if Placido goes to pull his left arm out, it's wedged in place. And as a result, I can easily step everything in over the top and go forward and lock the figure of 4 for the finish. Again, we find ourselves on the receiving end of the single leg down on the mat. From here, we're always looking to stuff our training partner's head and apply that quarter Nelson. I move around the corner and I catch, step my leg straight in over the top, and there's the lock of the triangle. One more time. My opponent gets deeper on the single leg. As always, we look to stuff our training partner's head and break him down to the mat. We catch everything in place, the legs go through, lock, there's the figure of 4 and the finish. Okay? And this represents another highly effective way in which we can attack the single leg with front triangles. We've been looking at using front triangles against single leg takedowns down on the mat. Let's look now at a situation where my training partner's in on my leg and he's got a very, very strong grip indeed, and he's gotten elbow deep around my leg like so. Okay, so instead of being wrist deep, where we could apply an effective whizzer on our training partner, he's now elbow deep on the leg, and as a result my tight waist is less effective. It's hard for me to work here. His lock is above my knee and I feel like I'm getting trapped. Okay, in situations like this I will abandon the tight waist and the whizzer. Okay, and instead I will go through and seize my training partner by the tricep, and from this situation I take my elbow and I touch their elbow and I go around the corner. I put my foot right over their head, just like so. As they go to posture up in this situation, we come around the corner and find ourselves in a perfect situation now to apply the triangle. As always, from here, we lock up the figure of 4 and we get our strangle. Once again, from a situation where my training partner gets deep in on the leg, he's elbow deep on the leg and his lock is above my knee. So it's going to be very hard for me to apply a whizzer successfully or a tight waist. In these circumstances, I put my leg up, I abandon the tight waist, and I seize my training partner here by the elbow and tricep. I put my elbow right next to his, and I rotate with the intention of putting my foot on the back of his neck. That creates the perfect situation to come out on the other direction. Now, as always in these situations, we take everything across to the side, our foot comes wedging behind his the back of his neck, and as a result we get a clean strangulation. Once again, my training partner comes around the corner and locks up. His lock is above my knee and he's elbow deep in on the leg. No problem. From here we start the action of going through and around. I always recommend taking your hand first and seizing your training partner by the elbow and then putting your foot right on the back of their neck. That creates a good connection to work with. And from here, we find ourselves in the perfect situation to apply a stranglehold. A nice variation, which I often use in these circumstances, is to use not a front triangle, but rather the Hantai Senkaku, the triangle locked in what appears to be the wrong way. So my opponent comes in, same situation. Our tight waist is not effective here, so we seize him by the elbow. We go elbow to elbow. I put my foot right here on the back of his neck. I see my training partner posturing up. You'll notice his arm is on this side of my body. It is not centered. And as a result, this is a perfect opportunity for us to go around the corner and lock up the Hantai Senkaku. And from here, we get a very strong strangulation indeed. Whether you choose Hantai Senkaku or Omote Senkaku, the front triangle or the wrong-sided triangle, I leave that up to you. They're both great finishes in this situation. Now we've been looking at the single leg, probably the most common form of takedown and also one of the most common forms of reversal when we're down on the floor. We've looked so far at front triangles and wrong-sided triangles as a counter to the single leg. Let's make a switch now to Yoko Senkaku, the side triangle. This is another excellent way for us to use triangle strangleholds to counter someone who's a strong single leg wrestler down on the mat. Okay, we have an opponent who's gotten in on the single leg situation. From here, as always, we want to control our training partner's head and get our leg off the floor just like so. Okay. From here, we're going to come up with our body so that space separates. Normally we're down here like so. We come up just like this. Now I'm going to take my foot, I'm going to hook into my training partner's armpit, just like so. Once we get that hook in place, we're going to come back to the tight waist. I'm going to put my hand down on the floor and we're going to fall not to the side but to the rear corner, just like so. And as a result, we turn our training partner over. Now, the situation here is a little uncontrolled. Okay, so the first thing I like to do in these situations is to make sure we have a strong form of control through the use of Kimura lock. So I switch off to a Kimura on the near side arm. Now from here, our next thing is to lock a tight Senkaku on our training partner. The way we're going to do that, as always, is to put our thigh underneath our training partner's head and come up and go belly down and extend our right leg as far as it'll go into my training partner's armpit. So that when I come back and relock my triangle, we've got a good strangulation on our training partner. From here, we can always make adjustments with our opponent's far arm, but always I like to come back to the security of that original Kimura. And from here, we have a good stranglehold. Of course, like any Senkaku situation, you also have excellent arm lock finishes, wrist lock finishes, and finishes on both of your training partner's arms. Once again, in a situation where my training partner gets in on the leg, just like so. From here, we start off by pushing down on the head, posting, and taking our foot and hooking in so that my heel goes to my knee. Now we go in with a tight waist, and the directionality of the fall will be this way. Try to avoid falling right across your opponent's body. We want to sit back. So my hand goes out, and from here, we tilt our training partner over. As a result, we're in good position to lock up the figure of four. From this general situation, our first thing is always to come up so we can get our right leg into a deep position inside our training partner's armpit, so that when we come back into the figure of four, we get a very tight stranglehold for the finish. From another angle, our opponent goes in on the single leg, we go through and catch. So that you'll see my knee and my heel are very close together. There goes the tight waist. There goes the hand down to the floor. Here I've fallen across the body. That's a less desirable outcome. I want to fall more or less over here. Now when we lock up, look how my whole thing is to get this right leg in as far as it'll go. So I start by popping up. So when I come back into the stranglehold, the effects of the strangle are very quick. This is an excellent way for us to use the side triangle as a counter to single legs down on the floor. Now we've been looking at the issue of single legs down on the floor, and we're looking at Senkaku, the triangle, as a counter to single legs. Let's look now at one of my absolute favorite ways of countering single legs down on the mat. My opponent's deep in on the single leg, head on the inside, as we've been looking at so far. This time, instead of me putting my foot here for the Yoko Senkaku into the armpit, we're going to use a different method. Okay, we're going to put our body in a way where I hook in on my training partner and I start an action of slouching. So instead of falling over to the side, I start an action of slouching. Now, from here, in the slouch position, there's nothing to stop me physically grabbing my foot and pulling it high up into my training partner's armpit. As a result, we can lock the figure of 4 directly in this position. Often, there will be a period of adjustment where I use my hands to cinch the stranglehold tighter and tighter. The key point is that you want your heel directly in the armpit. The further your heel goes down the tricep, the less effective your strangle will be. So let's make sure we hike the foot high and we lock the figure of 4 and we make whatever adjustments are necessary to lock everything in satisfactorily. Now from here, I go back to the waist and I apply my stranglehold. It's a very tight one under these circumstances. Now, let's go through these details again. Remember, you are sitting on your butt at this point, so you're taking something of a risk. You were on top and you went down to bottom. So if you're going to take this route, let's be sure we do it correctly. Once again, my training partner gets deep in on the leg. Okay, we stuff the head, separate our legs, and from here I take my heel into the armpit. From here I put the tight waist in on one side and I put my hand down on the floor. Now, even as my training partner holds tight to my leg, from here I want to start an action of pulling back with one leg and slouching with the other. Okay, as we go down to our hip, I grab a hold of my own foot so I can lock the figure of 4 high in my training partner's armpit and make the necessary adjustments. You'll notice at no point do I go down to my shoulder. This is not the idea. I want height on my opponent, so I stay up on my hand, or at the very least on my elbow, but preferably my hand. And during this period, there is often adjustment with my hand to my own foot to ensure that the lock of my triangle is high in the armpit instead of low on the tricep. Now from here, when my opponent goes to put me down, it's so easy for me to put weight into him and apply the stranglehold and get the finish. Okay, it's a very, very strong form of strangulation. Let's have a look at it again. My opponent gets deep in on the single leg, just like so. We start by pushing down on the head and the foot goes in. Okay, now my hand goes around my training partner's waist. I can't stay in this position because if my opponent lifts his head up, I will tend to fall off. Okay, because I'm committing my weight forward. So it's important in these situations that I start that slouch down to the mat. Now from here, I can't just have my knee and feet apart. If he pulls the elbow out, that's a disaster now. It's gone. Okay, so it's very, very important in these situations. My foot holds his tricep in place. It's like so. So when he goes to yank his arm free, there's resistance. I can't have my foot dangling in the breeze where the arm comes out. Now he gets a double leg, and all he has to do is free his head, and he's going to complete the takedown. So from here we pull up and we lock the figure of 4. Now from this position he goes to take me down, we lock in place, we just apply the stranglehold and we get the finish. If for whatever reason the stranglehold is not adequate, I keep the tight waist and I grab my training partner's foot. Okay, the more I come around the corner, the stronger the strangle gets. And if for whatever reason the strangle proves to be inadequate, it's an easy thing to turn him over and put him on his back. Now once again, we find ourselves in that same Yoko Senkaku and we strangle for the finish down on the mat. Let's have a look at this whole sequence again. Placido gets in on the single leg, down on the mat like so. From here we start by taking our foot around the corner. We go down to a tight waist. I pull his leg forward and we go down to a slouch position, just like so. I physically grab my foot and I pull everything high up into the armpit, making whatever adjustments are necessary to ensure that the lock is high in the armpit rather than low on the tricep. From here, we can just apply stranglehold directly. We can also go around the corner like so. So when he tries to lift me, it's very, very difficult, and the stranglehold kicks in the whole time. In addition, we can also put our opponent right over and lock up. You can always apply the stranglehold from top position. This is a highly effective sequence which we can often use against single legs down on the mat. Now, we just looked at the incredible value of 2-on-1 gripping as a setup to triangles from a seated guard situation. Now we're going to look at my next favorite method,
of gripping an opponent to enter into triangles from a seated guard, this is the use of an overtie. First, what's an overtie? Let's have a look at a situation where Mateus is on 2 knees in front of me, and I'm on 2 knees. This would be a collar tie, where Mateus has a grip on my collar, just like so. So this would be a standard collar tie. If I put my own collar tie on him, we would both have a collar tie on each other. Okay? An overtie is where I go over and around my opponent's collar tie, and I take a collar tie on the same side, outside and over his collar tie. Okay? So here we both have conventional collar ties. Here I have an overtie. He's gripping left-handed, and I'm gripping over his left arm, right-handed, like so. He has the inside position, and I have the outside position. Now, this is an incredibly valuable grip in many different ways. Okay, in the standing position, we often use this to set up slide bys, etc., so that we can go behind people and get to their back. Okay. In the case of the triangle from seated guard, we use it as a means of controlling our opponent's posture and keeping an arm trapped. Remember, our ultimate goal in every triangle setup is the same. It's to create a one-in, one-out situation. And the overtie is a splendid way of doing this. We're going to start off just like so, with our training partner working in. He's going to go in and take a collar tie just like this. Okay. Initially, I can play wrists and triceps. That's fine. Okay. Good way to prevent him from passing guard, etc. But at some point in the action, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to sneak on and overtie on my training partner. It doesn't feel very threatening from Mateus's perspective. Then I'm going to take my other hand and I'm going to go through and I'm going to hold my training partner at the elbow. As before, I'm going to put my foot on the same side as the trapped arm. Not the opposite side where now he could start going into ashigarami attacks on me. Okay? Obviously we don't want this kind of thing happening. That would be annoying to have to fight way out of a leg lock when you were going for an upper body to hold. So we come in here and we get our grips. Interestingly, when Mateus goes to yank his arm out, it's shockingly difficult because the head is controlled and the elbow is controlled. So now it's very easy for us to place our foot in and create that same unweighted foot that we saw earlier. When Mateus tries to grab my foot, it's so hard for him to stop that maneuverability. And we pull all the way around the corner. Now, because of the very nature of the overtie, we're locked in place with head control right from the start. So it's really easy for me to put a hand inside my training partner's legs and start that inversion process that always brings our body out and around the corner and into a situation where we can lock the figure of 4 directly over his head and get to the finish. Let's have a look at it from another angle. Mateus comes out and puts on a collar tie just like so. Okay. From here, I go through and I take the overtie and elbow. From here, I place my foot on the floor and create an unweighted leg. All my weight is on my buttocks, so my foot is unweighted and very mobile. And as a result, I can easily pull him in and lock up the beginnings of a triangle. Now from here, my hand feeds on the inside of my training partner's legs, and we start that action of turning the corner. From here, I lock the figure of 4. You'll notice my knee is pointing in towards the crotch, so that as we lock the figure of 4, we get an enormously tight stranglehold for a very secure finish. This is an excellent, excellent way to get into triangles. In a combat situation, very often there will be quite a bit of pommeling for position. So realistically, it'll look something like this. We have an opponent working here, and we start off gripping, etc., etc. I get my first grip. He pulls his arm out before I can get it, and then from here he comes up and collar ties on the other side, and we come through and work. So there's always this constant pommeling from side to side on my training partner. Eventually, bang, we go in and catch. And then from here, we're ready to go. It's an easy thing now to turn the corner and from here lock up our triangle in the regular fashion. Realistically, as I said, there'll be a lot of hand fighting as this is going on. You can expect to be tying up wrists, attempting arm drags. He goes to pull out, yank out, so you're controlling that wrist, and there it is. There's the grip we're looking for. Okay, once in, foot goes on the hip, second leg goes over the top, and we're ready to play. That overtie is a very, very valuable addition to your setups to triangles from the seated guard situation. Now, we just looked at the overtie as a setup to triangles from a seated guard situation. What about regular collar ties? Can I use those? Absolutely. collar tie is an excellent way of controlling entries into a triangle because it directly controls your opponent's head. And all of his posturing begins at the head. So if you start with a collar tie, you have a great chance of holding him in and getting to a good triangle. Question is, how are you going to manage this? How are you going to work your opponent's arms in here? Well, let's have a look at this right now. We have a training partner on 2 knees. Very often from here, I will go out and initiate a collar tie by coming through and getting a hold of my training partner's elbow. Okay, so if we're here in a hand fight situation, I catch his wrist and I go through and I take the elbow joint just like so. Once I've secured the elbow, my second hand comes up and locks onto my training partner's collar just like so. So I have an underhand grip on the elbow. I'm not going overhand. I see many people in the sport of jiu-jitsu going overhand. There's times it's a good thing, but not for the triangle we're about to look at. Okay, so from hand fight, I go through and I secure my training partner's hand, and there's the elbow. Once I get the elbow, I go through and I secure the collar. Now I put my foot on the same side as the elbow control. If I go on this side, you can just go ashigarami, and now I'm fighting my way out of legs. Okay, so we always go same side as the trapped arm. Okay, so once again, wrist, elbow, collar tie. From here, I put my foot on the hip and I place my foot just inside my training partner's bicep. Okay, now from here, I go around the corner, kick through, and as always from here, we lock up an initial trap triangle. Off that initial trap triangle, we're always going to get control of our training partner's head. I go in, I get a grip on my training partner's legs. From here, as always, we make that turn that gets us up so our 2 feet are pointing in a forwards direction. I control my training partner's head so that when I lock the figure of 4, it's a very clean lock on top of my training partner's head and neck. On the other side, from any situation where I go through on my training partner, I catch the wrist and I get a hold of the elbow. I go through, there's my collar tie like so. I place my foot on the hip, and from here it creates an unweighted foot that can pass through and end up in a fine attacking position. As always from here, we get a hold of our training partner's head as he goes to posture up and away. We're always looking to make that turn. From here, my knee points in towards my training partner's crotch, my 2 lower legs pointing in the same direction, so we can lock a tight figure of 4 for a good finish down on the mat. Done in this way, the collar tie can be a very valuable addition to your triangle setups from a seated guard situation. We're looking at the idea of using various grips to set up front triangles from a seated guard situation. The general point that we're trying to raise is that when it's time to learn or mastery of the front triangle, begin in a seated position. It's much easier to move both yourself and your opponent from a seated position to enter into the 1-in, 1-out situation than it is from supine situations, which are traditionally used to teach triangles to beginners. One of my favorite grips to work triangles in general, and seated guard in particular, is the overhook. This is a great means of keeping my opponent close to me. People are always trying to posture up and away from triangles. The beauty of an overhook is it holds him in close, makes posturing up and away very difficult. But it comes at a price. It means he's so close to me that it's not always easy to throw my foot over and get to the 1-in, 1-out situation that we're looking for. So we're going to employ a trick. We're going to use the overhook to hit a sweep. One of the most well-known sweeps in the sport of jiu-jitsu, the hook sweep, or sumigeshi as my students often refer to it. As our opponent falls over onto his back, no one when they're in the top position wants to be the guy that got swept. Okay, you lose points. You lose top position. Even in a submission-only match, many people quickly get back up to top position when they feel they've been swept. We're going to use his reaction to set up a nice triangle. Let's have a look at a situation where Mateus is on 2 knees and we're working in the usual fashion. Okay, I'm going to take Mateus forward into an overhook by coming up to a collar tie and bringing him towards me until I can lock up my overhook in place. As with any overhook, my thumb should be close to my pectoral muscle, just like so. Now, from here, I'm going to take my second hand and I'm going to secure his wrist. I'm going to push his wrist inwards by putting my elbow close to my hip, and I'm going to grab my own wrist with the figure of 4. Okay. Now, Mateus has good head position, but that's about to change. I'm going to tilt Mateus down and attempt the sumigaeshi, and I'm going to put him over to his back. Just like so. Now if Mateus just lay there, I would get top position. Okay, that would be a win for me. I get up on top and I can attack. Very few people will accept being swept to their back. The overwhelming majority of your opponents will fight to get back up. I step over his body and I let Mateus fight his way back up to his knees. But as he gets back up to his knees, I still have the same grip. You can't see it because it's underneath his chest. But don't worry, I'll soon show an angle where you can see it. My grip hasn't changed. It's still the same figure of 4. As Mateus comes back up and reclaims top position, he finds himself getting caught in the beginnings of a triangle. Now from here, as always, I cover the head. That's the first thing that's going to move away from you. It's always the head. So we always go in and control it. Now we get our scoop grip. We turn the corner on our training partner, our 2 feet facing forward. We still have good control of the head, so he goes to pull away. It won't be easy. We lock the figure of 4, my knee pointing in towards his crotch, so that when we lock the triangle, it's directly behind his head, and the strangle comes on immediately. Once again, let's start off with Mateus here in my butterfly guard. From here, we start off with the regular hand fight. I come up, I draw him forwards so I can take my overhook in place. I secure his wrist, my own wrist. I put my shoulder down on the mat and I successfully sweep him over and stand over his body. As Mateus gets back up into top position, watch as his head rises, my leg goes under. I still have his wrist so I can throw over the top and secure the head. As he goes to pull away from me, you still have that head in place. And as a result, we can quickly go around the corner and into a winning position. This is a very, very useful way to use overhooks from a seated situation to put your opponent down briefly enough to enter into the 1 in 1 out position and secure a triangle in the fashion that we've seen before. We're looking at the idea of various grips as setups to triangles, in particular the front triangle, Omote Senkaku, working from bottom position. Let's look now, we just saw overhooks, let's look now at underhooking. Now, the overhook had its value because it controlled distance between us, and I can keep my opponent head to head in a position where we could set up the triangle relatively easily. Let's look now at the incredible value of underhooking and understand both its strengths and weaknesses, because there are some weaknesses here. When I underhook from this position, there's a problem that if my head position is poor and I'm too far from my opponent, it's very easy for my opponent to take his elbow back inside, and now I lose the underhook. He can pommel into his own underhook, flatten me out, and cause problems here. Okay, now we have to go to work in other ways. So my underhook has to be locked up in certain ways to make it effective. Okay, let's turn a little bit closer to the camera here and understand the nature of underhooking. I want my hand cupping over my opponent's shoulder so that the blade of my hand comes over like so and cups the front deltoid. If I have a superficial grip on my opponent's rear deltoid, it's very easy for him to slip his elbow through and then punch in his own underhook and start the action of flattening me out. Okay, so it's important here that when I enter into the underhook, if he's posted on my shoulder, I want to clear his elbow out of the way and come through, and I put the edge of my hand, like I was doing a chop, right there on my training partner's deltoid, and I lock in like so. So that's my hand position. You'll notice when I grip, my grip is that of a false grip. I reach with a bent wrist around like so. So here we start off, I clear his elbow out to the side, I punch in my underhook, and then from here I cup the front deltoid like this. Okay, so that's my hand position. Next important thing is my elbow position. When I hold the underhook, I want my forearm parallel with the mat. I don't want my elbow down. When my elbow is down, it's so easy for him to clear my elbow and bring his elbow inside, and now I've lost my underhook entirely. Okay, I want to create a situation where my elbow is high. The higher my elbow, the greater the control I have with the underhook. So I come in, there's my hand covering the front deltoid, and you'll see that my elbow is very, very high. If we just bring you around in this direction, we'll show you from a different angle. Okay, this would be an example of a poor underhook. My hand is here, low on the deltoid, like so. Okay, and my elbow is low. This makes it very easy for Mateus to bring his elbow over the top and punch in his own underhook. And then from here, now I've got to go back to my overhook series. Okay, so when we enter, I make sure that I go high with my hand, cup the front deltoid, and my elbow goes high, so that my whole forearm is parallel with the mat. And as a result, I'm in a good position to go on the attack. When he goes to pull his elbow away from me now, it's significantly more difficult for him. Okay, that's how we want to be gripping effectively with our underhook. Now, let's put this in a context where we can actually work our way into a triangle in a very common situation. The first triangle that we're going to look at involves us working from a supine position. We've been flattened out to our back, and we work to go into a triangle from an underhook. I'll just have Mateus on this side. Okay, so we'll start off in what seems like a pretty hopeless situation. We've been flattened out down here on the mat. Our first move from this position is going to be to hit a forward shift that takes me from a supine position up to one where I can get up on my elbow. So we're going to hit the forward shift and come up like so. I'm going to punch in my underhook, and we're going to come down here to an elbow like so. Okay, very important, I'm here on my elbow. If I go down to a shoulder in a situation with an underhook, it's very, very hard for me to get the space I need to get into an underhook, into a triangle. Okay, what I need is mobility, and the best way for me to do that is to work here from my elbow. Once I have my elbow on the floor behind me and my foot goes either on his thigh or on the floor on the outside, now I have an ability to move my hip. Okay, and that's always what I'm looking for. Once my hip starts moving in this position, it becomes very, very easy for me now to take my foot and pull my opponent into a good triangle attack. Off that triangle, I immediately lock my feet, the trap triangle. I take my hand from overhook, punch through, and get a hold of the head. As my opponent goes to pull away from me, it's so easy now to hook into our usual attacking sequence and have our feet pointing well forward from this position. When he goes to posture up and away from the triangle, it's so difficult. And as a result, we can easily put the wedge in behind, and from here, lock up the figure of four for the strong triangle finish. Once again, from a situation where my training partner has me flattened out down on the mat, we're going to hit a small forward shift action where I take his body weight and move up just like so. Now from here, there's my underhook in place, there's my high elbow position, and from this situation it's not a difficult thing for me to place a foot on my training partner's hip. When he goes to move in towards me, it's a difficult thing. There's a lot of pressure there stopping him, and as a result we can quickly throw our leg over our training partner's shoulder and lock the trap triangle. We know that once we get a trap triangle, everything's about the progression into the figure four triangle. That's usually done against resistance. First line of resistance is almost always posture, so we always want to get a hold of our training partner's head. The next line of resistance is almost always some kind of stacking action. Okay, so we want to make sure before our opponent get a good stack that we get angle on our training partner. So now stacking will be more or less useless. In a position like this, it's easy for us to lock the figure of four and strangle. If my opponent was naive and continued to stack, we could easily put him over and onto his back. Let's have a look at it from a slightly different angle so you can see that underhook action. From a situation where my opponent holds me down like so, and we hit the forward shift and punch in. Now, from here we get that underhook, elbow high, and we're in the perfect position now to take our foot and kick through. Initially, we lock the trap triangle, we punch our hand inside, we pull in with our two knees and get to a good angle. Turn on our training partner and start that action of locking up the figure of four. This is one classic way in which we can use underhooks to enter into a triangle. Now, let's look at another method which involves a very different underhook. In the previous move, we used a fairly classic form of underhook where my left hand underhooked my opponent's right arm. Let's look now at an underhook which involves still underhooking the right arm but going across to the opposite shoulder. This is the far side underhook. Mateus is going to be here. From a situation where we start off, as we did previously, we clear our training partner's elbow. Here's a conventional underhook. I'm going to go unconventional, put my head in, and my hand goes across to the far side. So instead of being near side, I go far side. And it gives me control of both the head and the arm. It creates a very deep sense of underhook. When my opponent goes to yank his arm out, it's very, very difficult. Okay? From this general situation, I'm going to come up to a position where I'm on my knees now. Okay? From the kneeling position, my opponent's interested in putting on a whizzer and working here. But it's hard for him to use the whizzer effectively because of the very nature of my underhook. If I'm in here and he applies a whizzer, I feel the pressure. But when I go across to the far side, it strongly negates his attempts to apply his whizzer with strength against me. I put my knee against my training partner's hip, just like so, and in one motion I'm going to bring my foot close to his knee and throw my leg over my training partner's lower back. And as a result, we're in the perfect position to jump through and go immediately into a trap triangle. As always, we punch our arm around the corner, we get a hold of our training partner's head, and we make that quick turn around the corner and lock up the figure of 4. As a result, we're in perfect position to hit a triangle. Once again, we start off in any situation where we go into an underhook. Instead of a conventional underhook with my left hand on his right shoulder, I post and I go across and I get a much deeper grip on the far side of my training partner's neck. When he goes to yank his arm out, it's very, very difficult. Now, from here, I go high stick, just like so. My opponent has to apply a whizzer. Why? If the arm is not in a whizzer position, it's very easy for me just to throw by and take his back. Okay, so he's more or less committed now to that whizzer action. From here, we're always looking to create angle on our training partner. I'm going to bring my foot in close to his hip, and I'm going to step my foot over his lower back. And as a result, I have a ton of space to bring my leg around the corner and lock up the trap triangle. As always, from in here, we're always looking to pull the head in, get a hold of our training partner's head, and then from here start turning the corner. And as a result, we can quickly lock the figure of 4 and strangle. These are two very practical ways that we can use underhook attacks to get into a triangle and get the results we're looking for. Now, let's look at one of my absolute favorite grips to enter into a Mote Senkaku, the front triangle, from almost any guard position, particularly supine guards where we've been flattened out on our back. Let's first look in detail at what is this inside wrist grip. We need the training partner in like so. Normally, when we go to attack triangles, you will see people using a basic overhand pronated grip where they're pushing inwards to get a triangle. Okay, and it's a good grip. It works on the idea that if I push my opponent's hand in and I have the other arm extended, I can create a one in, one out situation where I can throw my legs over and secure a triangle. Okay, it's a good method. The inside wrist is based on a very different principle. When I push inwards towards my opponent's center line, my leg goes over his arm and we get the one in, one out scenario. The inside wrist is based on a completely different idea. It's based on the notion of inside control. I'm going to take my thumb and put it inside my opponent's wrist, right at the veins of my training partner's wrist, just like so. Okay. Then I fold my hand back so my wrist is bent back at 90 degrees. Don't have a straight wrist. The wrist is bent back, just like so. This puts my wrist higher than his wrist. Now when Mateus tries to take his hand back towards his center line, it's physically impossible. It's rather like Mateus has been put in an American lock, and the only muscles that govern his ability to bring the hand back towards the center line are the small and weak rotator cuff muscles at the back of the shoulder. So it doesn't look like much of a grip. It doesn't have to be, because the only muscles Mateus can use to bring his hand back are small and weak. So when he goes to push his hand back towards the center line, I can easily hold him out. The only direction he can really move his arm is out and away. And that doesn't help him. That actually makes it easier for me to throw my leg over his shoulder. So let's have a look at how we might use this. From any situation where we start off with our training partner, down here in a supine situation like so, we're going to get our hand to the inside wrist position and hold out here. As Mateus tries to bring his hand back in, I extend my arm and I keep my wrist bent back at 90 degrees. When Mateus tries to bring his hand back in, it feels like you're fighting against a brick wall. Now, I turn onto my side and my hand catches him at the head. So when he tries to posture up, that left hand collar tie makes it very, very difficult. When he tries to bring his left hand back to protect from the triangle, it's impossible. And now from here, I bring my foot directly over his neck and we're in the perfect position to attack. Now that I have my legs in place, I forget about the hand. There's no need for it anymore. As he goes to posture up, we get a hold of our training partner's head. We make the turn around the corner with my 2 feet pointing forwards, and as a result, we're able to put that wedge right behind our training partner's head and neck, and as a result of that, we can enter into a very tight triangle with the lock directly over his head, my knee pointed into the crotch, and the elbow completely controlled. And as a result, we get a very, very tight strangle indeed. Let's have a look at this again. From a situation, from a situation where we're wrestling and our opponent goes to put us down, I catch my training partner in here, and I maintain the inside wrist grip. If my wrist is straight, Mateus only works against my thumb, and he can easily bring his hand inwards. So I want to get extension and my hand higher than his wrist. So as a result, you completely shut him out. Now we go through and we control our training partner at the head and neck, and we turn our hips out onto the side. So I can bring my knee back to my shoulder and easily pass my legs in over the top. Now I can release the inside wrist grip, and I go in to control my training partner's head and arm, and we turn the corner and get our legs into the perfect attacking position. Now as the head and body rise, my opponent goes to posture up and away. Even if he stands up to his feet, it means nothing. Now, it's so easy to get into a good attacking position and finish our triangle. This inside wrist grip is one of the absolute most effective ways to dominate my opponent with inside control and get my legs into the one in, one out position. We can use it in so many different ways. Let's say, for example, I have an underhook on my training partner. This too is a good time for us to use the move. I take my hand across to the far side, and there's my inside wrist grip. When Mateus tries to body lock me, for example, it's impossible when I dominate the inside position like so. Now from here, as he tries to push into me and stack, or if he tries to pull away, my underhook makes it difficult, and we dominate with that inside wrist grip. And once again, we can quickly get into the trap triangle. From here, we punch around the corner, make the usual turns, and from here, we're ready to go. We lock up the figure of 4, and there's our finish. It doesn't really matter what my other grips are. I can even start from a situation where I take an over tie on my training partner, and there once again we snatch the inside wrist grip. He tries to push his hand back in, and it's so difficult. From here, it's not a difficult thing to pull our opponent around the corner and go directly into our favorite attacking positions and lock up. Once we get the triangle, you no longer need the inside wrist. You're ready to attack. It's such an incredible grip. You'll be delighted at how easy it is to prevent your opponent from bringing his hand back towards the center line with this very simple grip. And there's just so many contexts in which we can use it. Say, for example, if we're in bottom half guard, and from this situation, I start a simple elbow motion, and we start coming through. I'll put my hand underneath my training partner's armpit when he goes to reach for me. It's so easy now to take that inside wrist grip that we've been talking about, and as a result, go right into our various attacks. As he tries to posture up and away, we get that same action that we're always looking for. The turn around the corner, the lock of the figure of 4, etc., etc. So many ways we can use this very simple, very versatile grip. An extremely effective example of inside position, using our thumb, the bent wrist, and dominating from the inside so we can get to the one in, one out position and start our triangle series. Now, in the previous sequences, we looked at grip-based entries into the front triangle. 2-on-1 grips, over ties, collar ties, overhooks, etc. Okay? Grip is one thing, but one of the really great ways of entering into front triangles from a seated guard situation is to generate kazushi, or off-balancing, where I get my opponent out of balance, I get a defensive reaction where they have to rebalance themselves, and I use that momentary distraction to go in and secure the triangle. You guys will remember from other videos that I've made that kazushi is a huge part of my approach to the bottom position. We're constantly looking to get our opponent out of balance, and once we get them out of balance, it's so hard for our opponent to prevent some kind of entry into a submission, whether it be legs, whether it be back. Kimura, front headlock, or in this case, the triangle. Now, there are a million ways I could show you to off-balance people in different positions, but there is one which is king of all in the seated butterfly situation when it's time to enter into front triangles. This is the method where I push upon my opponent's knee with my foot. Let's have a look at this right now. Mateus is going to be here on 2 knees, and I will be in front of him. This method is useful whenever someone is on 2 knees in front of us and we're working down here like so. Okay. As a general rule, I'm just going to give you a very general rule. It's a broad rule, a rule of thumb. It's not hard and fast, but it's a pretty good general rule. When someone stands up over me, their legs are extended and vulnerable, and it's very easy for me to get inside position. So this is exactly the kind of situation where I'd enter into people's legs, and I will go into lower body attacks most of the time. You will notice that his upper body is further away from me. Just take a passing stance. His upper body is so far away from me that it's unlikely I'm going to be able to secure upper body submissions. But the lower body is completely open. It's very close and it's extended. And from here, it's easy for me to go into Ashigarami. So my general rule of thumb is when someone is standing in my guard, I go lower body attacks most of the time. When someone is on 2 knees, now it's going to be much more difficult for me to go into Ashigarami because the knees are on the floor. So most of the time here, I will initiate with upper body attacks when they're on 2 knees. So a general rule, not always, but as a general rule, we typically go upper body attacks when opponents are on 2 knees, and we typically initiate with lower body attacks when our training partner is standing. And I play between those two. Now, I noticed that my training partner is on 2 knees, so upper body attacks make a lot of good sense at this point. We've seen the idea of getting good grips on our training partner. Okay, let's look now at the idea of generating kazushi or off-balancing. What I'm going to look to do is take advantage of the fact that I can place a foot on my training partner's knee. When I do so with my toes pointing outwards. I never do so with my toes pointing upwards. When I push now, there's a tendency to slip off. That's not what you want. You want to form an effective hook so that you can curve your foot around his knee. Look what happens now when I begin a slight pull on my training partner and a push like so, that off balancing. He has to put a hand on the mat. If he doesn't, he's going to face plant right on the floor. Okay? All human beings are hardwired to recover their balance whenever their balance is broken. We all are. It's a human instinct you can't get over. So anytime we're here working with our training partner and I do a quick movement like so, he's always going to go to recover his balance so he doesn't pitch over and fall. Okay? Typically they go with a hand down to the mat. So regardless of the grips that I have, just like so, it's a simple thing for me to put a hand down to the floor. Okay? And so I often have my students drill this simple motion from a hand fight situation. As we work like so, I will often have them put hands down to the floor and go to it's moving around spontaneously. And then from here, it's a simple thing for us to get hands down to the mat on either side. Okay? And from here, we're constantly looking to get hands working and a hand down to the floor. Every time he pulls back up, he just goes through and we get hands down to the mat. Okay? So this is a very common and easy situation to work with. Now, anytime you get a hand to the mat, triangle is right in front of you. It's right there, ready to be taken in numerous different ways. Okay? So from a situation where I work like so, I take an inside bicep tie. From here I have a tricep and inside bicep. I just put his hand down on the mat. When the hand's on the mat, it's so easy for me now to come up to the hip and pull him forward, and lo and behold, we're right into triangle time. As he goes to pull away from us, we do what we always do. We cover our training partner's arm, we cover the hip, we make that turn around the corner and get our knee pointing into the crotch. And as a result, we can come up nice and high, lock the figure of 4, and get our stranglehold. Once again, we start off in front of our training partner like so. There's that initial grip that we're looking for, and there's the hand on the mat. So easy for us now to come up to the head and kick around in numerous ways to go into the 1 in, 1 out situation. I've got one arm outside my legs, one arm inside as he goes to yank away from me. It's so hard when you control your training partner's hip, and so easy for us to come up and make the various locks that we like in this position. So we're constantly looking to use our 2 feet in creative ways
pushing on our training partner's legs. Okay, as we go in towards our training partner, it's such an easy thing from here, just to put a hand down to the mat, and then right away we're into that one in, one out situation, regardless of the grip that we employ. It doesn't matter. Okay, now let's note something. We never kick our training partner's leg. It's actually less effective. We always place and push. It's a push, not a kick. A kick will only make your training partners angry and it won't have much effect. Okay? A push, on the other hand, will immediately put them in a vulnerable position. You can work in so many different ways. Once the hand touches the mat, I will often just hug and bring my foot through on the other side. And now, once again, we're back in that situation where we can go on the attack. All we're looking for is the classic one in, one out. Doesn't matter whether I have a collar tie and we're in business. Doesn't matter whether we have bicep ties on his part. We'll always hand to the floor, like so. If he doesn't bring his hand to the floor, if he doesn't, then he'll go right over. So he has to put a hand to the floor. And we can constantly use the forward pull combined with the push to get a hand to the mat. And once we get a hand to the mat, there's an almost infinite number of ways in which we can go into the various triangles that we favor. So we're constantly looking to use our feet to generate off balancing, get his hands to the mat, and lock up the trap triangle. And as you know, once you get the trap triangle, it's always the same story. It's the transition from trap triangle to figure four and get that strangle. Now, we're going to come now to one of the absolute most important sections in this entire video. This is the distinction between penetration with the feet versus penetration with the knees to get to a trap triangle. It is absolutely essential that you grasp the significance of this distinction. There are two basic ways for me to penetrate into a triangle from bottom position. Top position is a little more complex. I'll come to that later. I can lead with my feet or I can lead with my knees. They're both great options. The question is, when do I use one and when do I use the other? The rule is pretty simple. The further my opponent's chest is from my chest, the more likely I am to lead with my foot to penetrate to a triangle. And the closer his chest is to mine, the more likely I am to penetrate with a knee to get to a triangle. You must understand the difference and know when to use the one which is appropriate for the situation in which you find yourself. Let's have a look at a situation where Matthias is in front of me, just like so. You can clearly see in a hand fight situation there is space between his chest and my chest. Okay? That space makes it relatively easy for me to lead with my foot. And my foot goes over his collarbone and we penetrate through into the trap triangle. This stands in contrast to situations where we are chest to chest. Like so, bring the knees in. When we are chest to chest, there's no way I can use my foot over his shoulder. It would require insane amounts of flexibility, far beyond human flexibility. So what we do in these situations is we typically penetrate with the knee. The knee comes through first, and the knee leads the way for the foot. Okay? So there's two ways I can penetrate to the triangle. I either initiate with the foot, the foot goes over first, or if there's less distance, the knee penetrates inside the shoulder first, and then the foot follows. Okay? And which one you choose is largely bound up with one concept: distance. How far is his chest from your chest? The less the distance, the more I have to use my knee to penetrate first and then get my foot over. The greater the distance, the more I can just throw my foot over his shoulder. At some point, the foot always has to pass over my training partner's shoulder to create the one in, one out. It has to happen at some point. The question is, do I start with the foot, or if he's closer, do I start with the knee? That's always the question. And what governs the answer is distance. The closer his head is to mine, the more I have to come in with the knee first to open up space for the foot. the further Mateus's head and chest from mine, the more freedom I have to just go directly foot over the top and into the triangles that I'm looking for. Okay, so that's always our guide. We've been looking at seated guard entries into front triangles. In the overwhelming majority of cases of seated guard, the foot enters first. You've got distance, so just throw the foot and go for your trap triangle. But now we're about to switch subject matter. Now we're about to look at supine positions where I'm flat on my back and my opponent's chest to chest. Doesn't matter whether it's closed guard, like so, or whether it's butterfly guard. It's the same thing, chest to chest. From here, it's physically impossible for me just to get my foot straight over. He's too close. So in these situations, it's all about getting our knee in front of his shoulder. And the knee in front of the shoulder creates space so that the foot can follow. But it's knee first, foot second. The general point we're trying to raise is that the closer the distance, the more we will use knee-based methods of penetration. The greater the distance, the more we'll initiate with foot-based methods. You have to know both. You know how you have to be highly competent in using both, and you have to know when to use one or the other. That's our general rule. Now, we've been looking at the idea of seated position, and we've seen that as a general rule, I like to see my students working their triangles in the seated position first, learning them there in the seated position, and then progressing to supine positions where they're on their back. As a general rule, it's easier for most people to generate movement both in themselves and their opponent, generate kazushi or off balancing to enter into the trap triangle and get into work. However, at least half the time you're working from bottom position, you're going to be in supine position. So you've got to have an effective means of going into your triangles when you're flat on your back. One of the big movements which I want to create in this video is the use of the clamp position. This is a method of securing our opponent's head and one arm to set up triangles and many other submission holds too, but for this video we're going to focus on triangles from a supine situation. Let's look first at what is the clamp. What is it? It's a species of guard which has features of both inside control and outside control at the same time. I'm hoping to point out to you that the clamp is basically an upper body version of Ashigarami. It is based on exactly the same physical principles as Ashigarami, except you're applying it to your opponent's shoulder girdle instead of the hips. Let's have a look just at a broad outline of what is the clamp guard. Okay, from any guard where I'm down on my back, it doesn't matter whether it's inside control or outside control, closed or open, it doesn't really matter. Anytime we're down here and he's in close, if I can take my knee, get onto my side and take my knee in front of his shoulder, just like so. I have my knee here in front of one shoulder and another knee behind the opposite shoulder. So the far shoulder is blocked in front by one knee and the near shoulder is blocked in back by the other knee. His head and one arm is caught between my knees. When he goes to push into me, my right knee makes it difficult. When he goes to pull away, my left knee makes it difficult. This means that the distance between his head and my head is governed by me. I'm in control of distance. Again, if he tries to push into me, my right knee makes it tough. If he tries to pull away, my left knee makes it tough. And in this sense, his head and one arm is completely controlled by me. This means that it's an easy thing for me to create advantageous angle by touching my foot. Now I look directly into his ear. I have a perpendicular angle, and as a result, it's a very simple thing for me to extract my foot and go into the one in, one out situation and attack with the triangle. Okay? Once again, from any situation, whether it be closed guard or what have you, it's always the same. We start by taking our knee in front of his shoulder. And as a result, I have a knee behind one shoulder and a knee in front of the other. The simple movement of my foot across his body means that I have a direct angle where I can look directly into his ear.
And this creates the room needed to extract the bottom foot and go over the top and lock a trap triangle. Okay? We're always looking in these situations to penetrate with the knee. That's why we talked about that idea of knee penetration first when we're chest to chest, supine positions. And now my knee governs that distance in ways which can lead directly into triangles. It's my contention that if you want to call yourself a master of triangles, you have to become a master of the clamp position. If you're going to work from a supine situation and work your way against resistance into triangles, you're going to need the clamp. The clamp guard is, without any question, the single most effective way of governing distance between your head and your opponent's head in ways that set up triangles when your back's on the ground. You must become a master of it. The good news is it's an easy guard to get into. All it requires is the same shrimping motion you use every day to perform a basic elbow escape, but instead of elbow escaping inside his hips, you're elbow escaping inside his shoulders, which is of course much easier. The shoulders are not as strong as the hips. Let's have a look at how this relates to a basic Ashigarami. If we have a training partner here on two knees and he puts a leg up, Ashigarami is based on exactly the same principle. In an Ashigarami, I have a knee in front of the hip and I have a knee behind his knee. The knee in front of the hip prevents him coming forward and the knee behind the knee prevents him going backwards. So that this distance between his knee and my chest is governed by my legs. Okay? And as a result, I can push to form an angle, and now we're in business to go into our various attacks. You can see that there's one leg on the inside blocking and one leg blocking from the outside. And now it's just a simple matter of forming angle, and we've got all of our attacks ready to go. A clamp is exactly the same, except that it's performed on the shoulder girdle instead of the hips. It's based on that same notion of a knee in front and a knee behind, one on the outside, one on the inside. And from here, distance is governed by my knee position. Angle is governed by turning across. Instead of going for a heel hook here, you have control of an arm and an elbow. And as a result, it's very easy to extract the bottom leg and come back into any form of triangle or many other submissions, as we'll see in future videos, from this position. Invest time in the clamp, and I promise you, you will have a much easier time getting into triangles from bottom position. It's no exaggeration to say the clamp is the single most commonly used method of entering into triangles from bottom position among both myself and my students. Nothing else even comes close. One more time. From any situation where my training partner forces me down to my back, my first thing here is to get my body onto its side. So I move out onto my side, even if he's in close. From here, I bring my knee and elbow escape motion in front of his shoulder. And now it's so hard for him to drive into me. When he goes to pull away, it's so difficult. What I do in this situation is a combination of bringing my knees together and one knee pulls to my chest, scissoring back, and the other knee pushes forward. It's not so much a squeeze, which is not really the strongest motion in the world, as it is a scissoring action, where my knee comes back towards my chest. My elbow goes over his elbow. So if he tries to pull his arm out, it's very difficult. And now it's a very easy thing for me to find the angle I want to extract the bottom leg, and lo and behold, we're in business with our triangle. This is a basic introduction to the clamp. We're going to look very soon at a range of ways we can use this clamp to enter into an excellent array of front triangles from bottom position whenever our opponent has flattened us out. Now, we've been talking about the importance of the clamp position. It's a variation of guard which governs distance between my head and my opponent's head and facilitates the entry into triangles whenever we're flat on our back. I want now to look at how I transition from close guard
supine butterfly guards and half guard into the clamp. What I want is for you guys to get very strong entering into the clamp from almost any bottom position where you're flat on your back. If you can do this, the number of triangles you attempt will go up greatly every time you get on the mats. So it's important we be strong at this shift from a guard which doesn't really offer much in the way of triangles to the clamp, which immediately makes triangles possible, even probable. So we're going to start off first in a closed guard situation, just like so. Okay, Mateus has hands on biceps. From here, my first thing is I've got to get hands to the floor. So I'm going to pommel in with one hand first. You notice that when I pommel in, I never just pommel in with my hand far from my shoulder, because now Mateus can pommel his hand back inside and go right back to my bicep. So that's no good. I pommeled inside, he pommeled again, and you end up in the same position. So it's important that when we pommel inside, we bring our hand to our shoulder. So now when he goes to re-pommel, there's nothing there for him. Okay, very important. So whenever we go to pommel, we never go in at the same time. We never go in two hands at the same time. It's always one and two. Now my two hands and my elbows are inside my opponent's two hands and elbows. I now pull with my legs, and that puts his hands on the mat. Okay, so that's how we get hands to the floor. He's got hands on biceps. I come in one, I come in two, I pull, and then I catch the head. Now I put my foot on the floor and I turn onto my side. My knee points down at the floor and my heel points up at the ceiling, just like so. When Mateus goes to pull away, it's not easy because of that headlock grip and the tricep grip. And now it's very easy for me to put my foot on the hip and fit my knee in front of the shoulder, my other knee behind the shoulder, trapping Mateus's head and one arm inside my clamp. When he goes to yank out, it's really not an easy thing to do. He's stuck. Okay, and as a result, we're in the perfect position to find angle and extract the bottom foot and go into triangle. Okay, so one more time. From a closed guard situation, I bring my hand inside, hand goes close to shoulder. I bring my second hand inside, hand close to shoulder. My two knees pull inwards and his hands go to the mat. I headlock, turn onto my side and invert my knee and my heel points up. I trap, I bring my foot to the hip, and now we're right into the clamp. When he goes to yank out, it's such a difficult thing, and it's so easy for us now to find the angle we're looking for and go into our triangle. So that would be a good example of working from a closed guard. Now let's look at the idea of working from a butterfly guard. From a situation where Mateus has flattened me out here, okay, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put one butterfly hook inside our training partner's leg, and we're going to point our knee out and away. Okay, so instead of my knees pointing up like so, I point outwards, and from here I put my elbow inside his bicep and my elbow here above his head. Now I use my right foot to push my body outwards, and I'm now on my side. I'm no longer flat on my back. Now I'm in the perfect position to bring my knee in front of his shoulder, and lo and behold, once again we have the clamp guard. His head and one arm are trapped between my two knees. When he goes to yank out, it's such a difficult thing. It's so easy for us now to go into our various attacks. So once again, we start off in a butterfly guard situation. He's in nice and tight, like so, and we're kind of shut down here. I can't really get much going on, okay? So initially, I want to create a little bit of space. Often from here, we hit a forward shift to create a little bit of space. I put my elbow on the inside, I put my foot outside, and I turn, and my toes point out in this direction. Now it's a very easy thing to elbow escape on the shoulder, bring the knee in front, second knee in behind, and the two knees pinch. When Mateus goes to yank out and pull around, it's so difficult. And from here, you can easily go into the triangle. Now, let's look at the third guard commonly used, which enables us to go into the clamp position. This is from half guard. Let's say Mateus has one of the most common and popular passing positions in the sport of jiu-jitsu. He's locked underneath my arm, he's locked his hands, and hands locked, good. And he has what most people say is a dominant passing position here, okay? We're going to take our hands down towards his hip, just like so. Even if his knees are in tight, doesn't matter. From here, we shift our hips out, and again, my toes point to the outside, my knee inverts, and my elbow goes inside his knee so I can put my knee right in his hip. Now, even as Mateus pushes forward, I just push on his hips, and I start to bring my hand inside his bicep
And as a result, once again, we find ourselves in the clamp. And from here, we can extract our legs and go into a triangle. So once again, he's in here in a good passing position, hands locked. Like so. We get our hand on the hip, elbow inside his knee. I invert my knee so I can bring it right in here like so. Let's look at an important detail. I never want my knee pointing up to the ceiling. Okay, that way it gets caught behind his leg. I'll never get my elbow escape working. So I put my elbow on the inside and I invert my knee. It points down to the floor. And as a result, I easily get inside his knee to a good position like so. I push my body around the corner so I can get my hand in the inside position and we lock up. As always, my feet point outwards, foot goes over, second knee comes in front, and now we're in the perfect position to go forward into our triangle attacks. Used in this way, you can very easily go from three of the main guards that we use in the sport: close guard, supine butterfly guard, and half guard, and easily transition into the clamp. And once you get to the clamp, you can easily transition into your triangle attacks from the front. Now we're looking at the idea of going into front triangles from a supine position. Previously, we looked at the idea of the clamp position. I want now to enlarge upon that and start to bring in the idea of wrist controls. Anytime someone is in my guard, a classic form of triangle entry from a closed guard situation comes out of double wrist control. This is a move which has been around for eons and it's been very effective over the years. The idea is that if I have two of my training partner's wrists, I can push one wrist under the other and create a temporary situation where I have the one in, one out. If I were to throw my legs up at this point, now one arm would be outside my triangle and one arm would be inside, and from here I could go in and work. Okay, it's one of those old venerable moves of the sport, which to this day can still have some success. But in truth, I've never really been a big fan of double wrist control to a triangle for an obvious reason. It does nothing whatsoever to control my opponent's posture. So there's a degree to which it relies on the naivety or the laziness of my opponent to be effective. Okay? If I have both of my training partner's wrists and he's alert to the idea of a triangle, as I push in, he should be posturing up, and that will make it very difficult for me to get into an effective triangle. What's required here is that my opponent stay down in a position where from here I can get my knee over his shoulder. Remember, anytime you go to penetrate with the foot over the shoulder, my knee, the hollow of my knee, must go at least as high as the shoulder to make for an effective lock. If my opponent postures up at the exact moment that I push in the wrist, now I'm only going ankle deep, and as a result, no triangle. Because of this, I've always greatly preferred collar tie and wrist over double wrist ties. What I like to do is to go in and secure my opponent's one wrist by going across and feeding his wrist with my bicep. Okay, so he has double biceps here. I put my hand in and I feed his wrist using my bicep so I can go 2-on-1. Now, once I get the 2-on-1 grip, I take my hand inside Mateus's, and then from here I pull him with my legs a little and I take collar tie and single wrist. My left arm has the inside position. My elbow is inside Mateus's elbow. When he goes to posture up, it's almost impossible to get away from that collar tie. It's there for a long enough period of time to go into a triangle. Now, make a strong arm. From here, I'm going to physically push his wrist into his sternum. Now, from this position, sorry, buddy. From this position here, we're going to take our leg and go over the top of our training partner's leg. My second foot goes on my training partner's hip, and that gives me the height to go knee deep up to my training partner's neck. When he goes to yank away, you have the collar tie, and you're sufficiently far over the neck to ensure that you get a good bite on that initial triangle entry. Now, as always from here, the hand goes all the way through in front, and we're in the perfect position to control his posture, bring that wedge in behind his head, and then lock up the figure of 4 in a way where we go directly into the stranglehold. Once again, we start off like so. I bring my hand in and I feed his wrist to my wrist, and we go 2-on-1. From the 2-on-1, I bring his hand down to the floor, secure the collar tie, and then we start an action of pushing in on our training partner's arm. Now from here, I split my legs and throw my leg knee deep over his collar. When he goes to yank out, it's surprisingly difficult because of the simple collar tie that I have. Now, as always from here, we bring our hand through as a scoop grip, and we start that action of bringing our lower back up off the floor. With an advantageous angle like this, it's very easy for us to wedge around our training partner's head and shoulders, and then from this position, locking the figure of 4 creates an immediate strangulation. As always, the knee points in at the crotch. My strangle knee is lower than his ear, and when he tries to pull away from me, it's shockingly difficult. And from here, the strangle comes on immediately.
Now, we've looked at entering into triangles from a supine position, flat on our back, and working from there for our triangles. The first method we looked at was the use of the clamp position, and truth be told, that's my favorite way to enter into triangles whenever I'm flat on my back. We're looking now at a close second, also very, very effective, the idea of controlling the wrist and a collar and getting into good attacking position. I want now to look at the interface between the two. Working from a supine position, I have Placido here. I'll start in a closed guard situation. He has double biceps, straightened arms, good, holding me down. From here, we know we always want to work to an inside position on our training partner and pull him in to a clamp type situation. Okay. Now, the clamp involves that switching, almost like an elbow escape motion, and that frees up my top leg to touch and create an angle. And that makes it very easy for me to extract the bottom leg and go into the various triangles that we like to work with. Okay. Now, there's an obvious counter on the part of my opponent. We start on the biceps. From here, I go into the clamp position. My opponent knows that ultimately I have to extract my bottom leg in order to go into a triangle. So a knowledgeable opponent is going to hold your knee in this position. And now, when it's time to extract the bottom leg, I can't. So we go back to collar tie and wrist control. But it's not really the wrist. This time it's different. The sport of jiu-jitsu makes it illegal for me to grab small digits. I'm not allowed to grab 1, 2, or 3 fingers. But I am allowed to grab all 4 knuckles. And that's all I need. So I'm going to get all 4 knuckles and hold and turn my training partner's hand outwards. And as a result, it's very, very easy for me to kick over the top and go into our triangle series. As Placido goes to move away from me, it's so difficult to prevent me making that turn. It takes me up into a position where my knee points in towards the crotch. All of my legs, lower legs, point in the same direction, and everything is curling up, so my lower back is up off the ground. Our whole thing is to go into this inverted position where when we go to lock the triangle, everything's in place. When he goes to yank away from me, it's such a difficult thing. And from here, we've got a very strong finish. So once again, we start off, closed guard situation. I palm my hands to the inside, I get his hands to the mat, and I go through into the clamp position. He intelligently grabs my lower leg so that I can't extract the lower leg and go to a triangle. From here, I take a collar tie, I grab all 4 knuckles, and I extract my training partner's hand. And as a result, it's very easy for me now to go around the corner and make the various turns that we like to make to come up into that wedge position. As my knee wedges in behind his neck, he goes to yank out. It's such a difficult thing. And then from here, we close the figure of 4, and now we have that very, very tight strangulation for the finish. Now, similar things can be said when we work with that idea of passing and gripping in like so. I bring my hand in place and catch my training partner. When I go to push the wrist in, this time Placido blocks me with the elbow, and I can't get past his elbow. Whenever I see that, I plant my foot on the mat, and I shrimp out to the same side and beat the elbow, and then we throw over the top and lock. As always from here, we bring our body around the corner, catch our training partner at the head, and make the turn all the way around the corner so we can get those wedges in place. As he goes to yank out, goes to stand up,
It's so easy to hook inside that leg and keep that nice tight leg position. That means we have the minimum volume inside our triangle, and as a result, we get very, very tight strangulation. Once again, we start off like so. We go inside. We bring the man forward so his hands go down to the mat. Okay. From here, we go initially into the clamp. He goes to stop me. I get knuckle line, twist, and kick in over the top. He goes to move away from me, finds it incredibly difficult. He goes to stand up, etc., etc. We just hook inside the legs, we lock the figure of four, and there's that stranglehold for the finish. Alternatively, we go through, past the wrist, and he blocks me with his elbow. So I plant my foot and I shrimp outside of his elbow and throw my legs in over the top. As always, from in here, we get a hold of our training partner's head, we make a good turn around the corner and lock up. Now, as our triangle gets set behind our training partner, everything locks through and we end up in the perfect attacking position. So these are some simple ways in which we can use wrist controls to make it even harder for our opponents, stopping us from making that transition into the trap triangle, and from there into the full figure of four for the stranglehold. Now we've been looking at the king of all the triangles, the front triangle. There's no question that this is the most important out of all the various 5 triangles that we work with. It's why we're spending the most time on it. All the triangles we've looked at so far, all the entries, all the finishes have been with us in the bottom position. But of course, the front triangle can be used equally well from top or bottom position. We're going to look now at an interesting sequence that starts with us in the bottom position. We're going to employ an attack on the joints to throw our opponent over. This is often referred to as monoplata, and take top position. Once we're on top, we're going to learn how to convert that top position into a front stranglehold. Let's start off with our training partner in our guard. Let's move back a little bit away from the camera. So we have a training partner here working in guard position just like so. We're going to go forward and into the clamp position right here. I'm going to take my foot over the top and hook onto my training partner's far shoulder like so. Now, ordinarily, in an omoplata, I would take out my bottom leg and move my body and align my body with that of my opponent. My back is flat on the ground, and as a result, there's relatively little weight over my training partner's head. So his head can rise and cause problems for my attempts to finish. That's why omoplata tends to be a move which is very easy to enter into, but problematic to actually finish on someone. So we see our opponent, maybe he's locking our knee or what have you. We're going to take our foot across like so. Instead of me lying down on my back and lining up with my opponent, I'm going to stay more or less perpendicular to him. And in addition, I'm going to come up to an elbow. So I bring my elbow back behind me and I come up to an elbow just like so. Now from here, I'm going to take my bottom foot and I'm going to put my toes on the mat. I'm going to heist and use my knee to force his head down towards the mat. As I do so, I now get an ability to come up onto my base. Even if Placido goes to resist me at this point, it's very easy for me to plant my hands and put 2 hands on the floor. Now I continue pushing my hips forward. This puts extreme stress on my training partner's arm, and it gives him a very simple choice. If he stays where he is, I can break his arm here. It's rather like a Kimura lock applied with the legs. Given a choice between a broken arm and a forward roll, most people will go with a forward roll. So from here, we're going to drive our opponent over and put him down to a shoulder. As soon as he does this recovery position, goes down to his back, we're going to take our foot and hook our foot inside. So we now find ourselves in the 1 in, 1 out position that we're always looking for. One of my opponent's arms is trapped inside my legs, and one of his arms is trapped outside. All that's required for me now is to hug the head, put my knee on the floor, and then turn my body across, so that only the head and the arm are trapped inside my triangle. Now I bring my head down to the mat, my legs come off the floor, and I lock the figure of 4. Now I can either settle back and finish from top position, or I can punch my arm through and come up into bottom position and strangle. If he goes to stand up, move around, etc., we do what we always do. We hook inside our training partner's leg and find ourselves in the perfect finishing position. So once again, we're going to start off in any given guard position just like so. Like before, we're going to come out and find ourselves in the clamp situation. We're going to take our foot over our training partner's shoulder. We're going to form an advantageous angle and push out to the side. I put my bottom foot on the floor, and I'm always looking in these situations to build up to an elbow. Now from here, everything is about pushing his head down. He wants the head to rise. I want to come up and heist and force his head down towards the floor. Now, as I continue walking around my training partner's hips, I take my foot up, and we find ourselves now in the perfect one in, one out situation. I bring my legs up. I put my head down on the floor. As my bottom leg locks, we get the figure of 4. Now, I could just strangle right here, or I could roll through. If he stays on the knees, we'll strangle. If he goes to stand up on me, as always, we'll hook our head in towards his legs and finish the strangle like so. One more time from a different angle. From a situation where we start off and enter into the clamp. We pass our foot across our training partner's body. From here, we're always looking to come up to an elbow like so. Now I use my knees to force him down. I heist and bring my body across into a position where I can easily hook around my training partner's head. From this position, I bring my body weight forward and we lock the figure of 4. I can finish top or bottom position, it doesn't really matter. This simple method of rolling our training partner over with the threat of the monoplier and then ending up in a mounted triangle is a very effective way to introduce you to the idea of finishing with front triangles from top position.
Let's look at going into triangles from a range of different positions and bringing in some key themes for our triangle system. The first key theme is this idea of kazushi, or off balance. Look at how we might use it in the case of a closed guard scenario. Brian Glick has inside position for biceps. From here, we want to come up to our base. So we're going to bring hands to the inside, just like so. Now, once we bring hands to the inside, the first item of kazushi is to pull in and get my opponent's hands to the middle. Okay. The second one is me taking my hands here, just like so, and turning my hips out to the side. As a result, I'm going to bring my body back and come up to an elbow, and then from an elbow to a hand. My feet transfer this down to the mat like so. Okay. Now this is not the strongest position in the world. If your opponent is body knock you here, you can return you back down to the mat. So it's very important we make it as strong as possible. The strength doesn't come from your right hand. It comes from your hip position. I want to use my left leg to bring my hips higher than his hips, so that my chest is almost facing down to the mat. Now when he goes to push into me, it's a lot more difficult because my hips are higher than his hips. Okay? So once again, we have a situation where our opponent's in like so. We bring our hands inside our opponent's hands, and we bring his hands down to the mat. From here, we shift our hips out to the side, and we come up to an elbow. From the elbow, we come up to a hand. I plant my foot and start bringing my body up like so. What I want to do now is to make my opponent's hand go out here to give me space for an upcoming triangle. The way I do this is I fake a hip sweep. My opponent's forced to base out with his hand like so, otherwise he'll fall over. His hand's around my waist, and I go forward to knock him straight down. But there's no choice on his part. He has to put his hand up to basic support. As soon as we see that, now we're going to take our feet off the mat and we're going to balance on our training partner's hips, just like so. So that 100% of my weight is on his hips. It's that which makes it so easy for me to move my head from close to his to far away and pull him into the triangle. Now from this position, this is where all the resistance comes from. Your opponent will want to either stack you or posture up or engage in some kind of defense. So we keep that collar tie in place. My hand scoops inside my training partner's leg. As he goes to stand up, move around, etc., we always focus on bringing our knee around the corner so that our knee and shin are very, very close together. As he goes to pull away from us, it's a very difficult thing. And then from here, we lock the figure of 4 and we get a good strangle for the finish. Once again, starting off in a closed guard situation, we bring our hands to the inside position. His hands go down to the floor, we catch, and we shift our hips out to the side. That's going to give us an ability to come up to an elbow. From here, look how I plant my foot and everything goes to the outside. We throw it across him. Now, our weight goes onto him. And as a result, my legs become weightless. And it's very easy for me to throw my legs over the shoulders. When he goes to pull away, posture up, etc., we focus on a quick turn, brings everything around the corner, and a good lock of our legs, so we get the figure of four and a good tight strangle. Okay? Let's give it a try.
Now, let's start to look at the idea of entering into triangles in a reactive fashion. So far, almost all the entries into front triangles that we looked at involved us initiating the action. We went after our opponent. We got grips, we generated kabushi, and we fought our way into the triangle. Now we're going to look at the situation where our opponent is actively working against us. He's trying to pass our guard. And as he goes to pass, as he establishes his grips, there's going to be opportunities for us to react to what he's doing and take triangles. Okay. The first one we're going to look at involves a situation fairly obvious where my opponent has double scoop grips on my body, just like so. Okay. Now this is a very common and very effective form of passing my guard. You can see that we're one step away from a one in, one out situation. If I could just pommel one of my legs inside my opponent's arms, you'd have a triangle. Okay. So in a situation like this, the question is, how am I going to do that? Well, the first problem is he has locked hands. The second problem is he's got control of my hips. That's not good. I can't really move my hips side to side and pommel my legs in. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to bring our hips up and point our knees, just straight up like so. So our body goes into a straight line. That makes it harder for him in situations like this to prevent me getting access to his wrists. Okay, so I want to access his two wrists and thumb post inside them, and as a result I can start a shimmying action. My legs go out and straighten, and from here I shimmy like I'm taking off a tight pair of pants. No other way to say that. From here I get one knee inside my training partner's wrist, and as a result I'm able to point the knee outwards and start a pommeling action that draws my opponent in. As soon as we've drawn our opponent in, the next thing I want to do is climb to the armpit, and as a result we're in the perfect position to cut across the back of our training partner's neck and lock up a trap triangle. As he goes to pull away from us in this situation, it's always the same story. We're always pulling in with the knees. We're always feeding the arm across and getting access to our training partner's head. And as a result, we can start that turn that brings our body around the corner and enables us to lock the figure of four directly over our training partner's head. And as a result, we get a good finish. Once again, from a situation where my training partner gets a hold of my two hips just like so. Initially from here I want to prevent him from throwing my legs to one side or the other, so we bring our body up just like so. That enables us to access our training partner's wrists. From that double thumb post we shimmy with our hips so that I can bring one knee inside my training partner's elbow. Now from here my hips climb, we throw the leg over the top. He's going to be trying to pull away in this position, so we want to have our leg anchored to his back. Once we get our feet locked behind, he tries to pull away. Look how my knees pull in. The more he pulls away, the more I pull in with my knees, the easier it becomes to swim around the corner and get a hold of our training partner's head. Now from here with my 2 feet pointing forward, it's a relatively simple thing to turn everything in. He goes to yank away from me, and everything we do is about that lock up, my knee pointing into his crotch, and as a result, we get a very strong finishing position. So that would be one fine example of using a reactive method of entering into a triangle. That was when my opponent was underneath both of my legs and had his hands locked. Let's look now at a situation where instead of having hands locked, just lie down, he has a very common situation where the hands are unlocked, but he's still underneath my two legs. Okay, so rather than the previous move where the hands were locked, here he's just working like so. Okay. Similarly, in situations like this, once someone goes underneath my two legs, I always want to be able to form angles on my training partner. I don't want to be lined up directly in front of him. That's when he can start stacking me, causing problems. Okay? So we always want in situations like this to take our hips up off the mat and start pommeling legs in. The skill that I want to develop is the skill of pommeling a leg through and around our training partner and securing our training partner's arm. Now we have the classic one in, one out position. When he goes to pull away from me, it's always about that trap triangle. He goes to yank, and we pull in, pulling him in like so. He goes to posture up, and that's the perfect time for us to make that turn. Keep your posture, and then from here, go in and make the various adjustments that we're always looking for. And as a result, a tight figure of 4 for the finish. So once again, we have a training partner around this way with his 2 arms in, locked like so. We're always looking in situations like this to create an angle on our training partner. I secure my training partner's wrist, I come out to an angle, and as a result we get an opportunity to pommel 1 foot through and around behind our training partner's arm like so. Now we're in the perfect position to hook over our training partner's head and lock our feet. As he goes to yank away from us, there's always going to be a battle here for posture. We pommel through and around. As he goes to posture up and away, we get a hold of our training partner's head, we scoop in on the leg, and from here we start moving around the corner. Now from here, everything turns in, my 2 lower legs pointing in the same direction. So when we lock the figure of 4, we get a good tight strangle with our knee pointing in towards the crotch. This would be a good second example of a reactive entry into a triangle. Let's look at a third entry now. In a very popular form of guard pass, the over-under guard pass. My opponent goes in on my legs and hips and controls my 2 hips. So, in a situation, let's come on this one, where my opponent is in here, controlling like so. As he comes up off the floor and puts weight on me in situations like this, we want to start off balancing our opponent. I would love to be able to free my right leg. If I could, I'd be in a triangle. So what I'm going to do in this situation, I'm going to hold my opponent's wrist on the far side, and I'm going to use a tilting action which tilts my opponent down to the mat. Okay? So as he puts pressure and weight on me here, we're going to use our knee as a lever, and I take my second leg down to the floor and everything tilts over in this direction here. I control my training partner's elbow, and as a result, we quickly lock up like so. As he goes to pull away from us now, we do the same thing we're always doing, pulling in with the 2 knees. We go in over our training partner's shoulder, he goes to posture up and away, we hold on to the head, and as a result, we can get that same turn that we're always characterizing as the ideal for the triangle. Once again, we start off in the over-under position, just in like so. I hold onto my training partner's elbow, and from here I engage in a tilting motion. Make a strong body. From here, everything tilts over to the side, and as a result, I can extract my foot. From here, we cross our ankles. He goes to posture up and away from us. We're always pulling in with the 2 knees so we can get control of our training partner's head. Now from here, we turn the corner, find ourselves in the perfect position to lock up the figure of 4 and get the finish. So those are some common sense ways in which we can react to our opponent's attempts to pass us with strong forward pressure. Of those reactions, a simple action of off-balancing and pommeling, getting a little angle on our training partner. As we pommel 1 leg in, we find ourselves in the 1 in 1 out situation, which is the one we're always actively trying to find. Once we get there, we get to a trap triangle. We just follow the steps that we've portrayed so far to get into the figure 4 and strangle. Okay, most of the front triangle material that we've worked on so far has been from bottom position. And I think it's fair to say in most current jiu-jitsu competition, the majority of front triangles do occur from bottom position. It's more closely associated with that. But don't let that blind you to the fact that there are many very effective front triangles done from top position too. We're going to start looking in that direction now. One of the first times we can start to engage our training partner from top position is as we're passing his guard. Okay, most of the time when I'm working on an opponent who's employing guard position, most of the time we're looking to pass his guard, and he knows that, and he has what he's thinking in terms of is stopping his guard from being passed. But a nice way to throw a spanner in the works is to start throwing submission holds as I'm passing. Now my opponent's got 2 things to worry about instead of 1. Instead of him just worrying about my guard passing, now he's got to worry about being submitted at the same time. Now bear in mind that anytime someone uses guard position, particularly in a situation like this, seated guard versus a standing opponent, inevitably there's a lot of reaching on the part of both of the athletes. Okay, there's a lot of grip fighting, and from here there will often be extension of an arm. We can learn to take advantage of this and start attacking with front triangles. Okay, this is a move that I haven't done since my hip replacement, so
Let's hope this works out well. From a situation where I come in on my training partner and we engage in the usual hand fights and movements where we're trying to move people, etc., etc. From here, there will often be an extension where I'll see a posted hand and I will go over the top and take an over tie on my training partner. Okay, this happens more or less spontaneously in any hard grip fighting situation. So as we come out with our training partner, we work in this situation. I see an opportunity. There's my over tie. Okay, turn briefly towards the camera. Normally, when I'm working here, I like to take inside positions to protect myself from my opponent's leg locks. This is the exception to the rule. This is a move that works extremely well from outside foot position. It works very well against people who prefer the inside position. So if I see Placido has his two feet on the inside, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, I step my foot to the outside position and I over tie just like so. Give me back. So once again, we start off with our training partner, a hand fighting situation. We're playing, there's my over tie, I step to the outside position, and in one motion, I take my leg directly over my training partner's arm, just like so. I lock up, I land on an elbow, so I can still move. If he stays where he is, I'll go through and lock top position. If he rolls up on top of me, I still have the triangle, we lock, and we're in position to go. Once again, from a situation where we start off, hand fighting, just like so. In the course of the hand fight, I see an opportunity to go. I step up, and there's my body position. As I make the step, I just throw everything over the top of the shoulder. Because I still have a collar tie, when he postures up, it's very, very difficult. When he goes to stand up and away from me, it's so easy for us to turn in on the inside and lock up the figure of four for the finish. Once again, you'll notice that I jump across his body. For this particular version, I don't go straight into him. It's like I fall across and I fall on one side. In this case, it's my right hand side. So as I come in and we play the game, I take a left hand over tie, left foot outside step penetration. Right leg will become the strangle arm and I fall onto my right side. And as a result, when we lock the figure of four, we're in business and ready to strangle. One more time. What I want to avoid is just crashing straight forward onto my training partner. It's like I jump across him at a diagonal angle. So here we are, playing our usual game, and there's the catch. I'm in the outside position. From the outside position, I just throw everything over his shoulder, and there's the triangle for the finish. Okay? This can be a very useful way of attacking from outside foot position on top while you're passing your opponent's guard. It has a lot of surprise value and it's pretty practical. It doesn't require any kind of extraordinary athleticism. If a 52-year-old with a fake hip can do it, I know you can too. Let's look at a second variation of a triangle done while we're passing guard. My opponent's in a seated position and I'm in a standing position. It doesn't look that different from the one we just did previously, but there are some significant differences. It is a different move, it has a different angle, it's much more front on than the previous move, and the gripping sequence is different. They both work extremely well. We'll face this way towards the camera so you can see the different grip configurations. We've seen that as we come out to play in a position like so, there's often a strong and vociferous fight for grips in this kind of situation. So as we do this, often there's a reaching game where my opponent will go out and reach. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to get a hold of my training partner with a collar tie. It's relatively safe for me to do that because I'm standing tall. Okay, I'm taller than him in this position. He's seated, I'm standing. Okay, if I were down on my knees doing this, you'd be setting yourself up for arm locks. But it's hard for him to come up off the floor and arm lock me in this position. Okay, so as we come out towards our training partner, we go through and we secure a collar tie and a wrist. Okay, now I've grabbed this arm, his left arm. Okay, so most of his attention is focused on the left arm. What he's not thinking about is his right arm, but that's the one I'm going to triangle. Okay, so what we'll often do is I'll take either top wrist or inside wrist, it doesn't really matter, and we control here and we pull. He goes to pull away, etc., etc. He's trying to pull his arm out, and he's concerned about the arm that I'm gripping. Okay, but this is the arm that I'm thinking about. Remember, I have to achieve one in, one out. I have to take one of his arms and lock it inside my legs and keep one of his arms outside. So as we come in towards our training partner, we go into our usual grip fight situation. From here I get my initial control, I just push this one down and I jump more front on this time. It's more into my opponent. So I push this one down, now I take my step to the outside with my left foot, and then I just go right over the top like I'm jumping guard. Then from here, I just cross my trap triangle. From this position, you've got your trap triangle, that's all we need. We know that the whole game now is the transition from trap triangle to figure four. Now, my hand was on the outside, I don't want that. I lift, punch through, control the head. He goes to posture up and away from me. We're always looking to turn that corner. Now, wedge all around the head and shoulders. We lock up the figure of four, and there's our finish. So you'll see there's a difference in grip. We're not over tying, we're just taking a collar tie and a wrist. And at the same time, the angle is different. It's much more of a frontal jump rather than a diagonal jump across. One of the key elements is the idea that when you lock, don't try to lock a triangle. Don't think about locking the figure of four. Think as though you were trying to jump guard on a seated opponent, and you're locking a guard around a head and an arm instead of his waist. That's the mental image that I want you working with. So, once again, we have an opponent as we engage in typical hand fight behavior here. We're working, moving, posting the head, hand fight, etc. That's where I go. I go in and catch. Okay? His focus gets put on this arm. That's the one that I'm gripping. Okay? So typically there's a pullback reaction which sets up my triangle. I want his elbow back to his own hips. So that I pull him here, that's exactly what he gives me. Now I step up and I jump more or less straight onto my training partner. I'm not thinking about blocking a triangle when I jump. I just think about crossing my ankles. So I just go straight forward and cross. Now we've got that trap triangle that we like so much. I catch a hold of my training partner's head. He goes to pull up and away. From here, we make the turn that we always do to lock up the figure of four and get our finishing hold. I'm going to demonstrate it facing the other way. I'm sitting right here. We move in on our training partner. We play our usual game from standing position. There's the catch, and now in one motion, I just go straight through. We punch up, the legs go around, hooking in, and there's our triangle for the finish. A slight variation of a jumping triangle on the seated opponent, where we can get to finish from top position, at least enter from top position as we're passing guard. Now we're looking at the idea of a front triangle, and as I said, most of what we've been through so far has been front triangles from bottom position, but now we're starting to shift our emphasis to front triangles from top position. We looked at situations where we were passing an open guard and we were jumping over our opponent and going into front triangles. Now let's look at situations where you're past your opponent's guard, you're across your opponent's side, and you're thinking about using triangles as a method of achieving a submission hold. A few general points to start off with. Let's have Placido in bottom side control. So first, let's understand that anytime you go to pin someone across side, they're going to have a near arm frame and a far arm frame. Okay, the near arm one obviously is on the side that I'm on. When my hips are in here with my training partner, that's going to be his near arm frame. Okay, the other one will be in a variety of different positions depending upon what he's looking to do with his framing defensive arms. Okay, if I want to enter into a triangle in situations like this, there's a bunch of ways I can operate, and it's important to distinguish between which arm do I wish to trap inside my legs. Remember, there's a sense in which, as I've pointed out on several occasions, every triangle is really the telling of the same story. It's always a story about trapping one of your opponent's arms inside your legs and pushing the other one outside your legs, so that you create what we call the one in, one out scenario. One of his arms is trapped inside of your legs, one of his arms is trapped outside of your legs. The question is, how am I going to do that cross-side? I've got two choices. I can trap the far arm or the near arm. Let's start off with near arm traps right here. Okay. How am I going to trap that near arm? It's not easy because his arm's in a good defensive position, framed in on my hips.
I need to do something. I need some kind of method to trap that arm in a way where I can set up triangles. Let's look at some pretty simple, commonsensical methods of doing so. Okay, here's one which we can use all the time. For a situation where I'm across my training partner's side, I'm going to change my hand grips, just in like so. So we go to an over grip on my opponent instead of the usual cross-face method. I'm going to walk down towards my training partner's hips, like I'm walking down to crowd the hips. Okay. Once I get there, I put my buttocks and lower back against his elbow behind me. Okay, so I switch from a situation where his elbow is in here, in my hip, to one where I walk away from the elbow and I put his elbow behind my buttocks and back. Now, he can make his arms strong and resistant. It means very little. I'm just going to use the power of my lower back to shift and move his elbow up beyond the shoulder line. Okay? Always remember that your opponent has what we call a shoulder line. That's a line that joins his two shoulders. What I want to do is I want to take his elbow above his shoulder line. He obviously wants his elbows in close to his rib cage. That's a good defensive position for him. I want the exact opposite. I want an elbow extended out and away into a vulnerable position above his shoulder line. The question is, how are you going to do that? Well, we're looking at the hip dragging method, where from here I come down to my training partner's hips with my hips. I bring my hips in close to his rib cage, and then from here I start walking backwards and trapping his arm in this position here. Okay, let's rotate a little bit this way. So you can see his arm is well trapped against my hips. The further I go back, the more his elbow gets trapped up against above his shoulder line. Now we're going to come back to our knees. But when I come back to my knees, I want to do so in a way where I don't lose the progress I've made trapping his elbow. So I post my hand, I heist, and I brush my knee up against him like so. So you can see what's happened. Placido's elbow is trapped out in a very vulnerable position where it's locked between my elbow, his own head, and my left hip. When he tries to pull his elbow back into a safety position, it's very difficult. His elbow is caught up in the geometry of my hips, and as a result we can hold him here quite successfully. From a position like this, we're going to bring our arm back and lock it in. When he tries to take his arm out, it's now locked between my elbow and my hip. Now from here, we're going to rise a little bit. We're going to come away from the chest-to-chest position. So he's in a good defensive frame. We're going to come up and we're going to catch our training partner's wrist and push it inwards. Now we're going to take our hand and go just like so behind the head. Most importantly, we're going to rise and level. And I face forwards in this direction, not across his body. From here, I take my body forwards past his head. Don't try to do this move with your head over his chest. It's very, very hard for you to free your right leg. So the whole motion here is one where everything goes forward and my chin goes over my own knee. And as a result, it becomes very easy for me to whip my leg around the corner and catch my training partner in place. Now I take my leg and I hook it underneath my training partner's neck. I bring my legs forward and my head goes to the mat. And as a result, I can quickly and easily lock the figure of four. Whether I elect to finish from here or fall down to bottom position doesn't really matter. They're both great options and the triangle is well locked. So let's start off just in like so. My opponent has arms in good defensive position where they should be, in close to his rib cage. We're going to start off just like so. I bring my arm across the body, I come down to the hip, and I walk and shift my hips to this sit-through position, just like so. I post on my training partner's near leg. I make sure my hips come in close to his armpit so that when I move back, his arm gets caught behind me. Now, when I come back up to my knees, I use my knee to trap his arm in place. I bring my arms back. From here, I pop up and pin his wrist down. My head comes up, his head comes up, and I put my head over my own left knee. As a result, I can bring my knee upwards. From this knee position, I throw my leg across his chest and curl my foot in behind him. From here, we lock up. There's the figure of 4. You could strangle here, or you could roll through and get a good finishing position like so. Let's have a look at it from another angle. From a situation where my opponent has good defensive arm position, we start off just like so. I bring my elbow across. I bring my hand down to the hip, and I walk all the way down to his hips. I post on his leg and I start inching backwards, driving his elbow up above the shoulder line. Now we post the floor, we switch our base, and when we come up, we've got his arm well trapped. I come in and hold. When he tries to pull his right arm back into a position of safety, it's exceptionally difficult. From here, I rise just enough that I can pin his hand to his sternum and chest. As I come up, my hips rise in elevation. My head goes directly over my own knee. If my head is over his chest, it's very hard for me to pick my right leg up. The whole thing is to create extension so that my knee can come up. Once my knee goes up over his chest, now we're in the perfect position to throw our leg around the corner and curl the leg in. The two knees come forward. I walk forward on my hands and lock the figure of 4 for a strangle either here or here. And either way, we'll get a very strong finish. This simple method of isolating the near arm is a very effective way to go into triangles from top side position. Now we're looking at the idea of front triangle applied from top position. In the previous move, we looked at a very, very effective and pretty well known method of entering into front triangles from side control. Now, earlier in this video, we talked about the idea of there's two main ways to get into what we're calling this one in, one out position for the front triangle. These are foot penetration methods and knee penetration methods. And we've seen in any given generic triangle situation, we have a choice between penetrating with the knee first and then following with the foot, or from situations where there's more distance, penetrating with the foot first and the knee second. Okay, and we enter in like so. Exactly the same is true when we look at front triangles from top situations. Let's quickly review the previous move and look and understand it in light of foot penetration. We saw that if we trap our training partner's arm against our hip and we push our training partner's hand down towards the sternum, we can rise and level change upwards. Then we bring our head over our own knee, and as a result, we can bring our leg up and create a weighted and unweighted leg. My left leg bears all my weight, my right leg bears no weight. And as a result, we could quickly step over the top and lock up over our training partner's neck and go forward into a triangle. Okay? That was obviously an example of my foot penetrating first. Let's have a look at it again. So we've got an arm trapped, just in like so. I create a sense where I bring my knee up and my foot penetrates over my training partner's leg first. Okay? Now, of all of you out there watching this video, some may be thinking that requires more agility than I have. Well, I've got good news and bad news. Yes, it does require some agility. The good news, however, it requires very little if it's done right. What is going to throw you off more than anything else is your balance. When we come up, if my head is between my knees, it just feels impossible for me to get my right leg up into a triangle position. Everything is about my head going over my left knee. It's that which makes my right knee light and easy to pick up. Then from here, I just extend and pass my foot over the top and curl it inwards so that I sit on top of his arm. Now we've created the one in, one out situation. One arm is trapped inside the legs, and as my leg goes around the corner, the other leg comes out. Now you have one out, one in, and you're ready to go into the move. Okay? So as long as we shift our head over one of our legs and unweight one of the opposite leg, it's easy for you to pick the leg up and go in. It doesn't require any kind of extraordinary athleticism. It does have one disadvantage, however. It creates space. Okay? if I trap my training partner's arm in here and I come up, there's a period where there's quite a bit of space and you could potentially lose things here. That's why this tends to be a fast man's move. Okay, it's not so much a balance issue, it's a speed issue. If I come up here and I'm in this period, in this situation for any length of time, I could pull his elbow short and then I can come over the top and have nothing. Okay, so there's a sense in which I didn't have to be the fastest guy in the world, but I can't hang around either. This is a move where you can't delay. So done in practice, it has a look where everything's tied in, and then we make a commitment right from the start. As we come up, boom, we just step over the top and we're into the triangle. Okay. Some of you may be saying, man, I don't know if I can do that. I'm not sure if I have the agility or the speed to go into a move like that. Well, my first answer is, if I'm 52 with a hip replacement, you should be able to do this fairly easily. It's just a matter of training. But nonetheless, let's look at an alternative method which also works very well. Instead of penetrating with the foot, we're going to penetrate with the knee. Okay, it's a little bit easier, and it has one big advantage over the previous method. There's a lot less space for your opponent to pull away from. It's slower, but it's tighter. Okay, so just like before, we're locked in. Our opponent's in good defensive position. We move down to the hips, and we use our hips and buttocks to clear his elbow out of good defensive position and make it vulnerable. We plant, pop up, and we trap our training partner's arm in close. This time, as I go to push in on my training partner, I'm not going to bring my head up. I'm going to bring my head down and across. I'm going to go across to the floor. As I do that, I'm going to start not with holding my opponent's wrist as I did the previous move. I'm going to shoot my hand through to the bicep. Very different grip. As I go across, my fist goes on the mat and I clear his fist out of the way. I'm going to bring my knee up and penetrate with the knee, not the foot. And as a result, I'm able to turn around the corner and scoot. And as a result, my knee penetrates very easily through the shoulder. Now I just windshield wipe on my legs, and we lock the trap triangle. We know that every triangle is essentially the same story. It's the progression from a trap triangle to a figure four. We catch a hold of our training partner's head. As he goes to pull away from me, we keep everything in tight, turn the corner, and from here, we lock up the figure of four for a tight finish. Let's have a look at that again. From a situation where we start off with our opponent in a good defensive position. First, we need to trap the near arm. So we go in, move our body down, and we come back to trap the near arm. From here, with the near arm trapped, I take my hand and I punch through on my training partner and I dominate the inside position at the bicep. So when Placido tries to bring his hand back, it's difficult, it's blocked out from the inside. Now I drive forward on my training partner and I bring my knee to my own hand. I bring my elbow out and I use my elbow as a prop to turn the corner and extract my foot. So I penetrated with the knee first and the foot second. I lock a trap triangle. From here we go in and control our training partner's head. As always, we turn the corner, he goes to posture up and away, and finds it a difficult thing. Now we just lock the figure of four and the strangle is complete. So this is an excellent alternative method based on knee penetration rather than foot penetration to give much less space for escape, and works well for athletes who are perhaps a slower moving athlete, and they can still work very effective triangles from top position. Now, we've been looking at the idea of using the front triangle from top side control. We're trapping our training partner's near side arm and then stepping over either with a knee drive or a foot penetration to push the far arm out of our legs and create a one in, one out situation. Let's look at a common problem associated with this method of attack and a simple solution. Okay, we know that ultimately we want to trap our training partner's arm in here. Okay, that's our goal. Okay, we saw one particular method of doing so was to use our hips and buttocks to move back and trap our opponent's arm like this. Okay, and as a result, we were able to either push the hand down and use a foot penetration over the top, or to take the inside position and use a knee penetration over the shoulder. The common problem associated with this method is that people will lose control of this arm. And remember, the whole move, either one of those two, is based on the idea of controlling this arm. So you have one arm trapped inside your legs and one arm trapped outside your legs, the one in, one out scenario that we're always talking about. What if I lose this arm? Okay, first off, how am I going to lose the arm? How could that occur? Well, if I'm in good position, in like so, if my opponent goes to turn into me to pull the arm out, it's very, very difficult. If he wants to extract his arm from this precarious situation, the smart thing for him to do is to turn in this direction. And now he can get the elbow inside, then he turns back to face me, and he goes for his regular escapes. Okay? So whenever I see my opponent turning away in this direction, I'm going to take advantage of this and take inside thumb position at my training partner's wrist. As he completes the turn, I'm just going to push through and put my hand right here inside his armpit. Okay? When he tries to come back and face me, my forearm prevents him from doing so. You can even double up on it like so for a short period of time. Okay? Now let's change our perspective. Do you see how he's extracted his elbow? His elbow is now inside my hip. I wanted it here, outside my hip. But he's brought it to a safe position on the inside. Okay? However, when he tries to turn back and face me, my left arm now prevents him. From this position, I'm going to walk down his hips and recapture my training partner's elbow. Now, I'm going to come down, let's face this way, into a situation where I place my foot right next to my training partner's elbow, and we go to sit. I pass my foot inside my training partner's armpit, and now you have the one in, one out. The one in, one out position is always the prerequisite to the triangle. From here, I control my training partner's chin and I get a hold of my own shin. My second leg comes up, and from here it's such a simple thing for us to go around the corner and lock up a different form of triangle, Ushiro Senkaku. When he goes to pull away from us now, it's so difficult, and the strangle comes on immediately. So once again, we have our training partner's arm trapped out, just as it was for all the previous variations that we looked at of this move. Now, from this general situation, my opponent goes to turn away to free his arm. We push and post. As a result, when he tries to come back towards me, his own arm prevents him. That's going to make it pretty easy for me to go around the corner and re-trap my training partner's arm. As I sit down, I pass my foot inside his armpit. And as a result, we're in the perfect position to control our training partner's head, lock up the figure of four, and then attack with Ushiro Senkaku for a strong finish strangle arm lock combination. This is an excellent way for us to get around that common problem of losing the near side arm when we're attempting triangles from top. Of course, you finish with a different triangle, the Ushiro Senkaku, or rear triangle, rather than the front triangle. But still, we're staying with our triangles and getting the strangulation win. We're looking at the idea of attacking with front triangles out of side position. Let's look now at a variation. We've seen one way to control our training partner's arm is to wedge it high up above the shoulder line. But that's not the only method. Another very effective method is to pin my opponent's biceps down to the floor with my shin. We often refer to this as a shin pin because my shin is pinning down on my training partner's bicep. Question is, how are you going to do that? How are you going to take your opponent from good defensive arm position and get that hand and arm down to the floor and pin it? That's not an easy thing to do. So we're going to start off just like so, and we're going to sit our body through. As he goes to push in on our hips in situations like this, we're going to take our head over our training partner's far shoulder, and we're going to start the action of pushing down. I'm going to take the inside wrist position. Okay, when my thumb goes inside and my wrist bends back at 90 degrees. We saw other applications of that earlier in the video. Let's look now to situate arms in. From here, where I bring my body weight forward and I start an action of pushing down on my training partner's arm. And as a result, I'm able to go forward with my knee and take the inside position with my knee, just like so. Once we get to a position like this, it's an easy thing to keep that shin pinned down on the floor. Now, I'm going to take my opponent's second hand and we're going to push it outwards and put our hand and arm around so we have both of his arms controlled. One's controlled with an underhook on the far side and one is controlled with my shin position on the other. Now from here, we're going to go driving across our training partner's body. And I'm going to bring my knee into my training partner's armpit, just like so. As a result, we find ourselves in a situation where you've created a one in, one out type situation. One of his arms is locked outside of my legs by my knee, and the other is trapped inside my legs by my right knee. Now, from a situation like this, it's not a difficult thing for us to start an action of turning across our training partner and creating good attacking opportunities. Look how I fall across my training partner's body. As I make the fall, I now have a knee behind his shoulder, blocking him in place. All that's required now is I pull my foot back and pommel over my training partner's shoulder like so. If my opponent elects to stay in this position, he says, oh, he wants to pull me up into a triangle, and he stays in this position, that's suicide. Because now he's giving me Udigatami, and from here we get a quick submission hold. So my opponent has to commit forward and come up. But when he does so, of course, he comes straight up into the triangle. From a position like this, it's not difficult for us now to start clearing our opponent's arm, either like so, or if you like a more old-fashioned approach, we bring the elbow across. Okay. However you choose to do it, from here, one thing stays the same. We always need angle and postural control. And as a result, we can quickly lock up the figure of four and get our stranglehold in place. So once again, we start off with our training partner in like so. We're going to start with an action of sitting through, like so, on our training partner. As his arms are in good position here, working, we sit through, we take the inside position and push down. I take my knee and I go over my training partner's bicep like so. From here, I put forward pressure on my training partner's arm so we can easily pass his arm to the outside. Now from here, we go through and hug on our training partner's arm. I bring my knee up into the armpit. As I come up, my knee goes high up into my training partner's armpit. I slouch over to the side. As we fall over to our hip, we create a dilemma for our opponent. If he stays where he is, I have a very strong Udigatami attack. So he has to start coming up. So I retract my foot as he comes up to top position. I kick over his shoulder. Now from here, as he comes up, we're locked in place and ready to go. Here we've got a great chance to go into the front triangle. There's the trap triangle locked in place. From here, we need angle. We scoop inside and find ourselves in perfect position to attack with the front triangle. This is a very practical way of attacking from side pins with the front triangle. Now, let's change our focus to the front triangle working out of mounted position. From a situation where we've achieved the mounted position on our training partner, typically, in order to attack triangles, we're going to have to generate some method of taking at least one of my opponent's arms, in particular the elbow, up above his shoulder line. We know that our opponent typically won't give us that for free. He'll have his arms in a good defensive position. So we're going to get underneath my training partner's head and arm, just like so. We'll have our arm out here for base of support, and I will put my forearm and wrist underneath his elbow. I start an action of walking out, make a strong arm. We start an action of walking outwards, like so. Periodically, you're going to run into situations where you can't go any further forward. He's pulling down sharply with his elbow, and you're working to lift it up. When we see that, we straighten the arm, and then we resume walking. Every time we run into strong resistance, we just straighten the arm. So we walk forward with a ratchet-like action, where we go, for every inch we go forward, we stay going forward. We never go backwards like a good ratchet. Now, from here, we lever the elbow all the way up towards the crown of the head until we can lift and lock in with our two arms around the head and the shoulder. Now, from positions like this, I always want to get my opponent's arm across the center line and lock up in a good tight attacking position where I can start taking my chin around the outside of my training partner's arm. That's going to make it possible for us to bring our knee up to our elbow and start an action of sitting out to the side and hugging the head inwards. As his arms come in defensively, we're going to take our hand and push our training partner's wrist down, and as a result we can step right over and go into a good attacking position. Now from here the legs curl underneath. We've achieved the 1 in 1 out position, and from here I put my forehead down to the mat, we lock the figure of 4 and we strangle for the finish. The key element here is the idea of creating a foot penetration for the trap triangle, which will ultimately set up the full stranglehold. So we start off in the mounted position, just like so. We get into a fairly conventional looking pin, and then from here we start the action of walking the elbow outwards as we put progressively more and more pressure on our training partner. Walking, when we get stopped by resistance, we straighten. We walk, we get stopped by resistance, we straighten. And in this step-by-step method, we ensure that we get the elbow up towards the center line. Once we've gotten close, from here, we use a hand-over-hand method where we drive forward and trap our training partner's elbow in place. Now from here, I bring my knee up all the way to my own elbow. Let's turn around here. Once we get to a position like this, now we've got excellent control of the head and the arm. I take my hand and I catch my training partner's wrist and I push it underneath his own neck. As always, I put my head over my own knee, just as we did from the side position. And as a result, I can use a high leg action that puts my foot over the top of my training partner's shoulder. You've now achieved a 1 in 1 out position. From here we catch, we bring our head down to the floor so we can lock up the figure of 4. It doesn't matter whether we finish mounted like so, or if we slide through and end up in the bottom position. Once the triangle is locked, it doesn't matter between top and bottom, you'll get the same effects. So, once again, we start off, mounted position, we hook in, and we start that action of walking as far as we can go until we have to use that straightening action, which brings the arm up into a position where we can go forward and trap it. I bring the elbow forward like so, I catch my training partner's wrist, and everything goes around the corner until we can get into a nice tight triangle entry. As always, we eliminate the shoulder. You'll see if we turn around in this direction, Placido's shoulder is visible to the camera. That means that the shoulder has been eliminated. And as a result, it's an easy thing for us to go forward and lock up the figure of 4 and strangle for the finish. So the main lessons of the front triangle never really change. It's always about that progression, starting with the idea of a working grip. Then the idea of creating the 1 in 1 out situation. Eliminating the shoulder so that we can make a smooth transition from the initial trap triangle through to the figure of 4.
You guys are starting to see the real theme here is lateral hip movement. Okay? If my hips become weightless, if I'm hanging my body right off my opponent, it's very easy to move my hips side to side. And once we can generate effective side-to-side movement, you can throw your legs to a triangle pretty easily. So far, we've looked at doing it out of collar ties from close guard. We've looked at doing it from overhooks, from wizard versus seatbelt situations. Now we're going to look at it from underhooks and from half guard. Okay? From a situation where we're working in bottom position and we have a hand as a frame across our training partner, very often we're going to be able to put in a knee shield and start digging our way around into an underhook situation like so. Now typically when we work with underhooks, we're going to look to come up to an elbow, to prop ourselves up to an elbow underneath our training partner. Most of the time when we work with a grip underneath my opponent's arm, the main targets are our opponent's far hip or the near shoulder. But for the move we're about to do, we're going to hit a different target. We're going to come up and we're going to take our underhook across to the far trapezius. Okay? Why? Because if I go to my opponent's waist or the near shoulder, I feel the maximum effect of his wizard. When he puts wizard pressure on me, it tends to collapse me back down to a shoulder. Okay? However, when I bring my hand up across and take a far side underhook, it's much more difficult for my opponent now to put me down. Okay? It strongly negates the effect of that workout. Now from this position, I'm going to start playing a game with my feet. I'm going to place my feet right here at my training partner's knee, just like so. I'm going to come up to a hand right next to my training partner. I'm going to throw my foot over my training partner's lower back. And as a result, we create that same weightless effect where we can easily lock up on our training partner. Things will be a little bit different, however, because you have that underhook. When we first go into lock, I suggest just locking your feet. Now, his arm will be a bit of a problem for you here. So I generally recommend limping your arm free and going back over it. And then going back to your opponent's head. As he goes to pull away from us, as always from here, we hook inside our training partner's legs. We put our knee as a wedge behind his head, and our ankle and knee are very, very close together. The more he goes to pull away from us in situations like this, the easier it becomes for us to lock the figure of four and go through into a strong strangulation. Once again, we're going to start off in bottom half guard, framing in just like so. Now from here we go through and come up into this good attacking position. From here, my hand comes all the way across, just like so. And we're in the perfect position now to come up off the floor. I generally recommend a step over our training partner's spar hip. And it's that which makes it easy for my body to hang off his and lock up a trap triangle. Now I bring my arm through and punch it over the top, and hold on to my training partner's head. And as a result, we can make a quick turn around the corner and into a strong strangulation position. Okay? Let's give it a try.
Now, I want to switch topics now. We've seen a lot of ways to enter into the front triangle. We've seen a whole host of ways that we can do this. Now I want to look at a different method. We're going to threaten other forms of submission. Our opponent reacts to that threat and gives us what we really wanted all along, an entrance into the triangle. One which many jiu-jitsu players are familiar with is the idea of threatening an arm lock and then attacking with a triangle. I'm going to show you just the Jiu-Jitsu 101 method of doing this, and then look at my own method, which I believe has some advantages. Okay, we're working from a closed guard, and from here in Jiu-Jitsu 101 we go to control an arm lock. We get a hold of our training partner's wrist, elbow, he's got his arms on, and from here we place a foot on the hip, etc., etc. We come all the way up to the side, and then however we do it, we go in, turn, and find ourselves in Jujigatame. If my opponent goes to yank his arm out, from here I let the arm go, I bring my leg around the other side, and then I turn across in the opposite direction, and we go into the triangle. Okay, nothing wrong with that method. It's been around for years and works exceedingly well. However, I suspect most of you have already seen that, so you don't have much interest in it. Let's look at a slightly more advanced method, which I believe works better in competition, and then look at a much more advanced method, which happens to be my personal favorite way of doing this transition from a threat of Jujigatame, a threat of an armbar, and a switch to a triangle. So, a more advanced method involves a more advanced approach to arm locking from bottom position. When you first start off the sport, it's usually good enough just to come in and trap someone's arm. Okay, they don't really know what arm bars are, they don't really have a sophisticated set of defenses, and so from here it's usually enough just to turn to an angle, and then from here turn off the arm and go into an arm lock. Okay, then you go with better and better guys, and they recognize the danger of this grip. They see that's an arm lock coming up, they see the foot on the hip, now that confirms their initial suspicions, and they're already pulling out, the head's moving away, and now not only do you not get an arm lock, there's not really an effective transition to a triangle either. Okay, so at upper levels, people typically use a two-stage approach to arm locking. Typically what you'll see is some kind of postural control, and then from here they'll draw the elbow across the center line and they'll throw their legs up into a position which I often refer to as a top lock, where my feet lock on top of my opponent's shoulders rather than the traditional closed guard position in the lower back. Okay, because the lock is much higher, when my opponent goes to posture up and away, it's much more difficult for him to pull away from me. That's going to force him to put his arms in a defensive configuration, like so, and as a result, now we get a second opportunity to go into the arm lock and hold it balance. From here we turn and go in like so, into the arm lock. Okay, so this will be a more advanced form of the arm lock. Once again, we, instead of just going in here and getting a 2-on-1 grip, we go through, we control our training partner's head, and we throw everything up into a top lock. As he goes in to defend himself, we go to turn the corner, and from here we find ourselves in an arm bar. Okay. The beauty of this top lock is it offers great opportunities to make a switch, an early switch into a triangle. So I go to control my training partner's arm, I hold everything in and lock. Now my opponent sees, okay, there's a danger here of a triangle. It's not difficult to read, but if he goes to pull his elbow out at this point, as I lose the elbow, you gain the triangle on the opposite side. It's just so easy. He's literally given you a trap triangle. As a result, it's very easy for us to go in on either side and start making turns up and away and into winning positions. Now when we lock the figure of 4, you go right into a winning position. Once again, from a situation where we start off, we draw our training partner forward, we go in and capture head and arm. Now from here, we lock up a top lock. My opponent recognizes the potential danger. If he doesn't move from here, it's pretty easy for us to start making a transition into arm locks. So it's in his best interest to pull the arm free. When he does so, you're left with a trap triangle on the opposite side. As a result, it's very easy for us to catch, make a turn, and then from here find ourselves in triangle territory on the opposite side. Okay, so that's perhaps a more realistic way of managing the transition from armbar to triangle. However, it's not my personal favorite way. My favorite way involves a slightly more advanced way of working our way into the armbar itself and forcing a real dilemma between either a broken arm on one hand or a triangle on the other. Let's have a look at this. From a situation where someone is in that closed guard, most of the time they're going to have hands on biceps like so. Okay. From here, I'm going to go through with my arm and I'm going to pull in with my legs. Like so. So his hand goes on the mat behind me. Now, I don't go to grab my training partner's arm. That conveys immediately that I'm interested in an arm lock. Instead, I grab the head. So there's no warning of an arm lock or anything like that. Make a strong body. Now, from here, I turn onto my side. I scoop inside my training partner's leg. And from here, I use a big leg action to come out wide and hook onto my training partner. As he goes to yank his arm out, it's stuck in place. It's very, very hard to get away. And very often from here, you'll go straight into an arm lock. However, if for whatever reason your opponent is able to extract his arm, he goes immediately into a trap triangle. And it's not a difficult thing in these situations to start clearing everything across, scooping inside the leg, and from here, making a nice transition into a triangle stranglehold. So he starts hands on biceps. From here, we go inside and we draw him forward. We go up and we catch our training partner at the head and the leg. I start an action of turning, so I go onto my side and then I practice the skill of throwing my legs around the corner. If he does succeed in pulling his arm out, he immediately gives me what I really wanted, a trap triangle on the other side. Now it's a relatively simple thing for us to start an action of turning off the shoulder and strangling for the finish. One of the great advantages of this method is that it creates a very strong sense of dilemma in my opponent. So we go in, we catch, we make an initial turn. If my opponent doesn't react, his arm lock is right on. Not only is it a tight arm lock, it's exceptionally tight because his arm is caught behind my tricep. So when he goes to yank his arm free, it's a very difficult thing. And it's a very, very tight lock for the finish. Okay? If, on the other hand, he is so quick that he does pull out, but the head is still controlled. So when he tries to posture up, he can't get away. And as a result, we can lock up all manner of triangles in this position. Of course, you don't only have a front triangle in this situation. You can also go in and lock the Hantai Senkaku from the same situation and strangle for the finish. Whether you end up with Hantai or front is up to you. They're both readily available from that position. This is a very, very high percentage way of transitioning from arm lock activity into triangle activity. Now let's continue with this idea of working from a submission hold and then back into a triangle. We just looked at the armbar Jujigatame from closed guard situations. Now let's go to the armbar Jujigatame where we've pinned our opponent down on his back and we're ready to attack. So we have an athlete who's down in a classic Jujigatame position. Now, whenever we go to work in a position like this, the first thing we're looking for is stability. Very often from here, they're locking their arms in tight defensively, etc., etc. We're going to put our hand on our own thigh, just like so. And we're going to practice the skill of taking our legs out of alignment. If my legs are aligned dead straight, my opponent explodes into me, I tend to fall straight backwards. Okay? So we want to misalign our legs. I take my foot and I come back to my training partner's ear, and my second foot comes up here and I come onto my elbow. Let's move around a little. Just like so, okay? So we're propped on our elbow, my hand is on my own thigh, and my legs are at an angle. I have what we call asymmetrical legs. Here, my legs are symmetrical, both facing the same direction, like so, okay? I come down to an elbow, and I invert my knee, so my knee points down at the mat. One leg is hooked back, and the other is hooked up into the armpit, and the lower legs are pointing in slightly different directions. This is going to enable me to get my knee inside his bicep, so that my knee takes the inside position. This makes it very easy for me now to take my foot and touch close to my own knee and start to push a space into which I can pass my right foot. Now, my opponent must re-lock his hands or face an arm lock danger. Okay? Now we come up into a situation where both of my feet, let's come around this way, are over my opponent's shoulder. My 2 feet pull in tight, like so. I'm still propped up on my elbow. Now, from this position, I'm going to go in and catch my training partner's leg and bring his head up off the floor. The exposure of his head up off the mat makes it very easy for me to take my cross-faced leg off and put my knee in behind my training partner's neck as a wedge. Now I bring his head forward and we lock the figure of 4. When my training partner tries to pull away from me in a situation like this, it's very, very easy now to apply a stranglehold with the legs and finish. Once again, we start off just like so. He has his arms in a good defensive position like this. We're going to misalign our legs. Okay, so I go from symmetrical legs to misalignment like so. My knee goes just inside my training partner's bicep. In this case, it's my left knee. It just goes just inside. Now from here, right foot goes up to the knee, and we start an action of pushing until we can thread our foot inside like so. Okay. As my opponent goes back into a defensive arm position, we're going to go through and catch our training partner at the knee and bring his head off the mat. Now I take my cross-faced leg and I bring it around the corner and behind my training partner's neck. As a result, we can easily lock the figure of 4. When my opponent tries to come up and complete the movement, he's stuck because of his knee controlled here by my leg. Now from this position, we apply the stranglehold and it's done. This is a very, very effective way of transforming a stalled armbar situation into a very good front triangle strangle. So once again, we have an opponent here in a classic armbar situation, flat on his back. Our first thing is to create misalignment. So my body turns to an angle. My left foot comes back to my training partner's ear, and my 2 legs lock in nice and tight. My knee just inside his bicep. Now I connect foot and knee together so that I can push and take the 1 in, 1 out situation. My foot locked in here like this. Now I need to bring his head off the mat. Even if he keeps his head down towards the floor, when I reach across and pull, it brings everything up off the mat. Now I place my knee behind his head as a wedge, so when he tries to bring his head back down, there's a wedging force in place. Now from here, we lock the figure of 4. We draw everything inwards, and from here, it's an enormously tight strangulation for the finish. This is a beautiful way to go from a stall Jujigatame armbar attempt and turn it into a highly efficient stranglehold with your legs. We're looking at the idea of taking other submission holds and converting them into triangle attacks. We've just looked at Jujigatame, the standard armbar. We've looked at 2 applications of it and how we can turn that into good front triangle attacks. Let's look now at one of my personal favorite submission attacks. Now, it's an odd thing that it's one of my personal favorites because it actually doesn't score many submissions in international competition. I like it not just as a submission hold in itself, but as a means of opening up my opponent to other submissions. This is Urigatami, or the straight arm lock, as it's often referred to. Urigatami is always a serious threat to your opponent. If he doesn't react to the threat, you will break his arm with it. Now, is it the tightest, most high percentage? No, it's not. It's probably fair to say it's easier to escape from than many of the other major submission holds in the sport of jiu-jitsu. But it scares the crap out of people. And as a result, they tend to overreact with the defensive reactions, and it opens up a lot of other submissions. One of those submissions is the front triangle. Let's look at a situation where we've got an opponent working in our guard. And from here, we've managed to secure any form of underhook, okay? It might be because I got a collar tie pulled through, and now we have our underhook in place. Once we get that underhook, I like to set it up with a variation of the clamp, where I have a knee right here in front of the shoulder, a knee behind, and now I have an extended arm with an underhook. As a result, I'm able to go around and put severe pressure on my opponent with the Urigatami. In general, I like to put my hand on my own elbow, move my hips away from him and my head towards him, and we get a strong submission attack. If my opponent doesn't react to the attack, he'll be finished right here. Okay. So what happens is they all start doing the same thing. They start bringing the head up, and the elbow turns in, and they save themselves. That's always what they're looking to do. Okay, there are other escapes to this move, but this is almost always the first one that's employed. It has to do with head position. As his head comes closer to me, it becomes easier for him to rotate the elbow and take away the danger. Okay, so anytime we're in here and attacking with Urigatami, it's a battle for head position. Okay, if I ever feel that I'm losing that battle and the Urigatami has been lost, I will extend my leg across my training partner's shoulders and put my foot inside his shoulder on the far side. Now, as his head comes in towards me, I use foot penetration. My foot comes back, and as I lose the Urigatami and he turns in, we catch right over the top, and we go directly into the trap triangle. As always, from the trap triangle situation, we cover the head and we scoop the legs. And as a result, I'm able to bring my feet pointing well forward. Now, from the situation, we go through. My knee is a wedge behind his head, so that when we lock the figure of four, everything's in place, and we get a good tight strangulation. Once again, from a situation where we work in front of each other like so. Now, from here I go in, I secure an initial underhook on my training partner, and I pull my training partner down into a position rather like the clamp. Okay, my knee in front of the shoulder on one side, behind the shoulder on the other, but unlike a clamp where I'm over the arm, here we're under the arm like so. Now from this position, I start an action of attacking the Urigatami. When I feel it fail, I touch my knee and ankle together on the far shoulder. I use that to extract, and I penetrate with the foot over the top of my opponent's neck, and we lock up the trap triangle. From here, as always, we go into control posture. He goes to posture up. My left hand makes it difficult. Go to set up. And then from here, we scoop inside our training partner's leg and pull him into a situation where we can lock the figure of four and finish with a good strangle. This is an excellent way for us to take a failed Urigatami and go into a front triangle and get a submission win. Now, another fine submission hold that we can often employ to set up triangle attacks is omoplata. Many is the time you'll attack with an omoplata. It's relatively easy to get into, but many is the time you'll fail to actually finish with it. It's a difficult move to actually put someone away with, especially without the benefits of a gi. A very common defensive reaction to the threat of a strong omoplata is a forward roll to relieve pressure. Okay, and this will often set up excellent opportunities to attack with a triangle. So if we have an opponent around here in front of us just sitting up, and we're working from any kind of standard guard type situation, we're going to go down and apply the clamp position, as we so often do. My knee in front of my training partner's shoulder, just like so. My second knee behind the opposite shoulder. So when he goes to yank out, it's not an easy thing. From a situation like this, it's not difficult for us to feed our foot through and across in front of our training partner's face and head. And as a result, we're in a position now where we can start to go around the corner and into an omoplata. Now, from here, it's a race for head position. He wants his head coming upwards. As the head comes up, he becomes less and less vulnerable. So our whole thing is to try and keep the head down. So when he goes to rise with the head, we want to use our straightened leg to push and bring the head down long enough that we can set up and start to threaten our training partner. Now, if he's naive and stays in a position like this, trouble will soon ensue. Okay, so what many of your opponents will do in this situation is capitulate into a forward roll. When we see the forward roll happen, we extract our arm and we bring our head well forward. My leg is going to come around behind me, and as he comes up into the forward roll, we drive across our training partner and we hug the tricep just in like so. Now from here, I post my hand on the floor and I back step across my training partner's body, and we lock up the one in, one out situation like so. Okay, we're in the perfect position now to take our right foot, bring it out, take our left foot and come around the corner. I catch my training partner and we find ourselves now in a Mote Senkaku, the front triangle. As my head comes down, the feet become light, and we can quickly lock the figure of four for a strong strangulation finish from either top or from bottom position. Let's have a look at all those details again. We'll start off facing in this direction. From here, we start off looking at a fairly conventional situation. We place our foot on our training partner's opposite hip, and from here we go into the clamp position. Now, I use the angle offered by the clamp to pass my foot through and around my training partner, and we turn and come out to the side. From here, I use my left leg like a pendulum. He wants to bring his head up, so there must be weight on my inside leg, and then the pendulum with the outside leg so we can come up and do a good attack. Now, he wants to bring that head back up. If the head rises, he will put me back to my back. So it's very, very important that we take everything out and away to the side. As a result, he must now go into some kind of forward roll. When I see that happen, we put our two hands down and we catch our training partner right here, like so. Now I get a good opportunity to back step around the corner and lock up. Okay. From here, I rise, my foot comes out, I capture my training partner by the head, and I switch into a Mote Senkaku, the front triangle. Now we're in the perfect position to rise, lock, and strangle for the finish. This is an excellent sense in which we can make a very, very clean transition into the front triangle out of a failed omoplata. Our hips to move left and right and build the triangle. Okay, that was the first big thing we looked at. Now we're going to go into the second big theme of this class, and this is one that runs throughout our entire approach in sport. This is the idea of targeting upper body and lower body. Okay? Whenever you work from guard position, there's always a basic dichotomy in what am I going to attack. Will it be upper body or will it be lower body? As a general rule, if someone is on two knees, it's going to be hard for me to just go straight into their legs and attack the lower body. At some point, I've got to get his knees off the floor, no matter how I do it. Either because he willingly took a knee off the floor by standing, okay, or me elevating him up into the sky. Something's got to get his knees off the mat, whether it's him or me. Okay, until that happens, there's no attacks on the legs. So as a general rule, when someone stays down on two knees, most of our attacks will be to the upper body. Okay. Now, around 90% of the defenses to upper body attacks involve some kind of posturing up and away from those. And it's exactly then that the lower body starts to become vulnerable. Once you understand that simple insight, you're going to see that there's a repetitive pattern in most of our attacks from guard position. They start at one end and they go to the other. So we either start attacking the legs, and then when he brings everything back down to the floor, we go to the upper body. Or if he's down on the floor already, we start at the upper body, he goes up and away from the floor to defend himself, and we go into the legs. Okay? It sounds simple, and it is. Like all good things in life, it's simple. But it's one thing for something to seem simple conceptually, it's another thing about to do it against someone who doesn't want it to be done. Okay? So, yeah, correct, it does seem like a simple idea, but getting it to work in competition is not so easy. So, let's look at a situation where we start off with one of our favorite triangle attacks. Okay, it's very simple, very effective. From here, I take one of Brian Glick's hands to the center line, just like so. So I put my hand on the outside of his hand. Normally, we're always battling for the inside position. Okay, that's our game. But sometimes we'll start outside. This is one of those times. I take my hand to the outside position. That's normally pretty easy because most of the time our opponents know we're fighting for the inside position. So they tend to keep their hands very close together and give us the outside position very easily.
Now I physically push his wrist to the center line. I take my hand and I lock it over the top, and I come in and I take an elbow 2-on-1 grip. As Brian Glick goes to yank away from me, I bring my body in close and my elbows come back to my side, and I put his hand very close to my hip. I measure and regulate distance through the use of my foot on the hip on the same side as the trapped arm. So when Brian tries to push into me, the foot regulates distance. When he tries to pull away from me, the upper body grip regulates distance. Okay? And now we have an unweighted leg. That unweighted leg is very hard for him to track and monitor. He would like to grab it to prevent me from hitting a triangle. But that unweighted leg moves very, very freely. It's very, very hard for him to stop me from going up and attacking an initial triangle. As soon as we get that initial attack, you know what your opponents do. They all want to posture up and away and break the grip of my triangle. So if I have my trap triangle here and he postures up, boom, he breaks my triangle apart. That's always what they're looking to do. Whenever we see him starting to posture up and away, we pull in with our knees. Okay, so as he postures up and away, he finds it difficult. It gets more difficult when I put a hand on the back of his head. Now my opponent reasons to himself, the only way he's going to posture now is to actually physically stand up. Okay, and from situations like this, he can start thumb posting on my knee, etc., etc. Whenever we see this, we're always going to go through and bring our body into a situation where I can grip here, above our training partner's knee. As I feel I'm starting to lose the triangle, watch my outside leg. The outside leg comes through and it makes the first contact here, behind my training partner's knee. Why is it the outside leg? Well, if Brian Glick goes to throw my leg by and pass my guard, my outside leg keeps me aligned with my opponent. Come back. If I make the mistake of going in with this leg here first, there's no contact. And if my legs get thrown from here, he's past my guard. Okay? So it's always the outside leg that goes in first. Look how as I feel I'm losing the triangle, I bring my foot to my buttocks so that the distance I have to cover is very small. And as a result, he goes to push his pelvis forward and throw my legs by. It means nothing. Now all I do is just shift and we're into X guard immediately. As soon as we get into X guard, our first thing is to put his hands on the mat. So I take my knee, I bump, and get his foot off the floor, and as a result his hands go straight down to the mat. Now from this position I switch from X guard into reverse X guard, and as a result we can quickly bring him up into the sky and lock the figure of 4 around his legs. From here we bring everything up, make the necessary adjustments, and from here we go straight away into our finishes. So we started with an upper body attack. Our opponent went into a standard defensive movement, and we finished lower body. Once again, we go in, we push his hand across the center line, we go in, elbow 2-on-1 grip. From here, we quickly go in and lock up an initial triangle. As he goes into a standard defense, he goes to push away, I scoop above his knee, locking in just like so. Now as I feel I'm losing the triangle, my outside leg pulls down and hooks in. So that even as I lose the position of the upper body, I've gained lower body with the X guard in place like so. Now, I bring my knees to my chest, I bring his foot off the floor and drop his hands down to the mat. As a result, we're in perfect position now to switch our feet from X guard to reverse X guard. As always with reverse X guard, our whole thing is to take his hips directly over our head. So I bring my knees into my chest and lift so everything goes overhead. As my lower back comes up off the floor, we lock, figure of 4, and find ourselves in a superb attacking position. We lock up, if he goes to twist, turn, move away, etc. It's such a difficult thing. My hands go inside, I lock over the top, and there's my heel. Now as my hands come into a good position, okay, I just kick on through, and we get the finish. Okay? Let's give it.
Now, I want to start now a part of the video that I'm very excited to work with. This is the introduction to Hantai Sankaku, the opposite-sided triangle. This is essentially a triangle locked what appears to be the wrong way. This is a big part of my approach to teaching the triangle. It's been famously used by my students. We use it all the time in the gym, and probably the most famous application of it was when Gordon Ryan submitted Harlech Gracie with this move. It's a confusing triangle to many people because it appears to be locked in the wrong direction. But done properly with the right body mechanics, this is an enormously effective stranglehold which you can add to your triangle game and get tremendous results. First off, let's just look at what is Hantai Sankaku. What does it even look like? Okay, Jiu-Jitsu 101, we all get taught the front triangle, a mote senkaku, okay? Where our legs come out and we lock up like so, the one you're all familiar with. Now, Hantai senkaku would be a situation where my legs lock in what appears to be the wrong way, okay? A wrong-sided triangle. Now, you might be asking, how the hell are you going to strangle someone with this? It looks like the alignment's all wrong. It doesn't even look like it would work. You could see maybe you get an arm lock from here, a kimura or something, but how are you going to strangle someone? Well, the problem here is alignment. I've done a poor job of aligning my body, so my training partner feels no threat of strangulation. But if we learn to align our bodies and we use that same opposite-sided lock, you can get an enormously tight strangulation. I'm just going to show you just the sheer body position first to get an idea of what we're trying to accomplish. And then we're going to start to look at practical applications of the move where we learn to combine it with the front triangle based upon our opponent's elbow position. And that's going to be a big part of what we do. Okay. So first, let's look at a manner in which we can use this practically in combat. I'm going to start off with a classic trap triangle. Okay, I don't have a figure 4 yet. I've just got the trap around my opponent's head and one arm, and we're ready to start the ball rolling. Okay. From here, a very common form of defense for my opponent is to put his hand behind my hip. It's a smart defense because it brings his shoulder forward into the senkaku. And as we know from earlier, once my opponent's shoulder gets included in the senkaku, it's hard for me to close my figure 4 properly and strangle the guy. It's a sound defense on his part. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go forward, I'm going to get a hold of my training partner's head, and then my hand is going to go deep inside my training partner's legs. I'm going to use my hand to pull my body to a 90-degree angle so that I'm 90 degrees across my opponent. Now, here's a word to the wise. Because your arm is in here, you're going to be tempted to try to pull yourself further with your arm. Don't. Your arm gets you to 90 degrees and it gets you no further. What ultimately lines me up with my opponent, so my 2 feet point forward, is not my right hand, it's my left leg. So when I hold in here, I use my left leg like a pendulum so that my right knee goes under my training partner's elbow. So I move out like so, like I wanted to touch my left foot to the floor. Now you can see my right knee has gone underneath my opponent's rib cage. That's what I'm looking for. Now from here, I bring my knee behind my opponent's head as a wedge. So when my training partner tries to pull out, it's very, very difficult. I physically grab my own shin, and from this position, I pull my legs into the figure of 4, so that my lock is directly above his head. When Mateus tries to posture out and pull away, it's almost impossible. And from here, the stranglehold is impressively strong. Once again, from a situation where we start with a basic trap triangle, my opponent takes his elbow around behind the hip to bring his shoulder into my triangle and frustrate my strangle. No problem. We go into counter, we catch the head, we catch the leg. The arm pulls me around to 90 degrees, but what ultimately gets me there is the pendulum effect of my leg, like I wanted to touch the floor. Then from here, I bring my leg in behind as a blocker, a wedge behind his head. My foot and my knee are close together. So when Mateus goes to yank out of here, it's shockingly difficult. And it's easy for us now to lock the full figure of 4. Now, when I squeeze with my legs, we get an enormously tight strangulation. This is the basic mechanic behind the move. The key element is the idea of your legs being nice and relaxed as you pull yourself around. Your right arm initiates the turn, but it does not complete the turn. The right arm pulls you to 90 degrees, but what completes the turn is the pendulum effect of your left, in this case, left leg. Other side, obviously the right leg. Initiate the turn with the arm, finish it with the leg. Ultimately, you have to end up in a crazy looking north-south position to your opponent. That's what's going to determine your success or failure. Can you get north-south? The arm will get you halfway there, but the leg will complete the journey. Let's go back into the move now and show the crucial role of the vertical leg. Okay, we have a training partner in place. Trap triangle, he goes to hide the leg. Watch this leg here. Ultimately, my shin must be pointing, my foot rather, and shin must be pointing up to the ceiling. If my foot points in this direction, you will never strangle anybody here. You can do kimuras, you can do other good things, but you can't get an effective strangle. Okay? To effectively strangle someone, we need to go all the way around to a north-south position so that my foot is pointing up at the ceiling. My hand controls his head, so if Proteus goes to posture up and away from me, it's very, very difficult. From here, you can see that my knee has gone underneath his arm, like so. If you can see my knee, this is not going to be an effective strangle. So our whole thing is to push this knee inwards and under. The transition of my knee from here to here is the key. Notice how I go from perpendicular to almost north-south. What keeps him in place is my control of the head. Go to posture up, Proteus. And it's that which gets me around the corner. Now my leg comes in as that wedge. Now I get a hold of my own shin. When he goes to yank out, it's so difficult. And when we lock, the strangulation power is very impressive. You can see what's involved is this idea of inverting my knee and bringing the knee underneath my training partner's rib cage. This is such an interesting strangle because it completely changes your whole perception of which is the strangle leg and which is the support leg. Think about it. For a basic front triangle, it's very clear which is the strangle leg and which is the support leg. The strangle leg is the one here, the right leg, that goes onto my training partner's carotid artery, and the support leg holds it in place. But once you make the transition into the Hantai Senkaku, it's much less clear which one is actually strangling him, because neither leg is in direct contact with my opponent's carotid artery. In fact, what happens is this becomes the strangle leg. No part of my right leg is in direct contact with his carotid artery. You can clearly see that. There's a space here. It's this thigh which makes contact with the carotid. And only when we lock up like so can you see that the support leg changes. This is now the support leg. This one here becomes the strangle leg, the opposite of what we normally find in triangle attacks. And from here, it creates an enormously tight strangulation. It's a fascinating and highly effective method of strangulation. Those are the basic mechanics of the move. Those are the basic elements to get into the move. Let's strongly emphasize a few basic features. First, you've got to be able to create that north-south element. You have to be able to turn all the way so that your whole body is facing the same direction your training partner is facing. And secondly, you've got to get that shin vertical up to the floor and the feet pointing up to the ceiling. Let's quickly review exactly what I mean by this. Okay, so we use any one of the basic setups that we've been looking at to get into a trap triangle. My opponent intelligently resists a front triangle. If he didn't resist here, if he just stayed in, I'd just go straight to a front triangle. Okay, it'd be easy. Okay, so he's smart. He realizes if he puts his arm in here, that's going to frustrate that. Okay, so we go in, we catch the head. So if he tries to posture up and away, you have control of the head. Now we get that scoop grip. That gets me to 90 degrees. Then we start that action of pendulum with the foot so that I can get my foot down towards the floor. Now both of my legs are pointing forwards. I hold the head so if he goes to posture up and away, it won't be easy. As he postures up and away from me, look how I'm getting my knee underneath his armpit. Then we apply our leg as a wedge behind him. So everything's locked in close. And I grab my own shin. The closer my foot and my knee, the more successful I'm going to be. As he goes to yank out, it's so difficult to get away. And from here, we lock the figure of four, and the strangle is impressively strong. This is Hantai Senkaku, or the opposite-sided triangle. I strongly encourage you to work this into your game. It forms an incredibly tight stranglehold, which is, it functions in the same way as a 1-2 punch in boxing. The front triangle is one hand, and the opposite side triangle is the other. As your opponent goes to move away from one, he moves on to the other, and we score. It's an incredibly effective way to deal with the problem of the elbow when we go into lock a front triangle. We're going to come back to that in the next session because it's worth talking about in itself. But those are the basic mechanics of the move and the basic movements that we should be moving towards in order to get into the position to get it to work. Now, we've been looking at this Hantai Senkaku, the opposite-sided triangle, basically a triangle that looks like it's been locked in the wrong direction. It's an incredibly valuable addition to your triangle game, one which I believe is tremendously underutilized in the sport currently. I'm looking to change that. Already, when my students train with each other, we use this every day. In top-level competition, as I said, Gordon Ryan finished Harley Gracie with this, and people were literally like, what even is that? What is it? What kind of triangle is that? Many people don't even see it as a threat until it's too late. I promise you, once you apply it to someone, it's a very, very tight form of strangulation. You'll be very, very impressed. A question is, well, when should we apply it? Why wouldn't I just stick with the front triangle? Why do I have to apply this one? Well, one of the main motivations for us as athletes to use this form of triangulation, there's two big ones. One is elbow position, and the other is the problem of short legs. A lot of people have very short legs, and they find front triangles can be difficult if the opponent's elbow comes forward. I love to use Hantai Senkaku in situations where my opponent is challenging my ability to lock a front triangle through elbow position. Okay, so if I have Mateus here in front of me and we secure any one of the various setup groups that we looked at to go into a triangle, we've got a trap triangle here and we want to progress to a figure of 4. But Mateus is smart and he starts using his elbow to block me at the hip so I can't make an effective move. What he's doing here is he's using elbow position to bring his shoulder forward. And as we saw earlier in this video, if the shoulder is included in the triangle, then I have to as it were, bulldoze my way through resistance and start pulling down on the head and the usual things to finish a triangle. This becomes even more of a problem when my opponent puts his hand in behind the buttocks. Some guys even lock their hands at this point. All of these things are designed to keep the shoulder inside my triangle. This is exactly when the Hantai Senkaku kicks in. Okay, the first thing we do is he wants to posture up and away from me. We're always looking to go through and control posture. That never really changes. Okay, the second thing we're always looking to do is to gain angle. Now, the opposite triangle, the angle is literally the exact opposite of what you would normally do for a front triangle. The name opposite is perfect for this move. Normally, for this side, I would turn in this direction for a front triangle. Here, we're doing the exact opposite. We're coming out in this direction. Okay, my whole thing is to get my body lined up in almost north-south with my training partner. The easiest way to ensure you do that is to take your left foot and touch the mat in this direction. If you can do that, you're lined up and you're ready to go. As my opponent goes to yank out, this is the perfect position now, yanking out, but from here, this is the perfect position to ensure that only his arm and his head are locked inside my triangle. I take his shoulder out of the equation, pulling away, by taking my foot and shin all the way up to his rear deltoid. So the only thing locked inside that triangle is his head and his arm. The shoulder is being taken out by my leg position. If my knee was over here and in contact with his lat muscle, you would see it's very hard for me to lock a full triangle. And Mateus feels no strangulation danger here. Okay, he can easily survive this. So our whole thing is to get our knee underneath his armpit so that when I go to lock, the shoulder is taken out of the triangle. You've eliminated the shoulder. The single biggest requirement on the part of us, on our part when we go to apply these strangleholds. Now from here, when we lock the figure of 4, it's an amazingly tight strangulation and a good finish. The natural question to ask is, do I have to wait for my opponent to put his hand behind my buttocks and defend the triangle through elbow position? Absolutely not. Sometimes we just go directly into the Hantai Senkaku. I'll give you a good example of this now. Let's say, for example, we were working here and we got good elbow position on our training partner, and I pushed my training partner's hand in, and for whatever reason I found myself at a slight angle here. He hasn't done anything to hide his arm's just in a regular position, but you see my hips are on the wrong side to hit a conventional front triangle. My hips, if I want to hit a front triangle, would have to go out here in this direction, okay? So I'm on the wrong side. Why not just go directly to a Hantai? Absolutely, you can. I catch and I turn and I spin all the way around the corner as we were doing before. And once again, when we lock up the figure of 4, he tries to move away, and again, the stranglehold is enormously tight. So you don't have to wait for your opponent to defend himself with elbow position. You can just go straight to it. As a general rule, if I'm working for a front triangle and my opponent's left arm is trapped, I want my hips going out to my right. That's how we would attack a conventional front triangle, okay? So if my hips are out to what appears to be the wrong side, there's nothing to stop us just going directly into the move, okay? Just that simple turn around the corner gives us exactly what we're looking for. Now, I didn't wait for Matheus to defend the front triangle. I just went directly to the Hantai Senkaku, and you can see the strangle is enormously effective. So, as we go to work with our training partner, look how we stuff the wrist in, and for whatever reason we find ourselves at an awkward angle. It's awkward for the front triangle, but it's literally perfect for the Hantai Senkaku, the opposite triangle. Okay? So as Matheus goes to posture up and pull away from me, this is exactly the time when we could be turning underneath our training partner and going through into this winning position. Because my feet are pointing up to the ceiling, I know I'm in the perfect position. It's almost like we're north-south here, okay? Now, if my opponent should strongly resist me and go to stand up to his feet, etc., it all means nothing. And you also have tremendous sweeping potential in this position to put people down to the mat and go into a host of follow-up kimuras, strangles from behind, etc., etc. We'll be covering more of that later. But you can see this is a move with tremendous potential. The beauty of the Hantai Senkaku is that it appears to cover up the inherent weaknesses of the front triangle. Everything that makes a front triangle difficult, elbow position, my opponent's shoulder coming forward, angulation difficulties where my hips are on the wrong side to form an effective angle. All of these things make a Hantai Senkaku or opposite triangle easier. So the very things that make life difficult for a front triangle make an opposite triangle easy, and vice versa. You use these two in unison, you're going to finish a lot of people. What's required for it? Just a little bit of flexibility to get your knees to your chest. The flexibility required is not extraordinary. I'm not asking you to do a full split. I'm not asking you to do a full side split. All you need is the ability to bring your knees to your chest and to roll up onto your shoulders. It's not a huge flexibility requirement. Most people with just minimal training can do this kind of thing. I know when you first see this, you might think, well, he's rolling himself up like a pretzel. I can't do that. Well, actually you can. Most people with just minimal training can easily bring their knees to their chest. Sometimes if you're generously built through the stomach, that your own stomach can get in the way, that could potentially be a problem. But of course, you're always in control of the size of your own stomach. That's an easy thing to fix. You can't change the length of your legs, but you can control the width of your stomach. So all we really need in terms of flexibility is this ability to bring our knees into our chest and to bring our feet over our head to the floor. Now that's a very minimal flexibility requirement. As I said, I'm not asking you to do full splits. I'm 52 with a hip replacement. If I can do this, I'm very sure that you guys can with minimal training. And I'm sure most of you could probably do this tomorrow with no warm-up. So, once again, we start off, and in any situation where we lock up a trap triangle in our training partner, and for whatever reason we just see the angles wrong and the hand position's wrong or what have you, this is going to make it difficult to go into a basic front triangle. Makes it easy to go into the Hantai Senkaku, where we come all the way out to an angle, like so. Okay, again, it's just a matter of my knees coming to my chest. It's just a matter of me inverting up onto my shoulders. It's not a great flexibility requirement. And as a result, we can quickly go through and secure the stranglehold. You will be very impressed once you get there just how much strangulation power this move has. It's a very, very tight form of strangle. Make it part of your game. It's an unbelievably effective way to combine movements with the front triangle. When you combine front triangle and opposite triangle, as I said before, the weaknesses of one get covered by the other. And you use them in unison. It's like having a left-right combination punch. It's hard to get away from, and it's a very, very tight strangle once it's in place. Keep working it. Don't be intimidated by the appearance that it looks like it needs flexibility. It doesn't. It's just basic knees to chest. As I said, it's not advanced flexibility at all. All you need is a flat stomach and an ability to pull yourself up so your knees come up towards your shoulders and your toes go overhead towards the floor. It's not an advanced stretch by any stretch of the imagination. And then from there, you're into your regular triangle positions with your legs. Now I've been pushing the merits of the opposite triangle, Hantai Senkaku. And a big theme of this video is the idea that this is an underutilized move in the sport of jiu-jitsu. If more people knew about it and more people performed it, you'd see a lot more effective activity going on with triangle strangulations in the sport of jiu-jitsu. It's an incredibly effective addition to your arsenal, and it works particularly well in combination with the front triangle, the most common form of triangle in the sport. In addition, it also works extremely well, as we saw earlier in the video, with Ushiro Senkaku, the triangle from the rear. Remember when we talked about category A? Category A was composed of front triangle, opposite triangle, and rear triangle. Whenever you have one of those triangles, you almost always have the other two available, if you just change the angle. In the case of the Hantai Senkaku, the opposite triangle, usually we use it when front triangles get frustrated, we go to Hantai. It's important to understand from the Hantai Senkaku, you can almost always sweep and off-balance your opponent. And when you do, you can shift around the body and go into Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle. When you start to operate in these ways, you start to get beautiful combination attacks. Your opponent will avoid one triangle and fall into another. He avoids that, he falls into the third. And you can just play these three triangles against each other, all three in the same category. And it's a nightmare for your opponent to get away from. He just feels like he's scrambling from one stranglehold to another, and the whole time there's a set of legs around his neck and shoulders strangling him. It's a terrifying feeling. Let's look at how we can use the Hantai Senkaku to off-balance and sweep our opponent, and then go directly into Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle. So, from a situation where Mateus has been locked up in a trap triangle, just like so, and for whatever reason, we've decided we're going to pitch into the Hantai Senkaku. Okay, it might be because my hips are at an awkward angle, which would make a front triangle difficult. That's a common reason to go into it. As always, we go up and we control our training partner's posture. As always, we go in and we scoop our training partner's leg. Now from here, we make that turn all the way out in front of our training partner like so. And as a result, we can quickly lock up the figure of four. Now, you'll notice that his head is pinched up in my triangle. When Mateus tries to posture up, it's so difficult because of the weight on the back of the head. And it's so easy for me now to take my body and push forwards here. We're not sweeping to the side, we're taking him forward. When Mateus tries to stop by bracing on his hands and putting his weight backwards, it's almost impossible to prevent the knockover. Okay? Now we've put him down, we're in a position now we can go on the attack in other ways. As he goes to recover, I will often use his recovery to come out into the front triangle. And from here, we go into our usual finishes. We scoop inside the leg, we turn the corner, eliminating his shoulder, and there's our strangle for the finish. So that's our first combination attack out of Hantai Senkaku. My opponent comes back after the sweep and gets caught in the original front triangle. Once again, we start off just like so. We've got a trap triangle on our training partner. For whatever reason, we're able now to make a turn and go around the corner and lock up the Hantai Senkaku. I feel for whatever reason we're struggling to finish. He's pushing and resisting, turning, so we use a sweep to put him down. No one likes being swept into a mounted triangle, and no one enjoys that. So he comes back up, goes to recover position, we go around the corner and we lock up the front triangle. As always, from in here we go to control posture, and there's our front triangle for the finish. So that's one excellent example of a combination attack out of Hantai Sankaku. Here's another one which I strongly favor. From any situation where we have a trap triangle and we go into Hantai Sankaku, we make the turn out to the side, we lock up the Hantai Sankaku, and we put our training partner down to his back. Now this time he wises up and he realizes if he turns back in, he's giving up a front triangle. So we use our hands as a base of support initially to hold him, and then we take our hand and we lock underneath our training partner's arm. So I go 1, 2. Yes, you can lock a Kimura at this point, but you don't have to. Okay. Now I plant my foot and I shift my hips, and as a result we rotate around his body, we gather up his fist and put his knuckles right there on our chest. Now we have Ushiro Sankaku, the triangle from the rear. When he tries to pull away and move away, I just close my two knees over each other and we get a strong strangulation for the finish. Once again, let's go further up the swing test. So we start, as we've been doing all day, with the entry into the trap triangle. From here, we elect, maybe because of an awkward angle or what have you, to initiate the action with Hantai Sankaku. So we control posture, we control angle, and we make the turn around the corner. We apply the Hantai Sankaku. My opponent goes to pull away, and for whatever reason, it's proving to be ineffective. So I turn and place my opponent down. I use my hands on the floor to shift and get a grip. I lock, I plant my foot, I change the angle, and from here I lock the Ushiro Sankaku, the triangle from the rear. Now as he goes to pull out, move out, etc., it's so difficult and the strangle comes on immediately. I'll just show this from a different angle so we get a look at the Ushiro Sankaku. We've got a training partner here in front of us. For whatever reason, we're able to secure some kind of grip which enables us to lock up the initial trap triangle. Now from here, we go through, we form an immediate angle on our training partner and lock up the figure of 4. We place our training partner down on the mats. From here, I go in and lock. There's our initial grip on our training partner. Look, I plant my foot, I shift my hips and change the angle. And as a result, we can quickly lock up Ushiro Sankaku. We lock his knuckles into our chest. When he goes to twist out, move out, etc., we have our third triangle and we go in and get the finish. So whether our opponent turns into us, in which case we take a front triangle, or whether he stays down on the floor, in which case we take the rear triangle, we've got excellent combination attacks out of this initial Hantai Sankaku. I cannot emphasize enough the value of this incredible form, this incredible variation of the triangle stranglehold. Make it part of your game. It complements the other triangles so well. Category A of the triangles, the front triangle, the opposite triangle, and the rear triangle work incredibly well together in combination. All I need to do is develop the skill of moving around his head and shoulders with my legs, and you can switch between these 3 forms of attack to create devastating combinations that it's so difficult for your opponent to hold off. He can hold off 1, 2, but by the time you get to the 3rd, 4th, or 5th, it's just so difficult. Each one of the strangles is incredibly mechanically strong. Once you learn to play between them, the success rate you find with your leg strangles is going to go up enormously. Now, the general direction of the triangle system which I'm teaching you has 4 essential steps. The first step is this idea of creating a working grip upon our opponent that confers some kind of advantage through grip and enables us to progress to the second stage. The second stage of the triangle system is this idea of creating a one-in, one-out situation. I want to trap one of my opponent's arms inside my legs and force one of my opponent's arms to the outside with my legs. So one arm is in, one arm is out, and his head is caught in the middle. This is done through these what we call the trap triangle, where you trap your opponent's head and one arm between your legs. The third step of the system is the transition, how to manage that transition from a trap triangle to the full figure of 4. Only when you have the figure of 4 do you actually start strangling people. And your ability to succeed with triangles is largely going to come down to your ability to manage that transition from trap triangle to figure four. Now, when you get to the figure four, you're going to finish a lot of people. A lot of times, the system just ends right there. However, there's always going to be those people who find a way to resist the strangle. At that point, you've got to go to the fourth and final step of the system, which is to engage in joint locks. Anytime you've got a triangle, you almost always have some kind of joint lock which you can go to employ as a second form of attack and get the finish. Let's look now at the case of Hantai Sankaku, the opposite-sided triangle. Whenever we feel, for whatever reason, the strangle is proving insufficient, we've got to switch to a joint lock. The question is, which one? Well, first, let's investigate why a Hantai Sankaku might fail as a strangle, what went wrong, and secondly, what options do we have? Why a Hantai Sankaku will fail usually comes down to my knee position. Okay, so we have a training partner, and we've managed to secure a working grip on him, and then from here, we went into a trap triangle. We saw our opponent's hand was on a given side. We caught a hold of our training partner's head. We put a hand inside our training partner's legs. And from here, we started an action of turning around, make a strong body. From here, we started an action of turning around our training partner's body like so. Okay. From here, we enter into the Hantai Sankaku. The reason why this strangle is going to work so well is because my right knee is underneath his armpit. So that when I put a wedge in behind my training partner's head and lock up the figure of four, the stranglehold is immensely tight. Okay, it's a very, very tight and efficient form of strangle. What might go wrong is, make a strong base, from here, if my knee is not underneath his armpit. That's where it should be for the strangle. If my knee is above his armpit and I go to lock the Hantai Sankaku, you can see he's not strangling at all. I can squeeze all day and no strangle's going to happen. So whether or not you successfully strangle your opponent in the Hantai Sankaku always has to do with the position of this knee. That's why we put such a high value on this grip on the head, this grip here on the leg, and then the use of my free leg to create angle that gets my knee underneath Placido's armpit. When he goes to pull away, we're wedged in place, and now we lock the figure of four. The wedge of my triangle is right behind his head. When he goes to resist my strangle, it's so difficult. This is going to be a perfect strangle because I had perfect knee position. But in a world where perfection doesn't always happen, we may have to work without that perfect strangle in place. If I see my knee is too high and I've locked up here, there's no strangle in this position. That's the bad news. The good news is there's a great arm lock. From here, I'm just going to push away so that my knees go away from my chest, and I'm going to secure my training partner's wrist. Now we're in the perfect position to lock up a Kimura. As always with any Kimura, I want to take his elbow up to the line of his shoulders. I want to place his fist just inside of my knee, and from here we get an enormously tight joint lock substitute. So as my strangle fails, the joint lock takes over. So we start off from a situation where we're in front of our training partner, we go through and we secure our training partner's arm and say, for example, an elbow 2-on-1. That's one good working grip. Now, from the initial grip, we need to go into the 1-in, 1-out situation. So from here, I penetrate with the foot over my training partner's shoulder, and we've got a trap triangle. We have one arm inside my legs, one arm outside my legs. Okay. From here, for whatever reason, we've got an arm over on this side. We catch our training partner's head. We catch our training partner's legs. And from here, it's all about my ability to turn in the same direction that Placido is facing. That will largely be a result of my left leg. If I can get my knee through underneath his armpit, the strangle is on. This is the perfect position for me to go in and lock up the figure of four. When he goes to resist the strangle, it's well nigh impossible. Okay, it's a very, very easy strangle from here. But if I screw up and my knee fails to go underneath my opponent's shoulder but is instead on top, I will have to lock a basic lock which now has almost zero chance of a successful stranglehold application. Okay. However, there's a joint lock right in front of me. And that joint lock in this case is Kimura. I catch my training partner's wrist, we lock everything in, I bring his left elbow to my left armpit. that ensures that his elbow is up on the shoulder line. I put the hand on the inside of the wrist, and from here you've got a tremendous arm break. In this way, we can fully utilize the overall 4-step system we employ for triangles. You get your working grip. You convert that grip into a trap triangle and create the 1-in, 1-out situation that we're always looking for. Then we manage the transition from the trap triangle to the figure 4 triangle, and we attempt the strangle hold. If your knee position is good, you'll win right there. If your knee position is bad and the strangle is not working, then we go to step 4, which is the ability to employ a joint lock on your opponent. The best and most applicable joint lock in the case of the Hantai Senkaku, or the opposite triangle, I believe is Kimura. It's a very, very simple transition, and it's a devastating lock. Now, let's start to move on to one of my favorite forms of triangle stranglehold, the Ushiro Senkaku, the triangle from the back. This forms a big, big part of our back system and triangle systems. Obviously, there's a linkage here. I just said that the previous triangle, the Hantai Senkaku, is underutilized in the sport of Jiu-Jitsu. I also believe this is true of Ushiro Senkaku. It's becoming more prevalent now, largely because of the results that my students have had. It's been around. I've seen people use it before in the past, but it's never been like a big part of the submission scene. I'm hoping to change that. I believe it's one of the absolute most effective strangleholds in the sport, and from the back in particular. It also has a great advantage, which many of you may be interested in hearing about. Of all the triangles, it's my belief that the Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle, is the easiest for people with short legs. So often I get people coming up to me saying, man, I love triangles. I get them on people my own height, my own size, but I really struggle with big, broad-shouldered people. I've got short legs. Well, so do I. I've got short legs for my height. But there's one triangle you can always count on, even on big, broad-shouldered people, and this is the Ushiro Senkaku. Now, let's understand why. What is it that's so different about this triangle that makes it easier for short people to get this on big, broad-shouldered people? It goes back to what we've been saying in this whole video. Your ability to lock a triangle on big people when you have short legs mostly comes down to alignment and your ability to eliminate the shoulder from the triangle. I'll say that again because it's very important. When you have short legs and your opponent has broad shoulders, your ability to get through and lock that triangle and strangle people is going to come down to two main things. Your ability to align yourself properly with your opponent and your ability to eliminate their shoulder outside of your triangle. If you can do those two things, you're going to strangle a lot of big, broad-shouldered people. Let's have a look at Ushiro Senkaku. You're just going to lie down with your head here and feet out there and start to analyze why this is particularly easy to use on big, broad-shouldered people. The very nature of Ushiro Senkaku, the very nature of the position, almost guarantees that you will eliminate the shoulder. You basically can't make a mistake. When I move around my training partner, I start and I lock in such a way that his shoulder comes out of the triangle. It's almost impossible for me to screw up and put everything in place. Now you can see I'm struggling to lock my triangle. All I need to do is to ensure that I move back towards my opponent's shoulders. And now, when I lock the figure of 4, you can clearly see Mateus's rear deltoids. That means his shoulder has been eliminated from the strangle, and it's now very easy for me to lock. This becomes even easier when I extend my training partner's arm and touch the knuckles to the chest. Again, you can physically see Mateus's shoulder. As a result, the only thing locked inside my triangle is the head and the arm. This stands in contrast to, say, for example, a front triangle. If he's on two knees, and we go into a basic front triangle here, now it's much less obvious that I'm going to be able to control my training partner's shoulder position. Okay, as he drives that shoulder forward, it can be quite an operation for me to keep the shoulder outside of my triangle lock. He's doing a good job of bringing it forward inside here. Okay, we saw a whole bunch of ways to prevent this from happening. Most of them had to do with the idea of forming an angle on our training partner and getting our inner thigh to his tricep. And as a result, only the head was locked. And you can see here, Mateus's shoulder is clearly outside the lock of my triangle. And that creates a very strong strangulation. But I had to work to do that. I had to do the extra work of forming a good angle on my training partner, of making sure that my inner thigh brushed against its tricep and took that shoulder out of the triangle. With the Ushiro Senkaku, you pretty much don't have to work. Just the very position itself puts you in a situation where the shoulder gets eliminated. That's why most people with short legs find it very, very easy to lock up, even on big, broad-shouldered people. If you're one of those people who struggled in the past with locking up tight triangles on people, start with Ushiro Senkaku. You're going to learn a lot about eliminating the shoulder and getting through to your strangleholds. You'll start to believe in yourself when you start strangling people from the back with a triangle. As you get more and more success from the back, you'll start to believe, hey, I can do this from the front too. If I just obey this principle of getting my alignment and eliminating the shoulder. And then as you get confident in one area, that confidence can grow over into other areas. Then you'll find the other triangles start to become a little easier for you. So again, if you're having problems with short legs versus broad shoulders, start with Ushiro Senkaku. Of all the triangles we use, that's the easiest one to eliminate the shoulder, get to a good angle, and lock up on big, broad-shouldered people. Let's have a look at it again. Our whole thing is shoulder elimination. That's what is going to make it easy to lock up on big, broad people. So, in the case of Ushiro Senkaku, if I'm foolish and I go below his shoulder line, there's Mateus' shoulder line, my hips are below his shoulder line. Look how, even though Mateus is not particularly broad-shouldered, I'm having a hard time locking a full triangle here. Okay? But if I bring everything up, my hips above the shoulder line. Now, when I go to lock, I move above the shoulder line, everything coming up. Now, when we lock, it's just the head and the arm locked inside my triangle. And from here, the strangle will be a very good one. So keep that in mind if you struggle with this problem of short legs versus broad shoulders. Start the ball rolling with Ushiro Senkaku. Gain confidence in that area. It's easier than the other triangles. And then from there, let that confidence grow over into the other triangles that we work. I want to look now at the actual mechanics of the Ushiro Senkaku, the triangle from the rear. As we announced at the start of this video, a big part of success or failure with any submission hold in general, and triangles in particular, is the perfection of your mechanics. You've got to form a tight strangulation around your opponent's neck. From his perspective, he should feel like a tourniquet has been put around the neck and wound around very, very tightly. We want to eliminate as much of your opponent's body as possible, so it's only the neck and the arm which are caught inside the lock of your triangle. You try to remove the shoulder and any other extraneous materials so you can get through to a tight stranglehold. Let's look at body positioning and mechanics and make this a tight stranglehold from the back. We're going to start with a training partner in a position where we could apply the Ushiro Senkaku. Let's understand, as always, in any triangle we have a strangle leg and we have a support leg. Okay, the strangle leg obviously is the one that makes contact with our training partner's carotid artery. Let's move around in this direction. From here, there's our training partner's carotid artery. I want to put the hollow of my knee directly over the carotid artery. That's our first gambit. Okay. Secondly, I want my hips north of his shoulder line. So I need to be backing away from my training partner. Now, with my calf muscle directly over our training partner's carotid artery, we bring in the support leg. When we first lock up, it's almost always a trap triangle. It's not a full figure of four. I haven't yet got my shoelaces into the hollow of my knee. It's only halfway to a triangle. Okay. From here, we use a hand assist where I pull my heel and I bring everything up so that my knee comes up north towards his elbow, like so. Okay. The further my left knee down his body, the less strangulation power I have. So I want to bring everything up towards the armpit, and I want to put my foot and wedge it behind my training partner's back. I want to ensure that I work with an extended arm. If my opponent's hands are locked and his elbow is forward, he can push against my knee and reduce the pressure of my strangulation. So I always want to take this elbow over his head and lock it in place. That means we work against an exposed neck. Okay. The key to the strangulation pressure is to bring my support knee towards my strangle knee. So we turn everything down like so. I don't want my knee flared open, I want it pressing inwards. And then from here, I bring my foot and retract it against my calf muscle. And as a result, I can bring my legs squeezing together, my left knee towards my right, and the strangle comes on immediately. Once again, the key elements in this situation. Once we start off, look how the first placement is my two lower legs pointing in the same direction, just like we did for the front triangle. Once we get here, look how I set my strangle leg against the carotid artery. I lock a trap triangle, I hand adjust and pull everything north so that my knees come up high towards my own chest. That has the effect of lifting the chin and exposing the neck to the strangle. I set my shoelaces against his lat muscles behind him. Now from here, I bring my left knee towards my right knee, and we get an enormously tight strangulation. One more time, perfect mechanics for this stranglehold. I like to start by taking his knuckles to my chest. As always, we want our legs unified. That means my two lower legs point in the same direction. If my legs are pointing in opposite directions, there's no control of my opponent. He can start moving any which way he wants. So always the lower legs point in the same directions. I lift one so that I can set my strangle leg against this carotid artery. I lock a trap triangle. From the trap triangle, we use a hand assist and we bring everything up, so that when we lock the figure of four, my foot goes directly behind his lat muscle and secures it very, very tightly indeed. Now we secure the wrist in close. My support knee moves towards the strangle knee, and we flex the hamstring muscles for a very, very tight strangulation. This is perfect mechanics for Ushiro Senkaku, the triangle from the rear. Now we've been looking at the mechanics of the rear triangle. We've looked at the idea that of all the various triangles, it's the easiest one for short-legged people to lock up on big, broad-shouldered people. Now it's time for us to look at combat applications of the Ushiro Senkaku, how to use it in a jiu-jitsu sparring session or a competition match. The place I want to begin is from the back. There's so many ways we can use control of my opponent's back to go in and finish with strangleholds with our legs, Ushiro Senkaku in particular. Let's have a look at a situation where we have our opponent in turtle position. Start again.
Hand it over.
Facing this one. From a situation where we start off like so, we'd like to be able to enter into the Ushiro Senkaku. We're going to use a tight waist method. I take my arm around my training partner's waist, we lock in a good tight waist. My hand goes on the floor, my knee props against his knee, and as a result, I'm able to break my opponent down to a hip, just like so. From this good position, it's not a difficult thing for us to go forward and snatch up our training partner's hand, gripping all four knuckles and locking in nice and close. My second hand posts on my training partner's wrist, and as a result, I'm able to put my knee in behind my training partner's tricep. And as a result, it's easy for us now to lock up on our training partner's arm. Once we get our opponent's arm locked up like so, it's not a difficult thing for us to put our second leg up and start an action of sitting back towards our training partner like this. From here, my hand goes across my training partner's head. We lift our training partner's hand and we feed the wrist in and lock everything close to our own chest like so. From here, as we sit back, we do what we always do. We get the lower legs lined up, unified legs. From here, we lock a trap triangle. From the trap triangle, we use a hand assist to bring everything north and lock up the full figure of four. Then we come back, arm over the wrist like so, and we go in and strangle for the finish. Once again, we'll start slightly different angle. From a turtle situation, we start off, knee up, tight waist in place, just like so. My hand goes to the floor, my knee wedges against his knee, and I move out to the side and I pull him right to the point where he's starting to lose his balance. Right at that point, I take my knee out. So he falls to a hip, but I'm still over him like so. I bring my head over his head and I snatch his hand like so. From here, my second hand goes over the top and pins his wrist. That becomes a base of support for me to pop up and place my knee in behind his elbow. I go around the corner and my foot hooks in like so. I place my second leg up and we sit down to the floor. We're in the perfect position now to bring our forearm over, lift his hand and go wrist to wrist. The veins of my wrist on the veins of his wrist. And as a result, two hands draw his legs, his arm back, and we turn our body out to the side. My two legs unified, lower legs pointing in the same direction, trap triangle, adjustment to the figure of four. And as a result, a very tight stranglehold. From another angle, we start off, turtle position, tight waist, everything in close, my knees in, we break him down to the mat. I secure one hand, then the other. From here, my knee penetrates behind his tricep, my leg goes around the corner, and we hook up on our training partner's arm. Now we're in the perfect position. Sit back. I bring my arm over the head, wrist to wrist. We sit down, unified legs. Then from here, trap triangle, hand adjust to figure four. We lock up and strangle for the finish. This is an excellent and very practical example of attacking turtle position with Ushiro Senkaku. Now let's look at another very practical way that we can use Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle, when we're attacking back. Again, we have a training partner in turtle position. Again, we start off with our tight waist in place like so. Just like before, we're going to knock our training partner down. On the previous move, I went in and secured my training partner's hands. Okay. This time a slightly different method of attack. We go in, we secure our training partner's hand, we post, we bring our knee around the corner and sweep into our training partner's leg like so. This time, for any particular reason, I elect to sit down into a back crucifix. So my knee comes in and we sit down into a classic back crucifix. I put pressure on my training partner's arm like so. If he doesn't react, the arm will get hurt, so he has to start bridging up to protect his arm. When I see the bridge, I sweep my knee around behind my training partner and tilt him down to the mat. As always, we move back and away from our training partner from this position. My foot inside my training partner's armpit makes for an easy transition. We get our legs pointed in the same direction, and from here we go trap triangle, hand assist, there's the figure of four, and the finish is on. So essentially we're working from back to back crucifix to rear triangle. Once again, we start off, we pull the training partner down, I go in and secure a hand, lock a hand, and we go around the corner and into the back crucifix. Whether I go for a strangle or whether I go for an arm lock, my opponent bridges to avoid the pain of the arm lock. I bring my knee around the corner and we find ourselves in a fine attacking position. Okay? Very often when I go to strangle in this position, they'll slide their body down mine to make it more difficult for me to strangle with the arms. This is the ideal situation. Come up to an elbow, shift away, and come up to the seated position. My foot inside his armpit. And as a result, we can go in wrist to wrist, line up our legs, trap triangle, figure of four, and strangle. This is another very practical way in which we can attack with Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle versus turtle position. Now let's look at the idea of attacking when we have two hooks in. We have an opponent, we have his back, and we're right in attacking in the usual fashion like so. From any one of the various back controls that we like to employ, it could be from a body triangle, feet close in together, what have you, we're going to lift one of our training partner's hands and push the other one down. So I have my opponent's primary defensive hand locked up like so, secondary defensive hand locked up like so. I push the hand down, my foot goes over the top just like so. I'm going to take my strangle hand to the wrong side of my training partner's head and we're going to go in wrist to wrist just like so. Now I'm going to use my knee to push Mateus down towards the mat. I'm going to bring my head over his head. That's very important. I want to be lined up in a straight line, my head directly above his. If my head is too far out to the side, it's very hard for me to hit a successful triangle. So I bring my head forward over his. This automatically puts our legs in alignment and makes it very easy to lock an initial trap triangle. We use the hand to bring everything up into a figure 4 triangle. Now we lock, and we're in the perfect position to strangle with our legs. Once again, facing this way. We're in behind our training partner, as we would from any rear mount situation. We fall over to the side, like so. From here, we lift, stuff, and bring our foot over our training partner's forearm. Once we get into this position, look how I use my knees to move Mateus's head so that I can put my forearm in like so. Okay, so here, his head's so close that it's hard for me to get my hand in behind him. I use my knees to push and move Mateus's head. My hand goes in, I lift and lock. Now we connect his knuckles to our chest, we turn and we bring our head directly over his head. My two lower legs are lined up so I can lock a trap triangle, adjust to the full figure of 4, and from here we strangle for the finish. So this is also a very practical way to go from the rear mounted position directly into Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle, and strangle with the legs. We're looking at the rear triangle, Ushiro Senkaku, one of the absolute most effective ways we can use our legs. I want to look at it now in applications out of side pins. We're pinning our opponent across side, and we can use some very simple body movements to expose our opponent's back and go straight into strangleholds with our legs from the back. Let's look at a situation where Mateus is down, head here, feet in this direction, lying down, lying down, lying down, flat on your back. From here, we have an opponent whose arms are in a standard defensive position like so, his legs are up, and we're attacking across side. From here, we're going to take our hand and post it right down here by his hip as a block of the hip. We're going to take our second hand and bring our arm over our training partner like so. From this position, we're going to start an action of moving around our training partner's body and going into a north-south position like this. Now, from here, no matter how tightly he brings his arms in, there's always an ability on our part to bring our wrist underneath his elbow to some degree. Okay, there's always some degree. Now, from here, I take my thumb back underneath. Okay, so he puts an arm in tight. I can't just lift his arm, so what I do is I bring my hand through underneath, and as a result, I'm able to drive up and get my hand inside his forearm. So you see there's some machinations going on here with arm positions. His arms are in good defensive position. I can't just fight my hand in, there has to be some kind of finagling here. So I bring my wrist up as high as possible and I bring my hand back. And as a result, I can change my hand position, move slightly across my training partner's body, and fit my hand inside. We'll look at some other more sophisticated methods very soon, but that's a simple one to begin with that works on many opponents. So once again, we get to a north-south situation. We work across side, we go out to north-south. I bring my hand up, I saw my hand in, and then re-punch it, and I'm over my training partner's forearm. Once we get over the forearm, we start an action of turning and driving on our training partner. So I can bring my hand underneath his neck and get a hold of our training partner's arm with a figure of 4, just like so. So I have the wrist and my own wrist. Now from here, I put my knee down right underneath his shoulder, and I sit down into this position. He's probably going to have his hands locked at this point in a defensive framework. His knees will probably be up by his chest, like so. Now, we're going to use our foot to clear his legs out of the way and get our first foot across his body at the stomach. That foot hooks actively into my training partner's legs, and that facilitates my ability to take my second foot out. This creates a situation where both of my legs are unweighted, and as a result, they move quite freely. Now, even if my opponent locks, probably like so would be more realistic, we're locked up like so, all I'm going to do is just put my heels inside his forearms. Hold on tight. No matter how tightly he holds on, it's my legs versus his hands. So we just push and we put our ankle inside his armpit, just like so. Okay. Now I lean forward, I bring my hand across the other side, and I go in wrist to wrist. I bring my training partner's knuckles up to my chest, and as always, we line up our legs, 2 unified legs, trap triangle, hand assist to a figure of 4, and then we go back into the stranglehold.
So, just lying down, we start off across our training partner's side. He's got his arms in a fairly standard defensive position. From here, we block the hip, we block the head, we move around the body. I bring my hand in and saw it inside until we get over the forearm like so. Now, I continue to move around my training partner and I put my arm in behind my training partner's head just like so. Now, I go through, I grab his wrist, then my own wrist. I bring my knee behind him as a blocker. I bring my second leg up and we're in a seated position, just like this. Now from here, I use my foot to clear his legs out of the way and put my first hook in, just like so. I use that to bring my second leg out and create two unweighted legs that move very easily onto the forearm so we can push and put our foot into the armpit. Now I lean forward and I bring my arm to the same side, two arms on one side of his head. That enables us to lock up wrist to wrist, like so. We connect his knuckles to our chest and fall down to the side and kink our legs so that they end up locked right here. Now we lock a trap triangle, we go forward and hand assist everything up to a full figure of four. When we come back into the stranglehold now, even if my opponent resists by pushing on the knee as hard as he can, it means very little. The strangle goes right through. If my opponent proves to be so strong with the push that we're struggling to finish, there's nothing wrong with reaching through with the second hand and bringing both arms overhead and then strangling for the finish. This is a very effective way of working our way from a side position into Ushiro Senkaku. Now let's look at a slightly more sophisticated way of getting into the rear triangle from the side position. In the previous move we had an opponent whose arms were in a decent defensive position, but we were able to get underneath the arm and go to work and secure the rear triangle. Now let's look at a situation where the opponent's maybe at a slightly higher level and his arms are just locked in very resolutely and we're having a very hard time digging underneath his elbows. Okay, so we have Mateus just lying down here. When he really locks in with those arms, even when I come up to north-south, it's not always easy to get underneath his forearms and make an effective lift. Okay, so a trick which I will often employ is from a side pin, I will use an underclasp, a supinated grip, to start going in underneath my training partner's wrist and punching my hand in and securing a wrist right from the start like so. Okay, so as my opponent starts off in here, we're going to take our hand and punch the hand through and secure the wrist just like so. As a result, when my opponent goes to yank his arm away from me, it's stuck, it's gone. Okay, so instead of starting my penetration at the elbow, I start at the wrist like so. Once again, we start off here. Instead of me moving around and trying to get underneath my opponent's elbow joint first, I first go in and I penetrate at the wrist first. Then I go over the top and lock everything in place. When Mateus goes to yank his arm out, it's well locked, it's very secure. And as a result, it's not a difficult thing for us to use that grip to secure what we really wanted. That back of the hand over the forearm and a lock on my training partner's arm. Now from here, as before, we move around on our training partner. This time I'm going to put some additional pressure on my training partner. I'm going to take my left shoulder to his right hip. And the way I do it is an action very similar to a sprawl. I take my two knees off the mat, my legs separate, and I turn my shoulder down. So when Mateus goes to pull his arm free, it's a very difficult thing. Now, I use a hand on the floor, and I go foot to foot. Then I go foot away from foot, and I block the head. Now I take my hand, and I drive towards his opposite shoulder. So it feels like a very strong pressure on the man on bottom. Then I reach for my training partner's wrist, I grab my own wrist, and just like before, we sit down into the lock. From this position, we pass our foot all the way through, lock, second leg comes out, creating two unweighted legs, and as a result, we can easily get our foot into the armpit, and then in the usual fashion, go forward, trap triangle, hand adjust, foot in the lat muscle, and then strangling for the finish. Let's have a look at that sequence from a different angle. Once again, we have an opponent in a strong defensive situation.
it's hard for us just to get directly underneath the elbow, so we're going to use a different method where I take my hand and I dig through and lock. Obviously, when you're in live training, you'll do this with your chest and close to your opponent, okay? So he can't just get up on you. Now, my hands dig in and hold. When he goes to rip his arm away, it's so difficult. Now, I move around the corner and I use the lift, make a strong arm test. I use the lift of my right hand to feed the left hand in. Once we get that grip, let's bring our legs back this way. We're in the perfect position now to put weight on our training partner. The way I put weight in is I put my shoulder over his elbow and I go into a sprawl action. So, I'm sorry, Mateus, there's a lot of pressure here on him as I drive my shoulder across like so. I use my base of support, I go foot to foot, I turn the corner, and now I drive towards this shoulder. When he tries to pull his arm out, it's very, very difficult and very easy for us now to secure the arm in nice and close. Now, we use our foot to clear his legs out of the way. Once we've done that, we take our second foot out. Now I need to get my right foot into his armpit. So I push, and now we've created what? The one in, one out situation. I have one arm outside the legs and one arm inside my legs. Remember, every triangle comes down to this simple formula. Can you create a situation where one of your opponent's arms is trapped outside your legs and one of his arms is trapped inside your legs? Every triangle, without exception, comes down to that simple rule. Here we've created one in, one out with my foot inside the armpit. If my foot was outside the armpit, there would be no triangle. There's no one in, one out. So we have to create situations where, lock tight, we get our foot inside the armpit. Now you've got one in, one out. As a result, we can quickly go through and lock. From here, as always, every triangle is the story of a trap triangle, then adjustment. There's my trap. I don't have a full triangle locked yet. There's no figure of four. Now I use my hand to adjust from trap triangle. Everything comes up, my knees up to my chest, and now when I lock, it's a full figure of four. Now you've got a strangulation. It's no longer just a case of you're holding your opponent's head and arm, you're strangling them. We lock everything up, and then when the legs tighten, we get a pure strangulation for the finish. So there we have a slightly more sophisticated method of going into Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle. We saw how the key conceptual details of every triangle, the transition from trap triangle to figure four triangle, the idea of the one in, one out situation apply in all triangles, including Ushiro Senkaku. Now, let's look at the rear triangle from the mounted position. That sounds odd because the mounted position, we're facing our opponent, so how do we get behind him and apply a triangle? No problem. From a situation where we're mounted on our training partner, head here, feet this way, we've achieved the mounted position, and my opponent's in a fairly standard defensive stance like so. We're going to start always by taking our hands inside our training partner's hands. Okay, so when I want to go into the move we're about to look at, we always start with inside position. Okay, I bring one hand through and I start walking out. I don't care where his hands go after this. I bring one hand through and start walking out. This gives us an ability to go through and secure our training partner at the head. Now my hand goes underneath and I grip the lat muscle on the opposite side. I take my hand and I go underneath my training partner's arm, working my elbow up towards his elbow. Of course, he's interested in the idea of clamping over my arm, bridging, and taking me over. That would be good for him. Obviously, I don't want that happening. So my whole gambit is to keep my elbow off the floor. If my elbow comes down and he clamps over my arm, absolutely, he can bridge and roll out. So when we're in this situation, it's critical we keep our elbow off the mat to some degree. Now when he goes to bridge and roll, it's very, very difficult. Now, our whole thing is to walk our arm out and away. Try to avoid walking straight over his head. If he clamps down tight, it's very, very hard for me, and now he compresses my elbow, brings my elbow to the mat, and now you're in trouble. What we want to do is keep our elbow off the mat, make a strong arm, and we want to walk out and away in the direction that my fingers are pointing. My goal is to get Mateus's elbow above his shoulder line. His shoulder line, obviously, is the straight line going through his two shoulders like so. My goal is to get Mateus's elbow above that line. His goal is to keep it below. So it's an interesting battle here. Okay, once again, it starts with good arm position. I bring my hands inside and over. I take my headlock. He's probably going to bring his arms in defensively. It's what most people do here. So from here, make a strong arm, Mateus. Elbows in. We're going to put our elbows in strong. We're going to put our elbow inside his elbow. We're going to flatten out our hips, just like so. And we're going to start the action of walking outwards in the direction my fingers are pointing. As I walk outwards, I focus on keeping my elbow up and off the mat. I periodically walk and straighten, walk and straighten, walk and straighten, walk and straighten, until his elbow is far up over the shoulder line. As soon as that is achieved, I now bring my pelvis and hips forward and I hug my training partner. Then I take my head outside of his elbow. I connect my chin to my bicep and I start the action of trapping his arm across the body. Once we get that trap, we bring our arms through so there's a good hug over the head. I take one elbow out and I start bringing my knee up to my own elbow. And as a result, I can go through and capture my training partner's arm. Now I extract my foot, and again we have two unweighted feet. As a result, we can separate and put our foot into the armpit. We know now that when the foot enters the armpit, you have the vaunted one in, one out position. The ultimate goal of every triangle entry. From here, we connect his chest, lock your arms, tight to my, his elbow tight to my chest. I bring my hands wrist to wrist, and we bring everything up and overhead. As always, our two lower legs point in the same direction, unified legs. And now from here, we lock a trap triangle. Then we use the hand adjust. Two knees come up north. We lock the full figure of four. And from here, we've got a very tight strangulation for the finish. Once again, let's come down the mat. We start off with a training partner in good arm position, okay? Obviously he's interested in elbow skates, putting me back in guard, bridging and rolling, all the usual things that we have to deal with. So we're going to start off by placing hands inside and coming up over his arms like so. He's probably going to retract his arms into a strong defensive position. Now from here, we go through and go underneath our training partner's lat muscle. We bring our body into a good, sound defensive position. And from here, my hands go down to the floor. So he makes a strong defensive arm. We're going to focus on walking our hand outwards. As I walk outwards, make a strong arm, there's going to be periods where you can't move any further forward. Straighten the arm. Walk further forward. Straighten the arm. Work further forward. Straighten the arm. And we cycle between movement and straightening. Movement and straightening, until the arm is well above the shoulder line. Once that occurs, we hug. Keep your elbows pushing out to the side. Now I drive my shoulder forward and my head goes outside the elbow, just like so. As he tries to bring his elbow back from here, it's so damn difficult. Okay. Now I take my left elbow out and my right knee forward to touch my own elbow. And as a result, we can go forward and catch our training partner at the wrist. Now from here, it's an easy thing for us to create two unweighted legs. As always from here, our 2 feet go in, we separate, and we get the one in, one out position. Now, I bring my two arms across, we lock, tilt, unified legs, trap triangle, hand adjust, figure 4 triangle, and finish. Now, let's start to look at the relationship between the rear triangle and the front triangle. A big theme of this video is that there's 5 triangles in the triangle system. Okay, so 5 triangles in the system overall. 3 of them are in category A, and 2 of them are in category B. All of the triangles of category A are linked to each other. Whenever you've got one, you've got the other 2. both of the triangles in category B are linked to each other. Whenever you've got one, you got the other one. Once you understand this, then you can understand how to flow between the various triangles. Interestingly, it's very hard to cross over between category A and B. If that happens, it's usually because your opponent made a mistake. It can happen, but it's not because of anything you did, it's because of something he screwed up. Now, let's start to look at the various triangles of category A. We're looking at rare triangles, Ushiro Senkaku. Very often we'll get resistance to an Ushiro Senkaku, and now we can go into a Mote Senkaku, the front triangle, and we play those off against each other. So let's say we have our training partner down, lying down, and we have Ushiro Senkaku, and we've locked in like so. And for whatever reason, the stranglehold just isn't panning out, okay? It might be, for example, because my opponent is pushing hard on the knee and I'm unable to bring my support knee towards my strangle knee. It might be because my opponent was very tactically aware and he grabbed my foot before I could lock a triangle and pulled it down the body, and I just couldn't close my legs or what have you, okay, for whatever reason. Let's imagine one where we're getting stalled out. Time's moving, and when this guy's not strangling, we've got to move on here, okay? One of the most common reactions to our attempts to strangle in situations like this is for someone to reach up, grab our foot, and now from here we just can't make forward progress into the stranglehold. Whenever we see this, we're going to move our head away from our training partner. As he goes to frustrate me on the right foot, I take my left foot over the top, hold tight, and from here I pass my left foot over. Then my left foot enables me to untangle my foot like so. Now my opponent senses he has to start turning into me. If he doesn't, there's no reason why I can't go into an arm lock. Okay, so they all start turning up, but you can see what's happening. As he's turning up directly into the front triangle. And as always from here, this is the perfect time to lock up our trap triangle. From here, as always, we look to get a hold of our training partner's head, scoop inside our training partner's leg, and then from here form a nice angle to lock the figure of four, and now we're ready to go. So you can see just by manipulating hands and legs, we can easily transition from one to the other. So we get frustrated right here. We'd love to hit the stranglehold, but he's doing a good job of preventing us from doing so. So I'm going to move my head away from my training partner. I'm going to bring my foot over the top like so. Now as he tries to hold on to my right foot, my left foot clears it off. If he stays where he is, there's a direct arm lock here, so he can't really stay there. It's not really an option. He's got to come up. But you can see the moment he comes up, he's coming up directly into a new form of triangle, the front triangle, a Mote Senkaku. So you went from a Ushiro Senkaku to a Mote Senkaku. As always from here, as he tries to pull up and posture away, he can stand up to his feet, do all those things that people do, standing up to your feet. It means nothing. We can just scoot all the way in, bring our body around the corner, and there's the stranglehold that we're looking for the finish. So it's a very easy thing to progress from one of the triangles of category A to the other. All we have to be aware of is as our opponent turns and the angle changes, a simple transition from, say for example, rear triangle to front triangle is possible. Any of the triangles of category A can be substituted for the other as your opponent changes the angle between you. This is one simple example of that. Now, we've been looking at this idea that triangles, 5 of them, are divided into category A and category B. And within any given category, whenever you have one triangle, you've got the other ones as well. The rare triangle is obviously one of the category A triangles. We just saw how it combines with another one, the front triangle. Now let's look at how it combines with the third of category A, the opposite triangle. So we're going to start off in Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle, and we're locked in like so. For whatever reason, we're having a struggle finishing this guy, and we feel there's a danger he's gripping our foot and what have you, so we turn out to the side, we move in on our training partner. This time as he comes around the corner, we find we're going to go the opposite direction. We're going to get a hold of our training partner's head, we're going to scoop inside our training partner's leg, and now it's an easy thing for us to turn the corner and get all the way through with our 2 feet pointing well forwards. Okay, now you've got that same one in, one out situation. your opponent's left arm is locked inside of your triangle and the right arm is locked outside. We've eliminated the shoulder with good foot position, descend like so, and we've wedged around our training partner's head and shoulders. So when he tries to posture up and get away, it's a very difficult thing. And then from here, we just lock up the figure of 4 and we strangle in for the finish. So once again, we start off with Ushiro Senkaku. For whatever reason, my opponent's able to secure my foot and prevent me locking the triangle. Okay, no problem. We bring our foot over the top, push, and clear the legs out. If he stays where he is, there's arm lock danger. So my opponent has to get up. This time, for whatever reason, we feel the front triangle is going to be difficult. Okay, no problem. We come up, we catch the head, and we go the opposite direction of the front triangle. We scoop in, we form an initial 90-degree angle, but really the true angulation comes from the action of my left leg. As my left leg pendulums my body around the corner, it becomes an easy thing now to lock everything in place. We form a tight set of wedges, we hand assist, so that when we go to lock, it's a full figure of 4 locked in nice and tight. When he tries to pull away from here, it's not going to be easy. And from here, we secure a quick and powerful finish. So this would be another example of a category A triangle, the rear triangle, being backed up by another member of the same category. As one fails, you just switch off right to another. This interplay between the various triangles is one of the key elements that's going to make you someone who can switch from one to the other and use triangles and combinations to follow your opponent's body movement and get through to the strangle. Okay, let's start to look now at the relationship between arm locking, in this case Juji Gatame, the cross arm lock, and Ushiro Senkaku. Now, you guys are all familiar with the idea of an arm lock position, just in like so. And I'm sure you're all familiar with people who, this may not be the most technical of escapes, but it happens. People will take a hand and start pushing your leg over the head, and then they'll lock their hands again, or they'll turn out. There's a bunch of things they can do here. And for whatever reason, you feel you're starting to lose control of the cross-face leg. Okay, whenever we have a Juji Gatame, I have a cross-face leg and I have a torso leg. Torso leg controls the torso, cross-face controls the head. So a good thing for him to do is to start taking away the cross-face leg. Now, if he takes away the cross-face leg and I try to apply an arm lock, his head comes over my leg, there's no arm lock now. Okay, so it's not the, there's probably better ways to escape from Juji, but it's out there and it can definitely be effective. So whenever I feel my opponent has attacked the cross-face leg and has removed it over the top, what I'm going to do is I'm going to curl my foot around my training partner's head so that my knee is right at the crown of his head, like so. Okay, now it's in his best interest to go over my leg, like so, to stop me from moving around. Okay, when I see this happen, I'm going to take my foot just over my training partner's shoulder and I'm going to bring my body around like I want it to look over his head, and as a result we now get an opportunity to bring our legs in and lock a trap triangle on our training partner. Now I go through and I catch his wrist in the usual fashion. I use a hand assist and I bring everything up north so we can lock up Ushiro Senkaku. So just as my arm lock failed, we go into a successful stranglehold. When he goes to twist out, move out, etc., it's so difficult from here, and the strangle comes on immediately. Once again, let's move further down. From a situation where we had an arm lock and the integrity of your arm lock got compromised, he took away the cross-face leg. Okay, always in these situations I keep everything crowded over his head. The further I'm out here, the easier it is for him to escape. So if I feel my arm lock's been compromised at the cross-face leg, I bring everything over the head, etc. As he goes to push his head over the top, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I take my foot out and I grip a hold of my foot and start to turn an angle on my training partner and lock up. Now from here we collect our training partner's knuckles into the chest. He goes to move away from us now, and it's so difficult. From here it's simple application of pressure and the stranglehold is complete. This is an excellent way to use Ushiro Senkaku, the rear triangle, to make up for a failure in your arm lock at the cross-face leg. Now, we've been looking at the application of the rear triangle, Ushiro Senkaku, from a range of different positions. Let's look now at a situation where I'm passing my opponent's guard. He's in a seated guard. Anytime someone's in a seated guard, there's some degree of back exposure on the far side.
Okay. Now, when we work from a situation like this, there's always going to be reaching on the part of both athletes. Okay. If he wants to attack me, at some point he's going to have to start reaching, and we're going to start going into grip exchanges. Okay. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. From any kind of situation where we start off like so, I'm going to post one foot inside my training partner's legs, and I'm going to put my right knee over my training partner's left hip. Okay, so we have inside position with our knee. Now, from here, I'm going to look to create situations where my armpit goes higher than his head. That's usually pretty easy because most of the time he's looking to come forward and go on the attack. Now, I can either secure my training partner's wrist, that's one way of doing it, or from a situation like so, I can simply bring my hand to the floor. They're both good options. But at some point, I've got to go through and secure my training partner's arm with my frame arm. And as a result, from here, it's a relatively simple thing for us to roll forward and over our training partner's body and apply a Kimura grip to our training partner like so. Now, if my opponent's naive and just stays where he is, there's no reason why I can't come up and start attacking him. If my opponent tries to turn away from me, he can't because of the Kimura. So the only way he can turn is into us. When I see that, I take my knee inside and underneath his hip. I take my elbow and lift it so that when he tries to turn in, it's very, very difficult. Now I take my left foot and I throw it over my training partner's shoulder. And I use that to return him back down to the mat. As soon as he returns to the mat, we go through and we catch the knuckles. We apply our legs so that the lower legs are pointing in the same direction, and we lock the trap triangle. From the trap triangle, as always, we bring everything north, put our foot in behind our training partner's lat muscle, and from here we strangle for the finish. So once again, let's face the opposite direction. For a situation where we start off in our usual kind of guard pass scenario, I place my foot on the inside and my knee drives forward to the opposite hip. From here we go through and catch a Kimura and roll across our training partner's body. Now from here we form a T shape relative to our opponent. As he tries to turn desperately into us, we focus on lifting the elbow and putting our knee underneath his lat muscle. My foot comes through and hooks over my training partner like so. Now, as a result, we're in the perfect position to catch our opponent into a fine attacking position. As always, we've got our foot inside the armpit. That gives us the coveted one in, one out situation that we're always looking for. It's always the precursor to every triangle attack. Now, from this position, we lock up. We make an initial trap triangle. We hand assist it to a full figure of four. And then from here, the strangle is set. Okay, let's talk about a very specialized application of the Ushiro Senkaku, which I often coach to my athletes, and we make heavy use of this in both competition and in training. This pertains to the distinction between a turtle position and a referee's position. I'll just quickly point out what that is. In a turtle position, my knees and my elbows are on the mat. We're down like so. Okay, in a referee's position, we have our elbows off the mat and our body locked out like so. Okay, so the arms are exposed. This is a position often used in various styles of wrestling. The idea is it's a defensive position, it's a bottom position, your opponent is behind you. And from here, generally the intention is to go into some kind of escape, usually a standing escape, although there are others too. You can see that it's stylistically very different from a turtle position. A turtle position is designed to hide my arms and my neck so that everything is protected from submission holds. Here, the primary interest is on getting my head up. So as the head and chest rise, this is a position where we can start coming up into standing positions and getting away from opponents. Okay, so its intention is somewhat different from a turtle position. Very often as we go to attack arm bars in turtle position, there's going to be opportunities to make a switch to Ushiro Senkaku if my opponent should switch to extended arms with the elbows off the floor. So if we have a training partner in a turtle position facing this way, a very common form of attack in these situations would be variations of Juji Gatami, where we lock up on our training partner, and from here I bring my knee through and roll my training partner over into various forms of arm lock attack. This is a very common form of attack that we'll be looking at a lot when we look at the armbar system. But often there's a slight variation if we face the camera where you're in on a given arm lock attack. You have your foot sitting up across your training partner's hips and stomach, just like so.
And from here, you're interested in the idea of attacking the arm lock. So we're in here working, but my opponent puts his far arm up like so, and as a result, it's going to be hard to roll him over now. It makes a strong resistant head, and it's hard now to go into the juji roll. In these situations, I counsel my athletes to insert the foot in here. And what do we get? We now get the one in, one out situation. One of his arms is inside my legs, and one of his arms is outside. And as a result, I can use my thigh to bring his head down and turn him over. And as a result, we quickly lock up the figure of four, and we go directly into Ushiro Senkaku, the stranglehold with the legs. So once again, we start off with a training partner in a turtle situation. Ordinarily from here we go in and we attack the various arm locks. So we put our foot across our training partner like so. Now we'd love to go into an arm lock, but he's extending his arm. He's threatening to stand up on me. So I bring my leg over and I hook my foot through and around. So now we have one in, one out situation. My knee pushes in towards his belly button, and as a result we easily turn him over. We switch our legs. From here we go trap triangle, adjust to the full figure of four, and the stranglehold is locked. Let's face in the opposite direction. Coming back this way. Coming back this way. Facing this way. Now from here we go in on our training partner. There's our foot going across, and we're attacking the back. I go across like so. My foot goes in and hooks. Now from here we turn and roll our training partner through. From this position, everything's locked up and ready to go. We switch our legs, unified legs pointing in the same direction. We lock an initial trap triangle, we hand assist it, and now from here, we're in the perfect finishing position, ready to go. This is an excellent way for us to play the game between arm lock situations and Ushiro Senkaku, the stranglehold from the back. Now, when we began this video, we portrayed a four-step system which underlies much of what we do with the triangle system overall. There's four distinct steps. The first is to get some kind of working grip upon your opponent, which will enable you to form an effective connection. This sets up the next step, which is to attain the one in, one out position with my legs, to create a situation where one of my opponent's arms is trapped inside my legs and one of his arms is trapped outside. And we lock what we call a trap triangle. This is just where my feet are crossed and my legs surround his head and one arm. So one arm trapped inside, one arm trapped outside. The third step is managing the transition between the trap triangle and the figure four triangle that actually strangles your opponent. Now we have to introduce the fourth step. No matter how good you get at your triangles, there's always going to be that guy that avoids the strangulation. You know that I have a general preference for strangles over joint locks. But if the strangle's not working, it's time to go into joint locks. That's the fourth step of the triangle system. What we're going to look at now is Ushiro Senkaku. For whatever reason, the strangle is not proving sufficient. We have excellent ways of attacking the joints out of that same position, and we can get to a win even when the strangle lets us down. Let's start with our training partner in Ushiro Senkaku. From here, we did a good job of locking up on our training partner. We got the position, we got an extended arm, but for whatever reason, perhaps it's because my opponent's posted on the knee, we can't close it and finish it off. In these situations, we can go into a multiplicity of joint locks. The first and most obvious one, the one I want you spending most of your time on, is the transition to a variation of Juji Gatame, the armbar, where I take my training partner's left hand and I take it so his elbow goes over my left hip. And from here we connect his left hand to our left armpit, just like so. This forms a very, very good fulcrum, and his arm becomes a long lever where we can apply tremendous braking pressure. So that's going to be our first finish from here. We get a hold of the end of the lever. We always make sure we grip. Half of my hand is on his hand and half of my hand is on his wrist. Don't be down here. You're grabbing a short lever. Don't be all the way up here where the hand can slip out. We put our hand, half on his hand, half on his wrist. We double up on it and connect his pinky knuckle to our chest. and as a result we can put on strong pressure. Now, if that shouldn't work for any particular reason, we take a V grip on our training partner and we hold the wrist and we go around the corner and put his arm in behind our lat muscle. We grab a hold of our own buttocks, and from here we come up to an elbow and we apply tremendous braking pressure, an even stronger version of the arm locks. This is our second arm lock, just like so. The only way my opponent can really avoid this is to bend his arm like so. When I see that, I bring my head forward over my training partner's head and I physically hold onto his elbow joint. Now from here, we put hand over hand on our training partner's elbow and we apply an American lock on our training partner, assisting with the lat muscle. The only other way he can go out of these failed arm locks is to bring his hands towards each other and start locking on like this. When we see this, we come up and post over our training partner, so we're sitting over our training partner's head. We apply the Kimura lock and we take his hand outside of our thigh, and then from here we apply tremendous braking pressure with the Kimura. This is a particularly tight version of Kimura because your opponent's head can't move, so it comes on very, very quickly. Let's be sure that when we use this form of Kimura, we connect his elbow to our chest, so we get very strong results. Okay. Now, we've just seen the idea of Juji Gatame, two variations. We've seen the American lock, we've seen the Kimura lock. Another one which we'll often use in this situation is for me to separate my training partner's hands. When I see him resisting the various locks by keeping his arms in close, we're going to take our wrist and chop into his wrist. And at the same time, we take his knuckles over the top and we apply a very strong form of wrist lock. So we take his elbow caught in here on my hip, and then we put an obstacle in front of his wrist, and we take his knuckles forward so that we lock everything up and we bring our elbow over his elbow. I don't want you to be able to see his elbow. I lock over the top of it. I go over the knuckles, we bring everything in close, and we apply strong braking pressure. So once again, we hold the line of the knuckles. Okay, I go through. I don't lock the figure of four. I just bend the wrist and I go elbow over elbow, my hands over his knuckles. We're not going through for a figure four lock. Okay, and then from here we bring everything around for a strong finish. So we've got a range of great joint lock attacks. Let's come closer to the camera and move to a different angle. So here we are, we've got Ushiro Senkaku locked in like so. Okay, from this position, if for whatever reason the stranglehold is not working, we go through, we get a grip, half on the hand, half on the wrist. We double up on it, we connect the pinky knuckle right there to our chest, and from here we have a very strong arm lock. If for whatever reason we need more power, we lock, we pass our hand through, and I put his wrist in behind the elbow and lat muscle, and I grab a hold of my own buttocks. I build up to a base, and from this position we get a very, very strong arm lock finish. The only way he can defend himself is to bend his arm, in which case I bring my head over the top, my hand grabs his bent elbow, and from here we apply a nasty American lock from this position. Okay. Another possibility is that my opponent will bring his hands close to each other, in which case we lock up Kimura. I can do this from my shoulder, or I can come up to a seated position and do it from the seated position like so. Another fine option in these situations is for me to separate my training partner's hands, cover the elbow, and apply a wrist lock pressure like so. Okay. These give you a multiplicity of joint locks out of the Ushiro Senkaku position, which are going to make it very, very easy for you to go through and break the joints if the stranglehold should fail. Always remember the essence of the four-step system employed in all of the various triangles that we look at. First, employ some kind of working grip that gives you initial control over your opponent. Second, use that grip to create a one-in, one-out situation. Trap one of your opponent's arm inside the legs, lock the other on the outside. This enables us to lock what we call a trap triangle, with your opponent's head and arm trapped between your legs. The third step is to manage transition from the trap triangle to the figure four triangle that actually strangles somebody. And then the fourth step, if the strangle should prove insufficient, make the transition back to joint locks and use the joint locks to get the finish that the strangle couldn't. This is an excellent way to understand the Ushiro Senkaku. You see there's 5 beautiful joint locks anytime you have the original stranglehold. Between those 6 potential finishes, you're going to finish a lot of people in that position. Let's switch our focus now to Yoko Senkaku, the side triangle. You'll remember that our triangle system has 5 triangles within it. These were divided into category A and category B. Category A was the front triangle, the rear triangle, and the opposite-sided triangle. All 3 of those triangles could be combined with each other. Whenever you've got one, you've always got the other 2. All you need to do is change the angle around your opponent's head and shoulders, and you can switch from one to the other and form long combinations. Now we go to category B. This is the side triangle. The first one we're going to look at is side triangle. We're going to start with a look at just the mechanics of a side triangle, just a general look at what this position is. Let's understand something. In the sport of jiu-jitsu, the side triangle is rarely seen every so often, but not common. In the sport of judo, it's actually the most common form of triangle, much more common than our most common form of triangle, the front triangle. Why is this? Why is it that in jiu-jitsu, front triangle is king, and in the sport of judo, side triangle is king? Well, it's because in the sport of judo, there's a lot more back exposure. Typically, athletes will engage in throwing actions which often expose their back to their opponent. There's limited time to work on the mat, and so one good option is to maneuver into a side triangle position. There's another reason too. The side triangle has a dual function. It's not only a stranglehold, it's also a very successful pinning method. You can pin someone. In the sport of jiu-jitsu, if I pin you for a certain period of time, somewhere between 20 to 25 seconds, depending upon the year, the match is over. And so it's highly effective for finishing fights, both as a pin and as a submission hold. In jiu-jitsu, of course, you don't get matches aren't ended by pins, so we only have the submission aspect, so there's less of a motivation to try it. It's a fantastic move in itself. I believe it could be used a lot more in the sport of jiu-jitsu with great profit. As I said, it's used very profitably in the sport of judo. We ought to be bringing this move into our sport and using it as much as we can. It's a tremendous way of attacking from a variety of positions. I'll start looking at it when we actually get into entries for the move from back position, because I believe that's where the most effective entries come from, although we'll look at a bunch. But let's start just looking at just the position itself and the mechanics of the strangle, because it can be a little bit confusing when you first start off. Let's start with a situation where we have a training partner with his head here and feet going out in this direction. Okay. First, what is a side triangle? Okay. Well, one thing is true for all the triangles. We know this. This is the idea of a one in, one out situation. Okay. In the case of a side triangle, I'm going to place my foot here in my training partner's armpit. So my leg goes across my training partner's neck and chest and goes into the armpit, just like so. Okay. That creates a one in, one out situation where one of his arms is outside my legs and one of his arms is inside my 2 legs. So we've satisfied the first and most basic prerequisite for any triangle attack. We got the one in, one out situation. Okay. From here, we're going to divide our leg between the strangle leg and the support leg, again, like any other triangle. And we're going to take our support leg underneath our training partner's neck and shoulders, so it comes through just like so. Okay. So now I have my strangle leg lined up with my training partner's neck, and I have my support leg here underneath his head. Now, from here, as we draw our training partner's arm across the body, we're going to get opportunities to put the hollow of our knee all the way around the tricep. This is very important. If I just have the calf muscle around my opponent's knee, it's very, very hard to lock a full triangle. You'll get a trap triangle, but not a full figure of 4. So it's very important that I take the hollow of my knee and I hook around the rear deltoid, just like so. That will become extremely important, and we'll spend quite a bit of time looking on that later. Let's put our legs down. Now, from this position, look how I draw my foot back so it comes up and my heel touches his rear deltoid. As a result, when I lock the triangle, it's a full figure of 4. Now, as you know, it's very, very important when we lock triangles, we eliminate the shoulder. That's one of the great themes of this video. If I lock with my legs, rise up a little bit, underneath his shoulder, it's very, very hard for me to lock the figure of 4 because his shoulder is still inside my triangle. It's so important we go to eliminate the shoulder. That's why we always take our thigh out underneath our training partner's head, and I turn my knee down to the floor so that the shoulder comes out, and I hook over the tricep, not the shoulder. Again, I've said this so many times, I'll keep coming back to it. To lock a tight triangle when you have short legs and your opponent is broad with the shoulders, you have to eliminate the shoulder. It's particularly important with the Yoko Senkaku, okay? Because you are covering more area with this move. Now, when we lock the figure of 4, we pull everything back in towards ourselves. Our legs back heel. Don't extend your legs here. That's not the idea. We want to pull everything back in this direction. From here, when he goes to resist the effects of the strangle, it's a difficult thing to achieve. And we form a very, very tight strangulation indeed in this position. Okay? Once again, we're going to start off with our training partner here in front of us. We lock up, and from here, my foot goes into my opponent's armpit. That creates the initial 1 in, 1 out situation. Okay? Once we're here, we bring our foot through underneath, and my support leg goes through underneath my training partner's head. It's super important that I take the hollow of my knee as I stretch across the body and put it around behind the triceps. We don't want to involve our opponent's shoulder, so I make sure my leg goes up here on the tricep. Then when we lock the figure of 4 and we go to back heel with our 2 legs, we create an immensely strong strangulation. Okay, let's look at some of the things that can go wrong with this move in terms of mechanics. If my leg does not penetrate all the way through the hollow of my knee behind the triceps, we'll always end up, strong body, with a weak looking crossing of our ankles. You'll never get past the trap triangle, and you'll never strangle anybody. There's still some good things you can do here, but strangulation is not one of them. Okay, you'll often see people trying to pull the arm in to make up for this failure. No, pulling the elbow in is good. We'll come back to that topic later, but the real key here is not how far or as close as elbow is, it's how extended your leg is. I always want the leg, the top leg, the strangle leg, extended first, and then it comes back. Never try to pull back first. Extension first, and then from here, contraction. Now, when we lock, you can clearly see my shoelaces easily come up all the way to the hollow of my knee. Like any good triangle, the shoelaces of my foot fit into the hollow of my knee. If the shoelaces of my foot are on my calf muscle, you're never going to strangle people in this position. I must always create extension of my legs and expose the hollow of my right knee to the shoelaces of my left foot. And as a result, we get a strangle that comes on immediately. Okay? Now, let's look at the most important mechanical details, the one which will make the difference between success or failure whenever you use this move. There's a certain body movement which you will always see me incorporate slightly before I make the adjustment to the strangle. If you can replicate this movement, you're going to strangle a lot of people with this move. If you can't, you're going to get into a lot of frustrations. Okay, first things first. My support leg goes under the head like a pillow. Never does my support leg go under a scapula. This will condemn you to failure right from the start. Okay? All the time I see people trying to fight for triangles with their leg underneath the scapula. The guy just resists with the arms, and it's impossible to strangle anyone here. This is a disaster. Okay? So what we want to do whenever we've got a poorly placed bottom leg is a simple trick. I take my bottom foot and I just shift my hips out by turning belly down. This always places my leg where it should be, underneath his head. This is a very simple movement that makes a real concrete difference in your performance of this move. Let's have a look at it again. He rises, and you can see that my right leg is placed under his scapula. This is an invitation to disaster. You will not be able to strangle people. I don't care how long your legs are. Okay? From here, you squeeze and squeeze, and there's no effect. All he has to do is retract his elbow, and it's done. Okay? So what we need to do is to take our bottom foot, put it on the mat, and turn belly down. This correctly places my legs every single time, so that when I readjust back to a hip, everything is set properly. My right leg is correctly placed underneath his head. The extension of my leg guarantees that the hollow of my knee is in his tricep. And then when I back heel, everything locks in place perfectly. Now we lock up the Kimura, and the strangle is immediate. Let's have a look at this whole sequence again, using this special shift, which I often refer to as the belly down shift. When you're hearing me coaching my athletes, you'll often hear me screaming, belly down shift, belly down shift. This is what I mean. When we lock up, I pass my foot through like so. As I pitch over, my leg, in this case my right leg, is poorly placed underneath his scapula. That's going to condemn me to failure if I try to squeeze from this position. So I take my foot, place it on the mat, and I turn belly down. I point my two knees at the mat. That perfectly places my legs so that when I shift back into the triangle position, it's so easy for me now to lock the full figure of four and then retract into a perfect stranglehold. This simple belly down shift is the difference between success or failure with this position. In the vast majority of cases, you will have to make this shift. It is unlikely that you will go into a perfect side triangle position on your first attempt. It doesn't happen often. So this belly down shift is a big, big part of your success or failure here. Let's have a look at it one more time. We'll change the angle. From here, we have any given initial grip on our training partner, which enables us to fit our feet into the one in, one out situation, where one arm is outside my legs and one arm is inside. From here, we pitch down towards the mat, and unfortunately, we get caught in a situation where my thigh is caught underneath his scapula. So we lock up a Kimura. We have the confidence to separate our legs. I use my right foot to turn my left knee downwards. So I'm belly down and both of my knees point down at the mat. This correctly places my right leg underneath his head so that when I come back, I'm perfectly set for a nice stranglehold. Now, one leg straightens right along the shoulder line. The other leg retracts. So my two legs go in opposite directions. One extends, one retracts. And as a result, we can quickly lock up a devastating stranglehold. When my opponent tries to pull his elbow free, it's physically impossible, and the stranglehold is immensely tight. So often, I hear people complain that the side triangle lacks strangulation power. I hear this all the time. Oh, it's not as tight as the other triangles. That is absolute garbage. Done properly in this fashion, the side triangle is as tight as any triangle. It is an absolutely superb strangulation and works extraordinarily well. What does happen is there are often failures in mechanics that contribute to a poor strangle, and the move itself gets a bad reputation. It's not the failure of the move, it's the failure of the execution. If you incorporate the belly down shift, you will be shocked at how powerful this move is as a strangulation, and it will be a valuable addition to your arsenal. Let's look at the mechanics just one more time, because there's a lot of confusion about this move, and often I see people just don't believe in it. They just look at it doesn't work. Okay, it works, believe me. So, an initial grip, the one in, one out situation. You can see why my move here is about to fail. As I sit, my right leg goes under his scapula. That will absolutely create a weak stranglehold. You can see I can't even lock a real triangle here. I can only get halfway at my calf muscle. This is There's no way this is going to work on anyone with any kind of competence. However, if I have the confidence to unlock my triangle and pop up and turn everything inwards so that my two knees face down to the floor. Now, for the first time, my right leg is well positioned. When I return to my hip, I now have two legs here, both extended. One extends further and the other retracts. That puts my shoelace directly in the hollow of my knee. Even as my opponent goes to lock his hands, do any kind of defensive movement, turn into me, etc., etc., none of these things have any effect. And from here, it's an enormously tight strangulation, which will shock your training partners when you apply it in this manner. Now, let's start looking at the idea of using this side triangle. We just saw the mechanics of it. Let's start looking at how we're going to apply that in a competitive situation. One of the best ways for us to use side triangle attacks is when our opponent has exposed his back to us, typically turtle position. Let's look at a situation where our training partner faces forward in a turtle situation like so. And we are behind and ready to go on the attack. We're going to go through and we're going to secure our training partner's hand, coming all the way up and drawing it in like so. So we've got a good bite on that hand and we're ready to go to work. We're going to put our second hand on the floor and we're going to take our knees off the mat. We're going to start moving around, big strong body. From here we're going to start moving around our training partner. My two hands sitting up straight are going to come in and we're going to get a 2-on-1 grip on the hand itself. Okay, so I have one hand in, the other hand over. Okay, strong body. Now from here we're going to start moving around our training partner and we're going to put our knee over our training partner's head and bring it in and down. As a result, I'm able to lever my training partner's arm out away from his body. Let's move around this way. Now, with the arm levered out and away from the body, I'm going to take my hand through and we're going to put the beginnings of a Kimura grip on. Okay, presumably his arm will be down like so. Now from here, we're going to get a hold of his wrist and we're going to apply Kimura. Okay, I'm going to try to lever him over with the Kimura. If my opponent just fell over, then I would go directly into my Kimura system. But let's say our opponent puts his hand out wide for base, and now I can't get him over with the Kimura. This is the perfect time to go on the attack with Yoko Senkaku. Between the dilemma of the Kimura attack and the Yoko Senkaku, you're going to finish a lot of people here. I'm going to take my foot and step right over my training partner's armpit. Okay, I'm going to come up into a low squat position. Now I'm going to fall straight back, not over to the side, but straight back over his head. And as a result, we quickly take him over into a position where we can attack the Yoko Senkaku. I've achieved the 1 in, 1 out position. From here, I start that action of turning belly down. As he tries to reach his hands together to defend the Kimura, he gives me exactly what I wanted, the perfect entry into this very, very useful position. Look how, as always, one leg straightens, the other retracts, and from here we lock up a Kimura on his near arm, putting the hand on the stomach. When he tries to pull out of here, it's so difficult. And from here, the strangle is immensely tight. Once again, we have an opponent working like so. We start off with our tight waist grip. I go forward and I catch my training partner's arm and draw it inwards. I take my knees off the mat and I go around and I catch my training partner 2-on-1. Now from here I cover the head and I pull the arm out and I lock Kimura. As I try for the Kimura, he's got his arm extended, his base is strong. So I take my foot and I go over the top and hook inwards. I come up into a low squat position over my training partner's head. Now from here, I pull him over, and now we're in a good position to go on the attack. Look how I invert and push my body belly down. As a result, we can come back and apply the Yoko Senkaku. One leg extends, the other retracts, so we lock up the figure of 4. From here, we squeeze for a strong finish. Let's have a look at it from a different angle. We start off just like so. I go in and secure the wrist. From this position, I move around my training partner's body and there's that grip on the hand. Now, I cover my training partner's head, I extract my training partner's arm, and I lock the Kimura. From that Kimura lock, I try hard to get him over, not working. Can't get the hand out, can't extract it. No problem, I step my foot over and hook inside. Now from here, I come up into a low squat and we take him directly over the head. From this position, our whole effort is to come up and go belly down like so. That gives me the opportunity to get my bottom leg all the way through in the correct position. Now, right foot goes back, left foot goes in. When he tries to escape, it's so difficult, and we get a very, very tight strangulation indeed. Let's look at some common errors that are made in this situation. From here, we go in and secure our training partner's wrist. As we move around and we go in and lock, here's a common error. People come out and disasters start to happen. You see people get confused with the Kimura in this position. It's pretty simple. From here, look how my left hand punches through and the right hand goes on top. So here we are, we're locked. There it is. So when I lock, the Kimura is perfect. So often you see people locking the Kimura the wrong way. And it's so easy now for him to explode his hand out of here and get away. Okay? So when we first come around on our training partner, we've got our hands set. It's so important we lock the Kimura so my right hand can threaten to push across the body and get him down to the floor. I can't have my hands locked the wrong way. Okay, that's going to be a disaster. Make a strong hand. So when I come around the corner and we're trying to extract his hand out like so, look how one hand goes in and the second hand goes over. And as a result, I'm able to put him under pressure. Now, when I can't get him over with Kimura, another common problem. People try to fall across the body. No, that's not the efficient way to go. Okay? Put your arm out strong. I can't fall that way. What I want to do is fall directly backwards over the head. So I just go straight down this way and lift him over. Okay? When we get into this position, don't try to lock it here. Have the confidence to come up and then come back. That's going to create the strong strangle pressure that we need. Okay? Let's look at the additional use of our foot to assist in turning our opponent over. When we come around the corner on our training partner, we know that the whole thing is to catch here at the forearm so I can apply a good Kimura and try to take the man over. Okay? I step, my foot comes up. When I step a second time, watch my right foot. I often take my right foot inside his legs to assist in taking him over. Now, belly down, my knees going in nice and tight. And from here, when we lock the figure of four, the strangle is immediate. I'll show that detail one more time. This way, yeah. So we're behind our training partner, and we catch our training partner at the wrist. From here, we're working to control this man, etc., etc. From here, I start moving around, come around the corner, and I catch 2-on-1 like so. Now, as I move around the corner, I trap my training partner's head. There's the initial control, and there's the Kimura lock. I try to put him over with Kimura, it's not working. I go through and hook. Okay? Watch my right foot fit all the way inside so we get good amplitude to take him over. We shift around the corner, lock through. There's the figure of four. He tries to turn into me, etc., and it's so difficult, and the strangle is set. Done in this way, this Yoko Senkaku, this side triangle, is a devastating addition to your back attacks. Now, we've been looking at Yoko Senkaku. The version we just looked at is by far and away the most successful version of Yoko Senkaku side triangle in modern day competition. It's not the only version, however. There's another version also very, very good and absolutely worthwhile for you to know
and this one also figures prominently in modern day competition. This is a seated version of the Yoko Senkaku. Let's have a look at it from a front headlock type situation. Every so often you're going to get a front headlock situation where there's a little bit of space down here on the mat, and you feel like normally from here you're working with your arms, etc., etc. We're going to do a different move where I just take my knee forward and I go here so that my thigh muscle, the hip flexor, is up against my training partner's trapezius muscle. Okay. From here, I'm going to post on my training partner's head to keep the head down. If the head rises here, you can double leg me. Okay, that's not a good thing. So we keep the head down. Now, I take my foot and I go through and I hook on my training partner. I'm going to put in a tight waist grip, and I'm going to put my second hand down on the floor. From here, I'm going to pull back on his arm. And I'm just going to slide down to the mat. I stay over my training partner because I got my hand on the floor on this side. Okay. When he goes to pull his arm back, it's working against my leg. It's not easy. Okay. And it's pretty easy for us to use that tight waist grip to come up and seize our training partner right here and put our foot right behind his tricep muscle so that we eliminate the shoulder. You'll always hear me saying every triangle involves eliminating the shoulder. Now, from this position, we go through and we lock the figure of 4. I put my hand on the waist just like so. As my opponent tries to pull away from me, it's a very, very tight triangle. And then from here, we just squeeze. We've got a very, very tight triangle finish. Okay? This is a beautiful variation of the move. Let's have a look at this again. From a situation where we're working front headlock down on the mat, and for whatever reason we feel that the hand game, front headlock, we saw in the front headlock system, is just not there. So we're going to go through and put our knee all the way in and penetrate. I make sure I keep my second leg out and away and my hand posting on the head to keep it down. If I have both my knees down on the floor and I don't control the head, it's an easy double leg for him here, and he'll just dump me down to my butt. Okay, so we can't give an easy double leg out like that. If he's going to get a double leg, he's got to work for it. So from a situation in here, I take my knee on the inside and I post on my training partner's head. Now, he's reaching for a double leg. I put my leg behind his arm, take away that option. Now, my other hand goes down to the floor and I put in a tight waist. I start to pull on my training partner's arm with my leg, and this one here comes through. Don't flop down to your side. Don't do this. That's it, his ass. It's gone now. Okay, I need to keep my head over his waist. Okay, if he tries to pull his arm out, it ain't going anywhere. It's stuck. Now I start extending it forward, and I reach and I pull inwards. I bring my foot over my own knee. Very important detail. If my foot is below my knee, when I go to make the hook, it's easy to lose the position. So I want to pull my foot over my own knee. When he goes to yank out, very, very tough. Okay. Now, when we lock, everything goes in. We're set in place now. I bring my hand, it's a tight waist. I bring myself up to a hand like so, and then from here, I just retract my 2 legs and we strangle for the finish. Once we start putting our opponent down into a position where the legs lock in, we get a very, very tight strangulation indeed in this position. Once again, front headlock situation, we're in like so. I place my knee through and I post on my training partner's head. My foot goes around the corner and hooks. Okay, tight waist goes on, my hand goes on the floor, and I sit with control down to a hip. Guys, let's not do this. Okay, let's not just flop down. That's a disaster. Now the head comes out, and you just gave up top position for nothing. Okay, so it's important that when we go down, we sit down with control. Okay, my head stays over him. Now from here I scissor so that his head is well controlled and kept down. Now I pull my foot over my own knee so that when I go to lock the figure 4, there's no danger of slippage. Okay. Now I bring my body weight forward, and from here I just squeeze with my legs and I get a very tight strangulation. This is a very, very powerful and difficult to contend with triangle. This is actually one of the hardest triangles to defend. It's not obvious where you should turn, what you should hook. It's a scary triangle to get caught in, and the strangle is very, very impressive with its power. This is one of those triangles that everyone's going to tell you need long legs for this one. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you. It does help with any triangle to have long legs. That's just a fact. Okay, anyone who tells you that long legs or leg length isn't an issue is a liar. It is.
If you're 5'1" and your opponent's 6'4" and has shoulders like Gordon Ryan, it's unlikely you're going to hit a side triangle on them. However, if someone is in your own weight category and presumably is of at least roughly similar size, you are going to lock side triangles on them all day if your mechanics are correct. You will even be pleasantly surprised how you can lock good side triangles on people taller or thicker than yourself. However, if your mechanics are poor, you're not going to lock a side triangle on anybody, even if you have long legs. Your mechanics, your alignment, your positioning is the #1 determinant of whether you're going to be able to lock on someone with someone with broad shoulders or not. The second most important determinant is actually your waist size. And the third most important is the length of your legs. Okay, so there's 3 determinants as to how well you're going to be able to lock legs on big, thick opponents. The most important by far is body positioning. The second most important is the size of your waist. And the third, and last really, is the length of your legs. So don't tell yourself you're condemned to failure before you even begin. I've seen plenty of people with short legs who had a fearsome strangle in multiple positions. You can be one of them too. Focus on your body alignment. Keep your waistline under control, and you'll lock up a lot of people that you thought you couldn't. Okay? Now, we've been looking at Yoko Senkaku, the side triangle. This is an incredibly effective method if used well. Used poorly, not so much, but used well, you'll have a lot of success with it. Now, I want to show you a transition between the seated Yoko Senkaku that we just saw and the supine Yoko Senkaku that we started with. Let's have a look at that right now. Same front headlock situation we just looked at. We saw we were in a front headlock type situation, and we put our knee in and we stuffed our training partner's head. We came up vertical and hooked into our training partner's leg. From here, we saw the idea of a tight waist, a hand to the floor, and then we sat down with control and we started to apply this Yoko Senkaku. As I extended my leg, I brought my foot up above my knee, and we locked on just like so. Now, sometimes, for whatever reason, you just feel the strangle's not there. The guy's pulling his elbow back, and you're like, ain't happening, not strangling. No problem, we can work out of this. I get my tight waist in place, and I grab my training partner here by the ankle. Let's move around some. No. So I grab my training partner by tight waist and ankle, just like so. And I pull my head around the corner, like I was trying to look around his hamstring muscle, okay? As I adjust my body position, I pull him on top of me, and we send him right across our body. As a result, he's now in a pin position down on the floor, okay? From the pin position, we do what we always do. We lock up Kimura on the near arm, okay? We make any necessary adjustments to enhance the strangle. We know what our best enhancement of the strangle involves. It involves the idea of turning belly down and turning my knee in so that when we relock the triangle, it's ungodly tight on the neck. Now from here, he tries to turn out, move out, etc., and we just squeeze with the legs, and we get a very tight strangulation. Let me chat, make sure it's a decisive chat so I can see it. So, once again, we start off, front headlock type situation, down on the mat. My knee goes in, and we quickly rise up, and we stuff down on our training partner's head. As we make a good catch on our training partner, we're in the ideal position to start working. Now, from here, look how we put in a tight waist. We put a hand down on the floor, we rake back with one arm, and we sit down with control over our training partner just like so. Okay, when he tries to move out of here, it's not easy. Okay, you've secured the one in, one out. Now it's time for us to pull our foot up above our knee and lock in place. As we lock up the figure of 4, for whatever reason, it turns out the strangle's just not having the effect we're looking for. We go tight waist, ankle. I bring everything around the corner to his hamstring, and from here, we take him up and over. Now we're in the perfect position to apply Kimura on the near side arm. This is going to give us a good opportunity to come up and turn everything inwards, so that when we go to lock the figure of 4, we're going to have an ungodly tight triangle to work with and a strong finish. This is a great way to combine the seated Yoko Senkaku with the supine Yoko Senkaku. Whenever you have one, you always have the other. And you can throw your opponent around from pin to strangle, back to pin, strangle, and get great results out there on the mat.
Now, let's start to look at the link between the side triangle, Yoko Senkaku, and the armbar, Juji Gatame. We have an opponent down in a situation where we're trying to employ an armbar against him. Let's look at the armbar in particular that we're going to look at. It's one where our foot is on the near side, so it might be more like Loctite, a beginner kind of armbar to stand like so. This is a very good opportunity for us to go through and start locking up Yoko Senkaku. We're going to take our left foot and place our foot through our training partner's armpit and into the armpit like so. So we've created a one in, one out situation. One arm is outside my legs and the other, lock your hands, is inside my legs. Okay. From this position, look how we tilt over to the side and we extend the bottom leg through. Straighten out your legs. As a result, we're in a position where we can start to work this Yoko Senkaku. We know that the key to a Yoko Senkaku is to start with good body positioning. If I locked right here in this position, I would need very long legs to be able to lock up my opponent. Placido is not even particularly broad through the shoulders, and yet you can see I'm already struggling. However, a simple shift in body position, which involves me putting my foot on the mat, coming up and shifting so that I can kick my leg all the way through, lock your hands, and then from here, when I come back, I find myself in a vastly superior position. Now I've eliminated my opponent's shoulder from the triangle, so that when I close my triangle, the strangulation pressure is immense. Okay, let's have a look at this again. We start off with a Juji Gatame leg configuration like so. I take my foot and I pass it inside my training partner's armpit. I tilt down towards his hips. And as a result, I can easily pass my legs through underneath. I could, if I had very long legs, just attempt a triangle from here. But someone like me with short legs, that's not going to happen. I need to get perfect body mechanics first. So I'm going to have the confidence to unlock my legs and put my bottom foot right down here, so I can push through and extend my left leg through. With my two knees pointing down to the floor, when I come back now, it's going to be a tight triangle. Now, we pin his hand down towards his rib cage, and from here, we apply strangulation pressure for a very strong finish. This is one nice way of linking the Juji Gatame armbar to the Yoko Senkaku, the side triangle. Let's look at another one. One of the most popular forms of Juji Gatame or armbar entry in the whole sport is a spinning Juji Gatame. Let's have a look at a basic spinning Juji. Okay, Jiu-Jitsu 101, we all learn an underhook, just stand like so, and from here I post my hand on the far side and we spin around the corner. He locks his hands defensively and we've hit a spinning Juji Gatame. You've all seen it 1,000 times. Okay, here's a common problem associated with its use. Very often people make this mistake. They take the underhook on the far side, but they make the mistake of placing their knee inside the training partner's armpit. When they go to spin into the Juji Gatame, they find to their horror that their foot is caught, come looking at, their foot is caught inside their opponent's armpit, just like so. So that when they go to apply the Juji Gatame, their legs are in a very poor position. Even if you bring 2 feet across now, it makes no difference. You don't have a cross-faced leg. In any Juji, you need a cross-faced leg. Here, you don't have one, so that when you sit back for the Juji, you can easily just push your legs down towards the hips, do all kinds of things to subvert your Juji Gatame. You made a basic beginner's error by placing your knee inside here, when it should have been over the shoulder. Because of this basic error, when I turn the corner and set into the Juji, my foot is caught in an awkward position and I go into the Juji Gatame, and now there's no real pressure, there's no cross-face leg. My opponent can sit up and easily escape from this position. Okay? Now, you can take that beginner's mistake and turn that into an expert's win by converting from Juji Gatame to Yoko Senkaku, the side triangle. Let's say I have an underhook on this side. I'm going to deliberately place my knee inside his armpit. Why? Because I have no intention
of finishing with the armbar. My intention is to go into the stranglehold. I place my knee around the corner, and from here I sit through, and there we have it. I come up and lock Kimura. From this position, I tilt towards the hips and kick my bottom leg through. Now, from here, we know what to do. We go to a belly down shift, and I punch my right leg as far through as it'll go, so that when we come back into an ungodly tight stranglehold. When he tries to pull away, it's so difficult. And as I apply my legs, we get an immediate stranglehold. Once again, using a deliberate ruse to set up the spinning Judigatame. My opponent's armpit, I put my knee inside of it. And as a result, when I step over into what he thinks is a Judigatame attack, it's not. I come around the corner and sit. Now, this is a failure position for Judigatame, but a win position for triangles. I lock up, I pitch over to the side, and kick my bottom leg through. From here, I come up, put my legs all the way through, and lock up the figure of four. Once again, when we apply the stranglehold with our legs, it comes on immediately, and we get a great strangulation. This is another excellent way to link up armbars, Judigatame, with triangles, Yoko Senkaku. Now, we've been looking at side triangles out of a range of different positions and scenarios. Let's look now at one of the easiest ways for us to apply a side triangle while you're passing someone's guard. In order to use this, we're going to have to link it with another one of the great systems we employ, Kimura. From a situation where I start off in front of a training partner in a seated guard situation, anytime someone's seated, they're always going to be reaching for us, and we've got back exposure on the far side. Okay, you more or less guarantee that every time you're in a seated situation. So as we go in with our training partner, we start the various hand fights that initiate these positions. We're going to go through and we're going to step our foot just inside our training partner's body like so. We're in the perfect position now to take everything across our training partner's body and lock up a simple Kimura attack and come around into a T Kimura position like so. My opponent is now interested in turning into me. Why? If he stays static, then I can just come up on top and pin him, or go into any submission hold based on the Kimura. If he goes to turn away from us, it's physically impossible because of the Kimura. So his only option is to turn in. When I see him turning in, we always want to slow him down by lifting that elbow, and then from here, I start bringing my knee underneath. I'm going to take my foot and leg over my training partner's head. As he fights to come up on top of me, we just kick through, and we end up in the Yoko Senkaku position. As always from Yoko Senkaku, we look to get the best possible grip of our legs first. So we come up into a belly down shift and punch our leg through. Then when we come back, we lock up an incredibly tight figure of four, and the strangle is set before the finish. Once again, you're facing this way. We start off in front of our training partner, we post, move, etc. And then from here, we step inside. Now we go through, lock, and from this position, it's an easy thing for us to go across our training partner's body and lock up. As he tries to turn into us, we always take our knee in front and elevate his elbow. My leg comes forward over my training partner's head and passes through underneath, like so. Just turn around in this direction. As always from here, I can't just lock my triangle here. You're condemning yourself to failure before you can begin. The first thing is always to put our foot on the mat and turn through, so that I turn my quadriceps down towards the floor. Now I come down onto two straightened legs, we bend one, then the other, and from here we get a very tight strangulation indeed. Done in this fashion, we can link up the Kimura system with Yoko Senkaku, and as a result we can apply it even as we're passing somebody's guard. Now we've been looking at the side triangle position. Let's quickly bear in mind one of the big statements that this video is trying to make, that triangles can be employed as part of an overall system rather than just a move that you pull out of the hat every so often. A big part of that system is the idea of a four-step method by which we apply triangles in general. The first step is to gain some kind of useful grip over our opponent, which will facilitate the second step, which is to create a one-in, one-out situation where one of your opponent's arms is trapped inside your legs and one is trapped on the outside. Once we get to this 1 in, 1 out situation, we lock up the trap triangle of some kind, and then we transition into the full figure of 4. The figure of 4 is used to strangle your opponent. If you get the strangle, congratulations, the match is over. No need to go to step 4. Okay, you've stopped at step 3. But if the strangle should ever prove insufficient, then we've got to go to the 4th step, which is to switch from a strangle to a joint lock. In the case we're looking at, it's a lock to our opponent's arms, the Kimura. The Yoko Senkaku position is ideally situated, or ideally set up to enable you to work very, very strongly with Kimuras to both of your opponent's arms, and also to bring in some additional wrist locks. Let's have a look at this right now. From a situation, I'll take it from front headlock and we'll work from there. From a situation where I turned my opponent over into Yoko Senkaku, okay? We set our opponent down, we draw the leg back, and from here we turn our opponent over. We ended up in a Yoko Senkaku right here. If for whatever reason the stranglehold is proving to be inadequate, and we're just not putting the guy away with a strangle, there's a bunch of good options here, okay? The first option is Kimuras on the far arm. I'm going to drag my training partner's leg in, sorry, his arm in, just like so, and we're going to take our training partner's wrist and lock onto it just like so. As I lock my my legs, I'm just going to take his wrist, I'm just going to push the wrist out and away, okay? And we apply a one-handed Kimura. I take his wrist down towards my knee and I push him across. I make sure my legs pull backwards and we push for a strong Kimura attack. Now that Kimura is strong, but it becomes a lot stronger when I hold the wrist with one hand and the elbow with the other. I pull the elbow and I push the wrist, and we get a very, very strong joint lock. If for whatever reason I cannot get the effect I want on the far arm, then we go near arm Kimura. I lock the near arm Kimura, I pop up to my base, and I put his hand in behind his back. From here, we set up into the power line, as we saw from the Kimura sequence, and my legs separate. Now we're in the perfect position to take everything up to the line of our training partner's shoulder, and then we pull for a strong finish. Always, everything comes up to the line of the shoulder, and then we get the finishes that we're looking for. If I find, for whatever reason, let's move around this way, that as we come up from the Yoko Senkaku, his hands are locked, and we're just really, really struggling here to get any kind of Kimura action working, you can always go back into the Yoko Senkaku and reapply the stranglehold. We put our ear on our training partner's hip, then we go forward, kick through, and once again we lock up the stranglehold. There's our finish. So you can play between these Kimura attacks. Let's add in the idea of a wrist lock in this case. Okay, we'll just start in the Yoko Senkaku, just lie down. So here we are. We've secured the Yoko Senkaku using any one of the methods that we just looked at. From here, we go through, and for whatever reason, the strangle is proving insufficient. Okay, so I'm going to pull back with my two legs, a back heel, and we're going to push on our training partner's wrist. And as a result, we get a very strong attack. We can make it even stronger when we use a 2-on-1 method, where I push with the right hand and pull with the left, and we get an even stronger lock. Okay. Another excellent attack from here is a wrist lock, where I get a hold of my training partner's arm and lock it in tight. From here, I shorten his elbow and lock, just like so. Now I cup over my training partner's knuckles, and we lock everything in nice and close, and we get a nice strong wrist lock attack. So anytime we've got an opponent here in front of us, look out, it's not a difficult thing for us to quickly take his hands and lock them inwards. And then from here, we get very strong wrist locks. The key to the wrist lock is to jam his tricep on our bicep, and then everything goes in, 1, 2, hand over hand. When he tries to twist out, it's so difficult. And from here, you get a very, very nasty wrist lock action. Now, let's move around in this direction. Now, from this position, we've got a Kimura. We couldn't get, for whatever reason, Kimuras on the far arm. They weren't working. Now we've got a Kimura on the near arm. So from here, look how we take our body up, and from this position, we're ready to go. I extend my leg out, and from here, I take, as I sit on my training partner's power line, I take his elbow up to the shoulder line, and then we apply our braking pressure. If we do everything from down here, it's hard to get finishes. So we sweep everything up, and then from this position, there's a very, very strong Kimura to work with. Done in this fashion, you can transfer from strangles to joint locks. You've got a bunch of them right there in front of you every time you're working with Gyakko Senkaku. Now, we know that our triangle system is a 5-triangle system. 5 triangles, one of them is king, the front triangle, but the other 4 are very, very important. Statistically, the one that scores the least in international competition is the reverse triangle, Gyakko Senkaku. It's tempting to say, well, it doesn't score that often, so I'll just ignore it. It's actually a very valuable addition to your arsenal, and it smooths out the entire list of triangles you work with. Yes, you're going to score less with this than the other 4. I think statistically that's pretty clear. But there have been some very remarkable victories scored with this move in the past, and it can work for you too. First, let's just look at what the move is. Okay, what does it mean to say a reverse triangle? Let's start off. We're going to have our training partner in a supine position. From here, the idea that it's a reverse triangle is the idea that I will step over. I can do this in top or bottom position. I'll demonstrate it from a top position, over my training partner's neck, and create a 1-in, 1-out situation. Remember, the 1-in, 1-out is true for all the triangles regardless of type. Doesn't matter. Okay. One of his arms is clearly outside my legs, and one of his arms is clearly inside my legs. Okay. So we've created 1-in, 1-out. Now, I bring my leg across his shoulder line. So there's the strangle leg set. Okay, I need to eliminate his shoulder. So when we go in and lock, everything comes up above the shoulder line with my strangle leg. From this position, any back heel on my part creates a very, very strong strangulation. You will be absolutely shocked at how tight the reverse triangle is when it's properly applied. It's my belief that when it's well applied, it's actually the tightest of all the triangles. When it's poorly applied, it's the worst and least effective of all the triangles. So it does demand some precision on your part. Okay, we're going to be spending a lot of time as to what that means. You'll remember when we did the front triangle, we saw that the proper place for strangulation is our knee is below the ear. Exactly the same is true of this triangle. The mechanics involve placing my knee below Placido's ear and my shin across the line of his shoulders, above the line of his shoulders, here, perpendicular to his spine. And as a result, when we go to lock the figure of 4, his shoulder is eliminated from the triangle. And then from here, when we squeeze, it comes on immediately. Let's look at the same move from a bottom position. From a situation where I have, let's come around this way a little bit, the beginnings of a reverse triangle, you'll see once again we have a 1-in, 1-out situation. One arm is outside my legs and one is inside. Okay. Again, what's required is that my knee must be lower than his ear. If my knee is above his ear, you'll never strangle anybody. In fact, it's almost a worthless move at this point. Okay. What I need is to have my knee below his ear on the carotid artery. Now, when we lock, my shin goes along the line, or above the line, sorry, of my training partner's shoulders. And from here, when we lock the figure of 4, Placido will tell you it is an absolutely shockingly strong stranglehold, such as the precision of the placement on the carotid artery. Arguably, it's the tightest of all the triangles when it's done well. I will say about Gyakko Senkaku in general, done well, it's the tightest of the lot. Done poorly, it's the most worthless of the lot. So a lot of it comes down to your performance. There's a lot of potential here. The question is, can you exploit that potential? So once again, look how important it is for me to place the hollow of my knee on my training partner's carotid artery. If I don't do that, and my knee is above, I see this all the time, if my knee is above my opponent's ear, and here it obviously is, no amount of strangulation is going to do anything. He's just going to push with his two hands like a bench press, and it's just absolutely worthless. Okay? And you see a lot of frustration with this. Oh, that move doesn't work. Well, it works just fine, but you've got to do your part. Okay? So what we're always looking to do is to get our knee, the hollow of our knee, below his ear. Okay? How do I eliminate his shoulder? Let's move around the corner. From here, you can clearly see his shoulder is involved in the triangle. I can't lock it worth a damn. Okay, but if I bring everything up here, now when I lock, you can clearly see the back of his shoulder behind our triangle, and as a result there's nothing here but neck and arm, and as a result we get an insanely tight strangulation. Those are the essential elements of the mechanics of this very, very unusual and very, very useful part of your triangle system. Now, we looked at the mechanics of the reverse triangle, and done well, it's got some pretty damn impressive mechanics. It's one of the tightest strangles. Done well, it's absolutely one of the tightest strangles you'll ever feel. Done poorly, it feels worthless. So you've got to find that right sweet spot to really get into the carotid arteries and get to an effective stranglehold. Now, it's time we looked at getting into the strangle itself in a live combative situation. No one's going to let you get into that situation. How are you going to get there on a resisting opponent? Let's look first at an open guard scenario, which feeds well into the reverse triangle, Gyaku Sankaku. Okay, guys, here in my open guard, and we have put a foot here across our training partner's stomach. Fairly standard. Okay, from a situation like this, we have a hold of both of our training partner's triceps, and we have a foot inside position, just like so. Not a difficult position to get into. Okay, from here, I'm just going to create space using my left leg by extending the left leg just like so, and then I'm going to pommel my left foot around my training partner so it goes to the other side of his head, and as a result, we can fit our leg into a good attacking position. Now watch my right foot. My right foot enables me to extend my right leg. So I get underneath my training partner. Now from here, my hand goes through underneath my training partner's rib cage, and we start an action of turning around the corner like so. Just turn and face this way. Now, do you remember when I said the single most important prerequisite of this move is that my knee be underneath his ear? You can see I've got exactly that right now. Now, I bring everything down to the shoulder joint, and we lock the figure of four. When Placido tries to bench press his way out of here, I have my hand here as a reverse tight waist. So as he tries to get away from me, it's impossible. And the second I go to apply pressure, that strangle is ungodly tight. Okay? Done well, a reverse triangle literally feels like you're getting beheaded. It's difficult to convey how forceful the strangle is until you actually feel it when it's done well. Few people believe in it because not many people do it well, and as a result they say, I felt that, it felt like nothing. Done properly, it's a scary, scary strangulation. Let's have a look at the move again. So we start off inside position, just like so with my hands. From here, I place a foot on my training partner's hip, and we're ready to go. I start that extension, my hips moving out, and as a result I can pommel my left foot around the corner and kick over my training partner's neck, just like this. Now I start that action of turning and going through and locking right here. I bring my quadricep all the way down here to the tricep so that I eliminate my training partner's shoulder. You can all clearly see, good, pull your arm out, you can all clearly see Placido's shoulder in this position. I hug underneath, just like so, and I go through and I lock the figure of four. When Placido goes to pull out and away from me, it's so difficult. And from here, the stranglehold is immensely tight. Let's show it from a different angle. From a situation where we start off an open guard. From here, we're in the perfect situation now to start that movement out and away. My second leg comes inside, and we're here ready to attack. As I create extension away from my opponent, I pommel my foot through and around, and I place my knee just below his ear. Okay. Now, as I come out to the side, I start that action of turning underneath my training partner. As always, my legs want to point forwards in the same direction my opponent is pointing. So when he goes to yank out and away from me, it's relatively simple for us to go around the corner and lock the figure of 4. From here, I put on a reverse tight waist. So when he goes to pull out and away, it's a very difficult thing. And then from here, when we apply the stranglehold, it's ungodly tight. This is a highly effective way to enter into the reverse triangle from an open guard scenario. Let's look now at applying the reverse triangle, Gyaku Sankaku, from top position, in particular from the side. There's a prerequisite to doing this. We have to put our opponent in a side crucifix with a scissor action of our legs. So if we have an opponent down and bottom side control, we're going to start off in a fairly standard kind of side control situation. We're going to sit through, we're going to pull our training partner's elbow up and put them in a situation where we've hit a partial sit through, just like so. Now, from here, as my opponent goes to retract his arms and keeps his arms in, we're going to hip forward and we're going to push our training partner's wrist down and forward. So I can step over my training partner's arm, and then from here, we can go into a scissor action. Now, you'll notice I said a scissor action. Most people here pinch their knees together. When you pinch your knees together, you really don't control your opponent's arm at all. Human beings have strong legs in many ways, but pinching our legs together, our legs aren't strong at all that way. Here, my opponent can limp his arm out and easily escape. Okay? What I want to do is not pinch my knees. I want to scissor my legs. When I do this, my opponent's shoulder is taken up into a vulnerable position and the head starts to rise. If I just pinch my knees, he can put his head easily on the floor away from me. But when I bring my knee into this scissor action, it brings his head up, and that's what we're looking for. As he goes to put his head back down now, it's not going to be easy. You've got an effective wedge underneath him. Now I take my hand and I pass it with a bent wrist over his head. I come forward and up and I lift so that I can pass my leg over my training partner's head and put my leg as a wedge underneath him. I post my hand on the floor and I start an action of driving my legs through and locking up. Okay? As I go to lock, I take my hands out so I have better base of support. We're just going to move around in this direction a little bit. Now, one of my favorite tricks to employ in this situation is to reach and seize my training partner's leg and feed it to my right arm. So we lock in and now we have a secure base of support. When he tries to bridge, he can't because I'm holding his leg. If my opponent's leg is on the floor, he can bridge and disrupt my triangle. Okay? So I want to reach across, lift, and lock the leg inwards. Now when he goes to move, he goes to shrimp, turn, it's all screwed up by the fact that I'm controlling the leg. Now all I do is I look towards the legs. And as I do that, watch my two legs come up and we apply an enormously tight stranglehold from top position. Once again, from a situation where my opponent's in a strong defensive stance, we come through and we control the pin position. From here, we start an action of controlling his arm and we go through, step over and side scissor. From that side scissor crucifix, it's so hard for him to recover his arm. I bring my body forward, I cup the head, and we go through and start locking behind our training partner. From here, I go through and I catch my training partner's leg and lock in the legs. From here, we lock the figure of 4, I turn down towards the legs, and we strangle very, very securely in this position. You will be greatly impressed by the strangulation potential of this triangle. I'll say it again. Gyaku Sankaku, done correctly, is the tightest of all the triangles. Done poorly, it's the weakest of all the triangles. It's up to you to find the right angles. The key elements, as we saw before, are my knee placement. From any situation where I start off in my side pin, arms in tight, from here, we start off, we lift, we bring ourselves into a good pin situation like so. We're going to start crowding our training partner's chest until we can go over and get to that side scissor. Again, we scissor the legs, we don't pinch them. Okay? One knee goes forward and one knee goes back, so the shoulder is controlled. Now from here, we go in and we get our initial pin. Now I go through, lift, set my leg over the top, and watch that crucial detail. My knee is below his ear. That's the detail you're looking for. That places the hollow of my knee directly on his carotid artery. If you can place the hollow of your knee directly on your opponent's carotid artery, you are going to strangle a lot of people. If you don't, you're not going to strangle anybody. Okay? So we drive forward, and that creates space to place my shin underneath his shoulder line. Now I go hunting for his foot. I reach, catch, and draw it inwards. So that when I go forward and we lock the figure of the 4, you'll see that Placido's shoulder has been eliminated from my triangle, as we should always be doing. As a result, when we lock the figure of 4, he goes to pull away from me, goes to twist out, etc., etc. When I apply the stranglehold, you will see, we'll just apply it one time, Placido, strong resistance. When I go to apply the stranglehold, you will see it's an immensely tight strangulation, which feels rather like your head is being cut off. It's considerably tighter than most of the other triangles. You have to have faith in this. If you set your legs correctly, it's a shockingly tight strangulation. Let's have a look at the whole movement again from a different perspective. Okay, come this way. We're here across our training partner's side. Okay, from that side pin position, we go through on our training partner, we start crowding the head, we push, and we go into the side crucifix. Okay, from side crucifix, we control our training partner's head, we step over, and we place our knee exactly where it ought to be. As I move my body weight forward, we prop on our hands so we're stable. Okay, I don't want my hands close to my body. If he bridge and roll towards me, he could take me over. Okay, we don't want that. So we make sure we're nice and stable. I bring my head down to look towards his feet, and we lock the figure of 4. We catch, lock, and now we have the leg well trapped. From this position, we take everything forward, and we apply a strangle so tight, it'll make your eyes water. Okay? I'm sorry, Placido. This is a strangle which I'm quite sure you'll be very impressed by if you can employ it in the manner we just saw. Now, one of the great axioms of becoming a master of the triangle strangle is this. Once you set the triangle, top and bottom position become irrelevant. That's very important. I'll say it again. Once you set the triangle, top and bottom position become irrelevant. This is true for all of the triangles, and for this one in particular. You have to have faith in this. If you lose top position prior to setting the triangle, definitely bad things can happen. But once you get it, have some faith in yourself. You're going to strangle him regardless of whether you're top or bottom position. Let's have a look at the previous move, but where we get reversed by our opponent. Okay, one problem with the Gyaku Sankaku that we just looked at is that our bodies line up. If our bodies line up, you can be rolled over quite easily. The hardest person to roll over is someone who is perpendicular to your body. The easiest person to roll over is someone who's lined up with your body. Okay? So when I employ this form of triangle, there is an advantage. You are lined up with them. There is a chance you could be rolled over. Don't worry. If you've got that triangle set, it's going to be equally effective regardless of whether it's top or bottom position. You've got to have faith in this. So, as in the previous move, we control our training partner's elbow and we step forward and lock it up. Okay? As in the previous move, we go through and we lock up initially the 1 in 1 out situation. We've made sure that we set our knee right on his carotid artery. We come forward and we lock the figure of 4. But when I'm hunting for my training partner's foot, I'm starting to line up with him. If he turns up into me, I'm going to end up in the bottom position. When that occurs, I take my hand and I punch it through and I form a tight waist grip. Now, let's face the camera. Do you remember what I told you about the knee and the ear? My strangled knee should be below his ear. You can clearly see it is currently above Placido's ear. That's bad for the purpose of strangulation. So I'm going to go through underneath and hold his shoulders so that I have a shoulder and a waist. 1, 2. I'm going to have the confidence to unlock my triangle. If he tries to posture up, my arm position makes it impossible. Then I shift my hips and watch my left knee. It goes below his ear. This subtle shift from above the ear to below is the key to the strangle. I bring my leg around the tricep so we eliminate the shoulder, and we lock the figure of 4. When we go to apply the stranglehold now, we have an insanely tight stranglehold from the bottom position. Your opponent won't get out, and he'll be in a strangle absolutely as tight from bottom position as it was from top position. Let's have a look at that one more time. We're here across our training partner's side. We pin our training partner's arm down, and we go across the body and lock up. When I lock the triangle and I go hunting for the foot, he turns and rolls me over. I take my hand and I punch through and take the tight waist. I go under his arm and lock in like so. Now let's move around to face the camera. Now you can clearly see my knee is well above his ear. So this will be an ineffective stranglehold. Okay? So I have to have the confidence to put my foot on the floor and shift my hips. Now you can clearly see my knee is below his ear. My foot is pointing up to the ceiling, and as a result, when I bring him forward and lock the figure of 4, the stranglehold is insanely tight. In this fashion, you can effortlessly go between top and bottom position and have no concern. The strangle will be equally effective. Okay, now we're looking at an overall system of triangles. This is not just a ragtag collection of moves. Here's a triangle, here's a triangle. This is a step-by-step procedure. We've seen the 4 steps of our triangle system. First, get a working grip upon your opponent that will stabilize him long enough for you to be able to move proactively into your triangle sequence. Second step is to create a 1-in, 1-out situation using that initial grip. I want to create a situation where one of my opponent's arms is trapped inside my legs and one of his arms is kept outside of my legs. This will enable us to establish what we call a trap triangle. Okay, it won't be a full locked-in stranglehold, but it will be a control around his head and one arm. Then the third critical step is the transition from the trap triangle to the figure 4 triangle. It's the figure 4 that's actually going to strangle this guy. Once we get to this third step, if you strangle your opponent, the match is over. And so the sequence stops at step number 3. Congratulations, the fight's over. There's going to be times, however, that you apply the strangle and it's not successful. Then you got to go to step number 4, which is to switch from the strangle to a joint lock. In most cases with Kimura, it's a lock to the arm in some way, shape, or form. Let's have a look at how this might occur in the case of Gyaku Senkaku, the reverse triangle. Let's take it from bottom side control. Okay, I'm pinned bottom side control. A very common kind of situation that'll work in these situations is one where my opponent goes to control my legs from the inside. Okay, this is a very easy place for us to start going into reverse triangles. From here, I'm going to bring my knees up to my chest and I'm going to take a reverse cross face in place like so. Now from here, I'm going to shift around the corner and begin to lock up the reverse triangle. I'm going to push with both of my legs so that his head moves away from me. Now, you can see that my knee is locked too high and the strangle is ineffective as a result. My knee is above his ear, it should be below the ear. One thing I could do in these situations is double thumb post my training partner's arm. He makes a strong resistant arm. We're going to double thumb post it and pass it across to the other side. If I wanted to strangle my opponent, I would go under the arm to the shoulder, tight waist, and adjust for the strangle. However, there's other options here too. A very good one is this. Your opponent knows this is the strangle knee. So what they're going to do is take their hand, put it on my knee, and push it off. Every time they do that, we're going to go through and score our training partner's wrist. We're going to go over the top and lock the American lock. I'm going to connect his elbow to my right armpit. When he tries to pull away from me, it's physically impossible. And from here, the American lock is insanely tight. Why? Because he can't move his head to defend himself. Most of the pressure relief in an American lock comes from his head moving. Okay, if the head can move, the American is not particularly tight. But here, with the Gyaku Senkaku in place, the head can't move. So even though the strangle is ineffective, when he goes to twist his arm out, it's physically impossible. And from here, it's very, very strong. Don't make the mistake of having the elbow out away from your chest. Here, there's no strength in the strangle. I must connect his left elbow to my right armpit. The further his elbow from my armpit, the more play there is in the arm and the less effective my move. So my whole thing is to first drag the elbow across my chest and connect the elbow to my armpit. And then from here, we get ungodly pressure. The only way my opponent can resist me is to thrust his arm straight forward out here. And the more he does so, the easier it becomes for us to adjust back into the original strangulation. And we play our opponent off between the threat of the American lock and the threat of the strangulation from the reverse triangle. This is another way in which we can use our fundamental principle that when the strangulation fails, go to step number 4, arm lock attacks.